Yeah, absolutely, and especially with the sort of the rise of one hero limit, you've really got to sort of adapt how you play. And to me, one of the most interesting parts of Hollywood is that transition from the first point moving to the second point, moving into that streets phase, how the team swaps up their lineup to deal with that more high ground oriented space rather than dealing with the choke point of the first area. So you've got to be very clever in how you say, move onto the Pharah or move onto Genji, for example, if you want to move up there, and also how you move your Widowmaker into position to try and take over that high ground and make sure that you can actually take it as quickly as possible, assert your dominance, and maybe push the enemy team back towards their spawn a little bit. Because if you can't, and if they can just root onto the high ground, it becomes very difficult to push through that phase.
No, absolutely. And it's a great part about Hollywood is that there's so many ways of playing it. The phases differ from side to side. How you play the very first control point, it differs from how you play the streets, which differs from how you play the end point. So do get a lot of variety. But we are now getting into the game. The Hollywood music has been playing. On the defense first, it is going to be the side of Assertion Failed. We'll have that full roster for you guys in just a second, but it is looking like they're bringing us a blast from the past, something that C9 I think actually still runs to this day, but a lot of teams have abandoned. We are going to see double builder defense coming up. For those who don't know what that is, that means that you have both a Symmetra and a Torbjorn. Both are building classes, both put up turrets. You get the teleporter from the Symmetra, and the Torbjorn has a lot of sneaky places to put a turret here on this part of Hollywood. Torbjorn, of course, the one that's really fallen out of favor more in recent times, but has been effective, especially for teams like C9. So sort of happy to see the variety here and see Torbjorn have more than a 0% pick rate.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, on the offensive team, it looks like they're going to be running a fairly standard lineup. So we have Casper on Lucio, Foe on McCree, Frisco on the Pharah, AGM on Mercy, and the Jeffrey back on Reinhardt, and V on that Zarya pick, just to try and probably dam break a little bit. It's a really solid pick here. I really like the Zarya. It's become pretty much standard, but I do love Torbjorn as well. Like, Torbjorn to me is a super fascinating pick because, like Symmetra, if you hold that first point, you can collect, for just a little while, you can collect so much scrap and give your team so much extra effective hit points that it then becomes really difficult to push through. And Molten Core just stops the push dead, so you can buy yourself so much space and time here as the teams do start leaving the gate.
One of the players here to watch, of course, will be Frisco as he moves on the Pharah. Pharah attacking on Hollywood is one of the more dynamic engagements you can watch in the game. Oftentimes it has really big fireworks, although sometimes the Pharah will just get destroyed by a Widowmaker. And one thing that Frisco's going to have to give a lot of respect to right now is Dot. If Dot is able to shut down Frisco heavily here, we might see Frisco just swap to a Widowmaker of his own. That is going to be the real test here. But here we go. The offense of No Fast Guns not wasting any time. The Torbjorn turret dying immediately. As really interesting approach here coming up from the offense. They're not going right on the point, they're just going off the flank. And doing so, they kill the Torbjorn turret for free. We'll see if it pays off.
I mean, they lost their Reinhardt there as well, which could be huge. Now they have to wait for him to come back. And he's going to have a hard time rejoining with the rest of the team. So they are a little bit split right now, and they're looking a little bit indecisive what to do. I did like the engagement, did like moving straight to get rid of that turret as fast as possible, just so that threat is completely gone. It's very easy to take it out, because it's not going to dodge you. It's a turret, it doesn't move. But now they're sort of stuck, although V comes back, does pick up the Reinhardt, and looks like they're ready to go.
Yeah, they're moving him right now. The Reinhardt is back in. Both Reinhardts trying to charge each other and miss as Frisco takes out Torbjorn. V onto the turret. Both sides down some players there. As Dot and Mini absolutely cleaning up. No answer for Dot over the top. Dot has a triple kill here in this fight. And again, this is sort of the pain on Hollywood, is that if you don't have an answer for Widow, it can be rough. Normally, I would expect Frisco to go Widow here. The only reason why he's not switching just yet is that he does have a barrage. A lot of ultimates are up for the offense despite getting wiped out here. So if they move quickly, they could have some real opportunity here.
And Frisco, just eats a big chunk of damage, but does manage to land in time, won't get quite killed by it yet, but they have to be so careful not to lose Pharah early, because if they do, they will have nothing to answer the job, but it looks like they're ready to go on the point.
Yeah, Pharah's going in. He's going to knock the Widow off. Landing rocket after rocket, but it doesn't matter. Zumasui getting the double kill. Frisco not having good opportunity to use barrage just yet. Going to go down way before he gets a good opportunity. The offense was smart on that point, but Yumasui absolutely coming in on a triple kill right now on this fight. But let's take a look at Foe. Foe coming right back in turn, gets a double kill for himself, but defense vastly outnumbering the offense as this fight cleans up.
Yeah, absolutely. Dot managed to sort of juke away from that Pharah, bought themselves a little bit of space, and did manage to sort of pick a couple of things off there. So Dot playing very well at the moment, staying alive despite this pressure. But I see V is almost ready to go with the Graviton Surge. Can they make something happen off the big wombo combo that they're looking for? But also Horrific on the Torbjorn does have that Molten Core ready. And that's going to really actually stall out the push, because Molten Core hits like a truck. Looks like they're ready to go.
The offense sound barrier coming in. They're not wasting much time. Down comes the Earth Shatter. Technicide going to feel the brunt of it. Symmetra going to go down. 2 quick kills here for the offense. And Dot goes down. That's huge. Foe takes out the Widowmaker threat. The resurrection from Dahun, though, going to bring it back up. The Graviton coming in. Frisco was not able to get a wombo onto that. He died earlier in the fight. And the defense now, even though they got hit by that Graviton, they're starting to restabilize. And they're going to hold.
Yeah, a little bit of panic coming out from V there. The Graviton dropped there, but no one could capitalize on it. Didn't quite realize how many of his team had died, perhaps, so wasn't quite prepared to basically just not, well, no damage followed it up there, and Graviton started doing its own. It isn't going to kill everyone. And meanwhile, that turret as well just sort of stood in the background, just did so much damage throughout that fight as well. You definitely can't discount the ultimate turret there. And meanwhile, Mini is actually looking really good right now. He's ready to go with Earth Shatter, so they might try and stall out this push a little bit, try and break the barrier down as best they can, and then just drop that Earth Shatter, stall any aggression. And there's only 1 minute 30 left, so there's only about 3 pushes left to go, but it looks like they're ready to start this one.
Yeah, they're moving in. They're taking the long way around. Torbjorn will pay the penalty. They get the Torbjorn turret truly for free this time. No one dies in the process. And the teleporter goes down as well, so they're getting everything down in the back line. We do see the defensive Reinhardt coming in, drop the hammer, got a lot of value. 3 quick kills here for the defense. And Yumasui not really going down at all in all these fights, able to pick off the other team to his leisure. The Jeffrey now almost going down, has nothing left. Flashbang not going to kill him just yet. Still somehow staying alive against the assault from Yumasui. Will go down. Foe, though, with the Deadeye for the offense, picks up the double kill. Won't be enough. Has Technicide on the ropes. Going to get taken out, though, as the defense coming back into the fight. The teleporter is down. They're going to hold this. And I gotta say, if there's one mistake I think the offense has done here, I think they stuck with the fair way too long. I would have loved to have seen Frisco and Widowmaker much earlier, just to put more pressure onto Dot and some of the backline of Assertion Failed.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I think Dot's just being a little bit too free at the moment, and it's just making their life hell. I did like that. Oh no, Frisco's gone down immediately. Just with the type of disengagement. Well, they're going to have a really hard time here, I think, CP.
You know, they are. Frisco isn't going to be in there at all. They just went in 5v6. Yumasui with the cleanup takes out the Jeffrey as he finishes up a double kill. Horrific even killing the McCree. That was just scattered. The offense sort of went as like, wait, Frisco's dead. There was no barrage follow-up, and now with only 7-6 remaining, we might not even get an overtime here.
Absolutely, yeah, it looks like they're just moving out. They're just still lit out. They won't be able to get to the point in time, and that is it. A full hold from Assertion Gaming, looking really solid there. And I've got to give a shout out to also Technicide, just managing to drop a teleporter in mid-fight and get a Reinhardt out through it. That's value. Like instantly, that's a 500 hit point tank on the point immediately with a 2,000 hit point shield. So I did like that panic teleporter coming out as well. It's just good presence of mind. But here we see AGM coming in probably with a pivotal res on the point, as we expect out of the professional level Mercies. Then we go straight onto the point. 3 people pick it right back up, and the fight is resumed once more. Looking really solid for Assertion Gaming.
No, Assertion Failed definitely looked pretty good. And I mean, really the 2 big takeaways that happened there is that A, Yumasui was a rock. He was getting everything done. I don't think he was really focused too much because they're focusing a lot on Dot. When you don't have a Widow to counter another Widow, the other Widow eats a lot of your focus. And in the end, the Pharah did not work out well. And one thing I've noticed a lot in a lot of these games where there's clearly a better hero switch up to be had, but you already have ultimate on the suboptimal hero, teams will stick on the suboptimal hero going, well, I might as well use the ult. But then if you don't get an opportunity to use the ult because your engage is terrible because you can't counter-snipe the Widow in this case, you can run like 3 pushes with a barrage that just does absolutely nothing because you never have a good opportunity to use it. I feel like there's a point in games where it's just worth giving up the ult, going to the better composition and trying to win on that rather than, you know, hoping for a miracle engage.
Absolutely. It's the decision-making side of Overwatch that I absolutely adore. Just the hero pick decisions that go into it and what drives the offenses, what the win conditions are for the team. So, for example, they wanted to try and push the Zarya and Pharah win combo, basically try and grab the enemy team and barrage it to death. But just not being able to tame that Widowmaker meant that even if they got the barrage off, it would just get shot out of the sky immediately. And that meant that, well, Frisco had to go and jump on Dot, couldn't quite confirm the kill on Dot, and therefore they could never get the combo to work. And so it's that decision-making side, the win conditions being set up and then not reached, prevented by the other team. They knew that, hey, we have to keep Dot alive. We have to keep that pressure of the Widowmaker shot going onto the Pharah, denying that combo is so important. But meanwhile, it looks like we're ready to go here. So on No Fast Guns on the defense, we do have AGM back on the Mercy, the Jeffrey once more on Reinhardt, Casper going for the Symmetra, Foe onto McCree, V on Junkrat, and Frisco on Widowmaker. A very standard lineup coming out from them.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Frisco back in the Widowmaker. I mean, it's one of those things where I really was hoping that he would be on Widow for the offense, at least a little bit earlier in the last round. It didn't happen. We'll see now if, with Frisco on the defensive Widow, if they can hold out just the same that Assertion Failed held out against them. But it looks like we are going to be going back to the lobby here. There is some sort of technical difficulty going on the Assertion Failed side, and that is okay. That actually gives us some time to talk about our great sponsors that are sponsoring this event. And tell us a little bit about the Video Game Voters Network. You've done it way better than I have. Let us know who they are and why does it matter.
So the Video Game Voters Network are an excellent little group that I've been following for a little while. I've seen their work before with like internet bills like SOPA, for example. Whenever that kind of thing comes up, Video Game Voters Network pops up and basically says, hey guys, pay attention to this because this is going to affect you. And this time they're talking about visas, specifically player visas in esports. Basically what they want is people to be able to get access to athletic visas, these P1 visas. So when you're traveling to America, you apply for one of those, it fast tracks you through the visa system, make sure you can go to America, compete for money, play the game at international LAN events, and have a good time. There's been some high-profile cases, for example, a very recent one in Counter-Strike Go, where a team captain couldn't attend a tournament because he traveled to, I think it was either Iran or Syria within the last 5 years, and so had his visa application refused, and it's all these technical details that goes into traveling to America. It's absolutely an issue that could affect Overwatch as a team game where you want to have everyone there and everyone available to play and move around nice and freely. So that's what the Video Game Voters Network are trying to highlight and trying to draw attention to. There's been a link regularly posted in the stream chat. I recommend going and checking that out, just spending 1 or 2 minutes reading what they have to say and signing the petition just to raise awareness for this issue, because if it's not raised awareness, it will bite us in the ass in the future when we're going to have a tournament and someone can't turn up and it casts everything in doubt, and it makes me so sad when that happens.
Absolutely. And what it comes down to is sort of equal rights. The governments of the world got together a long time ago, decided that for more traditional, old school sports, we're going to afford you rights in terms of traveling from country to country for competitions. And esports, same level of competition, should get the same equality and rights. Either way, though, we are moving into the next map. Both teams seem to have settled their technical issues. Quick shouts out to our other sponsors, Razer, of course, for making great gear for your PC, mice, mouse pads, keyboards, headsets, all that sort of good stuff. Check them out, Razer.com. And Master Overwatch. If you're curious about your statistical performance in Overwatch, want to compare yourself to the pros or otherwise, give them a shot, masteroverwatch.com.
Absolutely. Somewhere, ZP, I like to think Hexagrams is smiling at both of us. We're doing such a good job trying to do vlogs here, trying to hold it up as best as possible. I don't think we're still not on his level, not on his gift, but we're getting there, I think. It looks like we're ready to go.
I mean, for us, we're trying to be trained to be sellouts, but he was born a sellout. So at some point, you just got to deal with what you're given with. But take a look here at the defense coming out from the side of No Fast Guns. It's going to be the Jeffrey on Reinhardt. Not Jeffrey, but the Jeffrey. Frisco on Widowmaker. V on the Junkrat. Casper on Symmetra. AGM on the Mercy. And Foe going to round things out here on the McCree.
Meanwhile, on offense, it looks like they settle on their lineups. And Mini running the Reinhardt. You Must Hooey. That's one hell of a name on the McCree. Tech aside on the Lucio. Back on Widowmaker. Horrific on Zarya and Dahun. Or, yeah, I think that's how you say that name. On the Mercy. And looking pretty standard all round, I'd say. Nothing too sort of unusual coming out here. The probably going to set up and spam away nice and merrily. I'm very curious to see, though, You Must Hooey on the Mercy, not the Mercy, on the McCree, sorry. Words, English. I speak it, I swear. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with Frisco's Widowmaker. They're relying a lot on Dot here, but it looks like they're just going to go straight in, maybe wrap around the back of the building, standard engagement path, just blow straight through those Symmetra turrets. They're not too big of an issue here, and if they're getting something happen quick, although Yubasui's going to be a little bit careful there, did eat a bullet, but will get healed up nice and fast. They have to be a little bit careful because V's on the high ground. He's going to wait to sort of rain grenades down on the team. They are sort of clumped up, being very careful at the moment as they try and find what angle they want to take. Just deciding now to go around the front, and looks like they're ready to go.
They're about to be rushing here. The offense charging in. Mini leading the way. Casper, though, immediately taking up to him. There will be no resurrection coming out here from the side of the offense as the defense just absolutely smothering. Frisco getting the double kill as they rolled in. Dot was not able to get in on the Frisco. And this is the power of an uncontested defensive Widowmaker. If she does take out the other Widow, she is free to feast. And really just well played by the defense all around there. Everyone getting their licks in. And most importantly, Casper a mere 20% away from getting his teleporter up.
Yeah, Casper jumping in, very aggressively going for targets, building up that charge as fast as possible, and now the teleport's probably going to be ready by the time the next push goes in. If one of those orbs just clips someone that he's spamming through, it's going to be very difficult. It looks like they're just ready to engage again, perhaps trying to deny that teleporter.
Yeah, they don't want to have the teleporter come up. 2 quick kills here from the offense as they move in. Earthshatter coming down from Mini, trying to solidify this fight, swing the hammer inside the building. 4 kills for the offense as Dot was able to take out Frisco. That sniper threat is down. The offensive Widow doing its duty. Dahoon going the rest of them the Fallen, and this is looking phenomenal for the side of Assertion Failed. Their offense right now is doing what no fast guns cannot.
Yeah, Casper managed to break away during the fight, did get the teleport up, so it has bought him a lifeline to stay in this fight as they come out of the defense. But Jeffrey lands an Asher that does claim many people with it, but no follow-up there as V's just forced to sort of dance around trying to avoid damage. And there's no follow-up on the back of that, so they just managed to claim the point, and that's it, straight away. Assertion Failed. Winning with style, looking really good doing it.
Yeah, and I think what really helped them out there, of course, you had a multiple team effort there. Tui went off. It was a pretty good engage coming out from Mini, but Dot was able to take out Frisco in the Widow v Widow battle, and that was something that Dot never had to worry about on his defense on Hollywood. I think you really go back and look at how no fast guns went in on things for their attack run. I think if they had put Frisco on Widow earlier, it would have went better. And by the way, no rest for the weary. We are getting right into Kings Row, map number 2. No fast guns versus Assertion Failed. Assertion Failed up 1-0.
Yeah, no fast guns, but lots and lots of fast games. Just playing straight away, going right into it, hoping to set up as soon as possible. Back on Kings Row, back in wonderful London town. And I'm super curious to see how they're going to handle this. Are they, who's going to come out on top on this sniper battle? Because that's determined a huge amount of these games. Frisco versus Dot. And if they can create that opening, if one of them gets a slight advantage, it wouldn't surprise me to see the entire game sort of pivot around that point. That said, Foe's definitely been no slouch today. He's been finding flashbangs, been finding kills again and again and again, getting into those brawls. And once the team fight starts to break up and fragment, Foe's been the one that's generally sort of brought it to no fast gun side. He's been looking really solid here, but it looks like there's some interesting picks right now. But meanwhile, just as they run out, just because it's way more stable, I'm looking at the defensive team. You've got the Jeffrey. I'm so curious to see if someone else ever picks the name Jeffrey, what he'll do. But it's the Jeffrey on Reinhardt, Casper on the Lucio, Foe on McCree, AGM on Mercy, Frisco on Widowmaker, V on the Junkrat. So no Symmetra coming out here for the defending team.
Yeah, and the no Symmetra, again, is a little bit surprising given how much we've seen her on defense. And given you look at, for example, on Hollywood just a map ago where you saw the double builder defense coming out from the side of Assertion Failed, I'd imagine the Assertion Failed at the very least would be running a Widowmaker, if not more. Junkrat, of course, pretty standard. And again, we are going to have the Widow duel on the way. Frisco versus Dot to start things out. This point, though, a little bit more favorable to defensive Widow just because it is hard for the offensive Widow to get the sightline she needs. But if the offense is able to get a kill or two, that can really open your offensive Widow to clean up the rest of the team.
Absolutely. Once the offensive Widow gets onto the sort of the ground behind, if she can get into that position and be uncontested, it becomes virtually impossible to hold the point without putting a huge amount of pressure on that. So it's going to be super curious to see what comes out here. Meanwhile, Horrific actually going back on the Roadhog pick. So we've seen Roadhog come out here quite a lot as the team sort of goes around. We do see Junkrat in this traditional spot, camping out in the hotel, spamming away, trying to buy space for his team. But Dot looking for the pick. Can he quite find it, though, is the question, as he's just dancing around the hotel. But meanwhile, this Junkrat's just laying damage after damage after damage, and he's having a good old time in there. Meanwhile, actually, Hui's actually wrapped around on the Soldier 76, sprinted over, he's taken the high ground for himself, so they've pushed back behind the hotel, and this is looking really good for Assertion Failed.
Yeah, the Assertion Failed offense game there. Down goes Lucio. We have Hui with a pretty good advantage in terms of positioning. Technicide takes out V. The hotel was cleared out. Both sides getting into the resurrections are in play as Dot able to take out V again. And Dot now in a really good position to start laying down the Widow Fire. He's going to back up a bit, not being too aggro here.
Yeah,
but we'll see how things go. The offense decided... Yeah, the offense is being a little bit cautious here. They don't want to give too much in the way of ults here, but Dot able to take out Foe, and the offense getting into him right again, taking advantage of that pick. Jeffrey going to take out Dot with the charge, but Resurrection of the offense coming right up, and the offense wants to make something of this right here, right now.
Yeah, they've got to do something about the Frisco, however. Dot's engaging the door right now, but He goes from the side, drops a rocket on him, and sets him up for Dot just to get a very quick pick there. So this is really solid right now. Mini still on the point, holding it nice and tight, but Dot in position, uncontested at the moment, trying to land those snipes. V does actually shift Mini off the point, however, and does land a brilliant shot onto Dot. So will actually buy his team a lot of space there, and actually might have just saved it for him. Staying alive, landing the shots that he needs to, good target priority, and taking everything out one by one, being the stalwart force that Zarya is. Love it.
Well, that was the case where we've seen a lot from very good teams when they defend here on Kings Row. They bended on the defense, but they did not break. They were able to get back into the fight. No teleport required. Both teams, though, pretty much load for bear ult-wise. Both have 3 ults. As Horrific gonna take out the Jeffrey. Gets 2 quick kills on the Roadhog. Take the side now. Flanking around the side. Will drop the barrage. Gets 1 kill. Looking for more. Is going to stay on the McCree for the double. Gets taken out, but might not matter. The offense now in an absolutely dominant spot. 5 people on the point, and the payload should be moving in just a moment.
Holy moly, that engage was something really impressive. So normally most engages rely on a McCree to basically jump forward, throw a flashbang over the enemy right heart shield, and then you shadow off the back of that. You use that opening to sort of cause something to happen. But Horrific came in, dropped the whole hog, and the whole hog, of course, just tears apart right heart barrier. So opened that up for his team, made sure that he could finally engage with their release. Horrific's got forward, found flow, but had to reload. Didn't have anything left in his clip, so couldn't land the kill there. Now he's stuck out on his own, and this is really dangerous for him.
Yeah, the defense wasn't done yet. The defense was looking like they're going to charge in, but this is where the defense needs to be careful. You don't want to go over aggro here. We've seen teams even as great as C9 fall victim to this idea that they have an advantage on defense, they move forward, but you go too far forward, you can chain deaths and give up a huge portion of that for free. So good on the side of Assertion Failed right now, or sorry, on the side of No Fast Guns to back up a bit, give up some positioning. But here we go, the offense now moving forward, land the flashbang over the top. The defense, though, sees an opportunity, moving in. Graviton in this hotel room here right now. We'll see if it's enough. 2 quick kills coming out from Frisco and Foe. The offense not out of it yet. The Resurrection coming in. Resurrections everywhere as both teams string into quite a brawl on top of this payload.
Yeah, so the res is so huge. The Horrific finds a double kill, manages to use that whole hog to just clean, just to put damage out. Mini lands it perfect. Shadow picks up the rest of the team and might actually buy enough space for the rest of the team. And because they were so far forward, I'm not sure they're going to have to be back in time to hold this next point on the street space. So they might go all the way to the foundry here, especially if Dot ranges a little bit forward, tries to find what pigs he can, make it very difficult for the enemy team just to get in the position they need, force them to group up, get behind a Reinhardt barrier, because if they don't, they could stand to lose 1 or 2 more people, and this is looking really, really good for Assertion Failed at the moment.
It was looking like the defense and No Fast Guns was going to be able to back up, but hang on, here we go. They're coming right in. Jeffrey charging in, gets immediately taken out. Dot takes out Frisco. Widow v. Widow. The offense being unrelenting, moving forward off that Lucio sound barrier. Gets the hook on the V. V going to get hammered down. The defense in shambles right now. Bad engage after bad engage is giving Assertion Failed all the opportunity in the world. And just a note on that past Streets fight there. Really, No Fast Guns could have gotten out, but they just stayed a little bit too long. But hang on, the offense not wasting any time there, or the defense pushing forward, going to push the offense back, and the defense just being very hyper-aggressive right now. Sometimes they're a detriment on.
Yeah, I mean, the attacking team did back up, did sort of pull them back in. It looks like they're ready to go once again. There's the sound barrier coming out, Mini charging through. But meanwhile, Yumasui finds a double kill with that Deadeye. ATM falls back into the fight, does pick everyone back up. That does give the Resurrect advantage to the attacking team right now as the Horrific lays down the whole hog, pushing Casper's back, and they're going to struggle to stop this payload. That's the objective here, and they're going to get it really far towards the end, but there's the Graviton surge.
Graviton surge coming in. I'm not sure they have follow-up they need. V is really charged up. Sometimes there can be her own follow-up, but not right there. Graviton not connecting. Mini swinging the hammer, trying to take control of this payload. The defense swarming back in. That might not be enough. We could be in death chain territory. Mini gonna drop the hammer in more ways than one. And now Frisco, one last people remaining. He's gonna go down. Reinhardt having the time of his life, like I don't even know, but they are able to get to the final point there. And that pretty good run from Assertion Failed, although I feel like there was a lot of unforced errors from No Fast Guns. They kept sort of running into them at times, so they could have just backed out a bit.
Exactly. It just felt like, you know, with that, especially focused on the street phase, they just never really recovered from that. They never found their balance again. Using engagement coming up from Horrific, by the way, they just blew down the Reinhardt barrier and engaged off the back of that. I really do love that kind of play where you just force that opening and then just engage as hard as you can on it. I also think that Frisco played a very careful game with his Widowmaker in that first point, just holding back, taking that sort of safe window by the hotel rather than the more aggressive one. So couldn't put a stop on Dot, who was just free to snipe as he pleased as well, and got a lot of kills off the back of that. Just very interesting fights overall, a little bit over-aggressive at a No Fast Guns, punished for it repeatedly, gave themselves so much space, and so a time of 5 minutes, 23 seconds set overall. Not impossible to beat. Kings Row can be a very quick map, but definitely going to be tricky.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. I mean, that time to beat is a pretty harsh time to beat. We have seen quicker times in Kings Row, as mentioned, but I don't know. I mean, the way things are going right now, it does seem like Assertion Failed. They have been together longer as a team, No Fast Guns, and they're sort of outplaying them on multiple levels right now. And I feel like No Fast Guns, they suffered from the most. Not so much mechanical play, but, you know, sort of getting back to what we were talking about before. It was just sort of bad decision making. I mean, again, I'm going to point to the Streets phase where I feel like that was a turning point. That Streets fight where they went into the hotel room over aggressively and got punished. They could have backed out completely there and waited for another point, and that looked like what they were doing, but they sort of stayed in the fight. They gave up 4 kills, and after that, all the momentum went in favor of Assertion Failed. So no fast guns. Hopefully they show a little bit better judgment here on their attack. But the problem is that now at the time of 5:23 to beat, they have to be very aggressive as a general rule and just hope that things work out.
Yeah, I think No Fast Gun sort of underestimated the power of the Mercy res there. The street space, especially on King's Row as a whole, there's so many corners and sort of turns and sharp twists that Mercy res has a surprising amount of power. It's very easy for her to get in range of the enemy team, well, not the enemy team, of your team, but be in a completely safe place, completely out of sight. There's so many little hidey holes for her that she can just pick the team right back up, and that's exactly what happened. They looked like they were going to get a bunch of good kills. Mercy picked everyone back up. The re-engage happened, and it just went completely wrong. Shadow coming through, taking the team apart. But meanwhile, it looks like the defending team has set up, so we will see Assertion Failed running Mini back on the Reinhardt. We do have Horrific on the Roadhog, Yumastui on McCree, Dot once more on Widowmaker, Tekaside on Lucio, and Dahun on the Mercy, so no Symmetra once more.
And take a look here from the offense coming out from the side of No Fast Guns, a team that has to go fast indeed. It's going to be the Jeffrey on the Reinhardt, V on Farah, AGM on Mercy, Foe on McCree, Casper on the Lucio, and Frisco going to be on Widowmaker here. So they are going to be running Farah and a Widowmaker, something I think they should have done back in Hollywood. We'll see if that has more use here, as we'll see if Frisco can take out Dot.
Yeah, no defensive Junkrat here, so they can sort of afford to take a little bit of time in pushing in, being a little bit careful. They do go right for the Roadhog, charging in for and take him out with Foe, finding the kills, and now Farah is actually going in the back, just hunting down Dot as well. So excellent kills there, and they look set up on the point right now, CP.
V was able to take out Dot in the back. It was a tremendous kill. Landed both rockets right where he needed to. Now chasing the Mercy in the back line. Mercy running for her life. Dahun going to go down. V coming alive here for the offense. This is exactly what No Fast Guns needed. They have momentum in their favor as V. 3 kills so far on this push. They are muscling out the defense of Assertion Failed, and they're going to get this point in a record time.
Like you said, this is absolutely what they needed. Buying themselves as much time as possible for pushing forward. Didn't also have to use any ultimates there. Now they're going very aggressively, trying to hunt down the other team, trying to make sure they don't get set up. But Dot does find a pick there on Foe. Might slow them down a little bit. The Horrific, oh, that's the hook onto V. Cleans him up nice and quickly. That's what you want out of Roadhog. Those quick, decisive picks, just making sure your team stays back into it. But they're pushing forward now. They're holding, again, quite far forward on this street space.
They are holding far forward, and this is, you see this more and more often. Teams don't like giving up this part of the streets phase, because if you get wiped here, usually you can get back by the end, so you sort of have 2 tries on the defense. But the offense right now, they're not going to be showing any mercy. They need to get in right away. V does have Barrage at the ready. We should be seeing Justice Rain from above very shortly. Doesn't have anything to really set him up, but he really needs it if you just set up properly. Here we go. He's coming in over the top. A beautiful approach coming in. Might see the Barrage at the Mercy in a moment. Not running it just yet. Fearful of the Roadhog hook. And in fact, will take out Dahun without the Barrage anyways. Both teams down 2 players, but the defense down their Mercy. We'll see if the offense can capitalize on this opportunity, but looking like Roadhog, Whole Hog pushing everyone back.
Yeah, the street pick just making himself so, but Frisco takes him out with a counter shot. Now it's just Frisco and AGM on the point, but that could be enough just to gain a little bit more ground, buy a little more precious time, because again, they don't have too much of it left, so they have to be a little bit careful not to sort of stall out too much. But 2 people pushing it forward, but this is where it really starts to get difficult to push through. This is where the spawn distances start to favor the defending team, so they have to be a little bit careful. But the Jeffrey looks for something, but you must be stopping him.
Well, time-wise have about under 3 minutes left. Mini moving forward off of that defensive sound barrier. The defense trying to be aggressive. Buy time for at least 1 push. As Dot takes out Frisco. And now this is rough. 2 people down for the attackers. They're not in a good position. Mercy Res and V gonna get picked off by Horrific. 3 kills for the defense, and that bought them about a full minute by the time the offense is reset here. 2 minutes, 35 seconds or thereabouts left here, and this is looking very, very good for the defense of Assertion Failed.
Yeah, No Fast Gun still pushing quite far forward. They don't have that far back yet, so she will be a little distance away. That said, it looks like Assertion Failed just wrapping around. They might be trying to catch someone off guard, but they got to be careful that the payload doesn't get pushed sort of without their notice. Frisco swapping away onto the Gitch as well. There's the Barrage coming in.
Barrage coming in, but not getting a whole lot done. Dot was able to take out the Jeffrey. Dot on a triple kill here. Takes out Casper. Dot unaccounted for, looking for V again. V coming off the res. Wait, again, V under assault, has to run away. The offense still with a lot of pressure here, but AGM going down the Dot. Let's talk about Dot right now. This pushes. Dot has been absolutely unaccounted for, getting shot after shot, takes out the Reinhardt. V finally takes him out, but a lot of damage has been done. The offense, though, not doing the worst job in the end. Even though Dot was doing all that work, the defense did lose people in the back. Mini one of the last people remaining. And this is going to be close. Time-wise, only about a minute 30 remaining, so still a little bit of hope left for the offense.
Yeah, Frisco now dancing around Mini, trying to find what damage he can. Does eventually take out that Reinhardt. Still pretty good fight for Reinhardt. One person res there as well, so Mini's just picked right back up. Mini's isolated. Look at taken out right away as well. So it looks like the payload's going to sail all the way to the end here.
No, they didn't get the checkpoint. Or did they?
They just got it.
They did.
Just got it. Tekasai tried to run forward, tried to stop it. Does pay for that with his life as well, but he managed to take it, so they will respawn nearer now, and this is looking really good for no fast guns. If they can keep it moving, if they can get one or two more ultimates up and running, and they do look in a good position as well to set it up. They have swapped off the Genji, however, so Frisco going back onto that Widowmaker. And 1 minute left on the clock as Bo sets stuff up with a Deadeye, rolling forward very steadily.
And Deadeye is up. They have to be worried here on the defensive end. If the offense wins this next team fight, they have a real chance of taking this. But a bigger shatter comes down. Mini rushing in, knocks down 3 people, takes out the offensive Reinhardt. That is exactly what the defense needed there. But the offense, they're going to res up. They still have a chance here. Jeffrey still has Earth Shatter. V still has Barrage. Jeffrey moving in, going to drop a hammer of his own. 3 people hitting the deck. And here comes the offense. 2 kills off that. Jeffrey going in hard. The defense, though, coming right back. This is extremely close between both teams. It's Frisco able to take out Dot. Now Frisco as the Widow in the back, unaccounted for. Hui going to take him out. The Lucio speed boost and sound bearer on the way from the defense. This is super back and forth. We're on our second res here for the offense as Jeffrey going to drop the hammer again. Or Mini dropping the hammer again, picking the double kill up. And that might be it. Time-wise, there's not enough time. They're not able to get to the end, and that is going to be GG for Assertion Failed. They are moving on.
Yeah, well played by Assertion Failed there. I thought they were losing control of that there for a moment, but they just swung it right back. One of the few times I've seen 2 reses in one fight, so that Mercy did an excellent job staying alive, finding targets to heal, picking people back up when needed. Really well played there. No slouches on No Fast Guns. They played well, but just not quite well enough. And Dot, I think, definitely MVP there, just finding pick after pick after pick, definitely taking over the map whenever the chance arose. Excellent play out of Assertion Failed. Very curious to see how far they can go in this tournament. Not quite sure who the next opponent is, so it will be interesting to see who that is. I'm going to take a quick peek at the brackets while we set up for the next match in the round of 32.
Yep, we are moving on. We've been casting now, I think, for close to 3 hours today, and we still have so much left to go. Round of 32, round of 16, round of 8, round of 4, and, of course, the finals, and a third-place match to boot. So stay tuned, buckle your seatbelts, get some coffee. We are going pretty much all night long here as we finish out this qualifier.
Yep, and just taking a quick peek at the brackets, it looks like Assertion Failed we're going up between Orgless, which is a team which I imagine is without an org, and Team Genocide. Neither are teams I'm particularly familiar with myself. Will be interesting to see how they are going. Meanwhile, Northern Gaming Blue seem to be steaming through the brackets as well, going up against Lux Esports Overwatch at the moment. Northern Gaming Blue, one of the favorites coming into this from Europe at the moment. I'm also curious to see how Northern Gaming Red are going. They are currently up against Animosity, again, a team I'm not personally over that familiar with. So interesting to see how far they can go. No great surprises looking through the brackets right now as we do advance in this tournament steadily to see who gets one of those 3 group stage spots in the upcoming, group stages.
Yeah, and looking at the rest of the bracket here, looking for notable shout-outs on the rest. Blams Boys and Sakari, a team formerly known as Zensity, and for the most part, is getting through the bracket relatively easily here thus far. 2-0 victories, way ahead of the rest of it. So they're a team to watch as we move forward. Also, taking a look here, of course, Assertion Failed, just getting over No Fast Guns. They potentially are on a crash course to compete with Team One Shot, another team that's been somewhat of a dark horse in recent times. Most notable, I think, the last time I cast them, we saw some absolutely epic Reinhardt play coming out of Chronic that gave Team Liquid a run for their money. So if we end up with Assertion Failed versus One Shot, that would be a cool game to watch as well. Lots of cool games shaping up here as the bracket develops and we go through the night.
Absolutely. So we will try and get that next game to you as soon as possible. But meanwhile, this is Operation Breakout, brought to you by the One Nation of Gamers, sponsored by the Video Game Voters Network, Razer, and MasterOverwatch.com. Do go give shout-outs to those guys for bringing this forward. $15,000 on the line and a group stage up and the group stage up and coming. Lots of Overwatch coming to you in the month of June. So do stick around. Do come back tomorrow as well, where we will get that group stage underway. I'm really looking forward to see some of these top teams go up against each other, as we do basically pit them against each other as much as we possibly can, because group stages haven't happened that often in Overwatch. And I love to see teams play against teams as much as you can, just to have, the most, I don't know, compelling and what I call verified, or I've forgotten my term, but the most consistent gameplay out of them, and who's basically dominating at the time, who's looking really good. And I'm curious to see if anyone can topple the giants that are Cloud9 right now.
Yeah, no, C9, they're definitely the team to beat. They're the team that has the biggest target of their back as we head on later into the month, as we get past the qualifiers tonight, move into our group stages. C9 is a team to watch. Of course, C9 will be getting their group stage play done this weekend. We're going through their group, which of course will involve C9, LG, Rogue, and 2 teams from here tonight. So they'll be seeing sort of coming attractions of who will be trying to challenge C9 into the future. And the other bracket, of course, filled with really good teams as well. We'll be seeing newcomers like Nubris, teams like Envy for the week after that. So really good group stages planned. And the weekend after that, of course, will be the finals, which will be double limb, and just lots of good Overwatch set for this month.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much to look forward to, so much coming up. I can't wait. We might be taking a short break just to figure out who we're going to get to. We'll come back as soon as we can once we know what match we're going to find. I'm going to probably get some more water. My name's one amongst many. That guy is ZP. This is Operation Breakout. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. I can't wait for more. We'll be back as soon as possible. I swear, I hate long breaks as much as you guys. So yeah, see you very soon.
In just a moment. Alrighty then, we are back with more of Operation Breakout Qualifier number 2. I am ZP, that is one amongst many, and we are getting right into it. Round of 32 coming at you. This is going to be Northern Gaming Red versus Team Animosity. The maps have already been drafted, and surprise, surprise, it will be Kings Row. But we are moving along, and we're going to see if this new Team Animosity has what it takes to rattle NG Red a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm going to be really looking forward to. Northern Gaming Red, of course, the favorites going into this. They're just a proven, tried and tested team. But can Animosity just ruffle their feathers a bit, cause a couple of problems, and maybe take a map or two? That's what I really want to see out of them. Those are the kind of expectations I'm going into it, but I'm very ready and willing to be surprised. I'm just going to let the teams know that we are ready to go here as we launch into the first game. So ready. And hopefully, well, we can get this started very soon. It's going to be curious to see if they can put Bird, put Bird away, basically, because Bird was looking really good in the games we saw earlier out of him, just playing above and beyond. This is, the same thing happened on Monday. A ringer comes in for a team and just really outplays what you'd expect from a substitute. So Bird definitely playing like he has something to prove and looking really good. Hopefully we can see more of that action. That said, I think Wolf might be taking back that Widowmaker throne once more. So two really solid snipers. Can they put those to bed? Widowmaker definitely sort of stamping her presence on these maps as we play out throughout the day.
Oh, definitely. And Bird, of course, for those who weren't watching earlier in the series, when we were talking about NG Red. NG Red is playing a sub. Mangachu, one of the more standout players in NG Red, is not here today. But Bird has been subbing in and doing an exemplary job. In fact, had some of the finest Widow play that we've seen all day. Bird, a player that is somewhat of a hit scan specialist. Definitely had some very good showings in recent memory, both here today and in recent open tournaments on a whole bunch of different teams. But taking a look here at the defense for NG Red, as they fully set up, it's going to be Chance on the Reinhardt, Bird on McCree, Bread Expert on Lucio, Wolf on Widowmaker, Naptime on Mercy, and Exion probably not on Hanzo. No, he's going to go Junkrat. Would have been cool to see the Widow Hanzo sort of shades of what we saw from Rogue before, but not going to happen. Junkrat, just way too good not to run in the hotel here on defense.
Absolutely. I was so excited for a moment, but it's just not going to happen. Meanwhile, coming out of Animosity, we have Random on Genji, Smebs, I think that's how you say his name, on Widowmaker, Zoid on Reinhardt, Initiative on Hanzo, but I imagine that's going to swap off immediately. Yes, there it is, goes to the Mercy, although it doesn't actually go for the Sonic Arrow or Scatter. Mike, I'm just going to call him Mike on Lucio, and Reptile on the Pharah as the gates open. Battle is joined, and Axion starting immediately with spam straight into the spawn, just forcing everyone to take a slightly different route just to get around that corner as they start to try and establish around the statue area. Random jumping up and over though on this Genji, he's going to be looking to get a quick pick, maybe just to, find what damage he can around the corner. Smez also having to be a little bit careful, taking a little bit of damage very early on. Smez goes for the ash, but picked out of the sky by Wolf.
Yeah, Wolf able to get that very vital Widow v Widow pick. Stops Smez from doing really what he wants to do here. And now Wolf can go to the back, realizes he won't be getting counter-sniped anytime soon, and now looking for Genji. Genji got blow the deflect early, but now he has no protection from the Widow for a while. Has to be careful about going in as the rest of the defense now moving forward, trying to get on the stragglers. Bird and Chance getting in, take out Lucio and Reinhardt respectively. And the defense absolutely punishing the offense for trying to come in one by one.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like they just sort of got a bit split up. Genji and Reptile, Pharah, split up a little bit and just sort of, left the rest of the team stuck in the middle of nowhere, and Northern Gaming Red capitalized, went in on them, engaged as hard as they could, cleaned up the split up team, and had a nice and easy victory. And now they're definitely going to be looking at having ultimate advantage going into this, especially Chance, sitting on 80% right now, going to have that Earthshatter nice and ready for the next engagement, I imagine. And can they get anything off the back of that as the team does wrap around and go for a point?
Team is getting on the point right now. The offense getting on top of it. A much better engagement. Smevs able to take out Wolf. Reptile getting the double kill as Farah over the top. Almost has Barrage up, and Justice could be raining to finish out this fight. He's so close. He only needs 1%. He's trying to go for it. Finally, he has the Barrage up here. The offense getting in, and Justice reigns from point blank. As Reptile again take out Chance right there. 3 extra kills here for the offense. Junkrat one of the last people remaining, and I'm not sure he's going to be enough to defend this here.
Yeah, it's looking really solid right now. And Reptile just not even risking Mercy getting anything off, firing off that Justice point blank, and that's well worth it. Removing Mercy, who still has a resurrect up, basically denies the enemy team 3, 4, 5 people possibly. So that's a huge turn there. Naptime just holding on to it a little bit too long, maybe trying to dance around a little bit too much. Meanwhile, Wolf sort of locked into a duel right now with Smez, as both of them sort of trying to occupy this high ground. Who will get the better of it though? Really, really difficult to say at the moment. Wolf looking slightly stronger right now, does force Smez back, did land the first hit, will cause him to reposition and get healed up here as the team start wrapping around in the streets.
They're up around, but Wolf shoots Reptile out of the sky. A quick advantage coming out here from the defense. The defense, they know it. They're moving forward. The Lucio speed boost is out. The offense running for their life. They're getting back. Bird was able to take out Mercy. Mercy not able to back out quite in time as Wolf taking out Smev just to chain the deaths a little bit longer. And there it is. I mean, that's sort of the downside of Pharah from time to time. If you go in over the top as Pharah and get headshot, your offense is going to be struggling for the next bit.
And meanwhile, I see Bird sneaking away on the high ground. He's going to try and set up that Deadeye from behind, and that's so dangerous. He's also got Lucio there just for a little bit of extra support. But if this Deadeye comes out, there it is. Can he get any kills off the back of it?
No, he's not. Smev says, here's the hook. Get down here. Destroys Bird in the attempt. Wolf, though, in the back, punishes Reptile yet again. Both teams down 2 players as Smev, trying to put the team on his back, will take out the Reinhardt. 2 kills for Smev here moving forward. Interesting that they're abandoning the Widow here, but for the Streets phase, the Widow is not quite as important as first and third.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the meantime, Random tried to get in there in the back, tried to save his team a little bit with the Dragonblade, couldn't quite find any kills, so just picked off there and couldn't get anything off the back of that. So that's a Dragonblade not really utilized to its maximum potential. Now, massive shout out to Smev, stopping that McCree ultimate coming through, making sure that he couldn't land any damage out of it. Good quick thinking, good reaction coming out of him. Now we're looking at Zoid trying to get this Urshitter down. Can he land something pivotal? But if they can't push this high ground, if they can't force him off it, it's going to be so difficult.
They weren't able to stay behind the Reinhardt entirely. Wolf takes out Random. Reptile has to be careful of his approacher. He is also going to fall prey to the Widowmaker. Exion with the defensive tire takes out Reptile, and the defense now moving forward. They have the advantage yet again. Exion going to get that final kill. The offense, they are coming back. They do have the sound barrier up. Zoid swing the hammer, trying to take out Chance. It's Reinhardt hammer action right now, but in the end, Wolf takes out Random, and the defense just going to swarm into it again. And the thing here is that even though Wolf is getting a lot of value off the Widowmaker, the offense is kind of allowing it here. There are ways you can position not to get dunked as hard by Widow moving into this next area. I think, A, you have to stay behind the Reinhardt a little bit more intensively, and B, maybe don't run the Pharah against what we're running here. Something like a Reaper would be plenty good in this situation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They keep coming down this middle pathway into this high ground area where it looks like Northern Gaming Red have just decided to set up, make sure they can spam all that damage through. And also, ZP, it's not every day that you see a Pharah go down to a Junkrat's tire, so that was also nice to see. But it looks like they're just going for a counter engagement now, and it's looking really decisive.
Oh my goodness, they got the quick pick. Bird came in with the Deadeye, aided by the Sound Bear, got the double kill as Wolf is feasting, takes out both Pharah and the Mercy. And again, this is a little bit rough here for the offense. I mean, on one hand, I would like to see them just go to something that's a little bit less susceptible to Widow, since you can sort of do this for the Streets phase. Or worst case scenario, run a counter Widow to deal with Wolf. I mean, Smevs wasn't doing that bad in the beginning of the game. Either way, I feel like they need to change something up here. Certainly, I think the Pharah could stand a little bit of a change up, because Reptile has gotten absolutely nothing done in the last few minutes of this game.
Yeah, absolutely, and now will be the time to swap, but they have decided to go for a separate path, but they've got to be so careful here as well, because they're going to just get filtered into this tight little spot, and Junkrat's going to find so much damage as the fight begins, and there goes a tire as well.
Oh no, the tire over the top gets a double kill. They tried to pull a fast one. Resurrection gonna do some of that damage. The defense moving forward. Smevs able to take out Bird. Smevs on the double kill now, so the offense recovering pretty nicely after the tire doing just terrible, terrible damage. The quote Dustin Browder, and the offense now with a real opportunity.
Oh, terrible, terrible damage. You just brought me back about, I don't know, 5-6 years listening to Dustin Browder's old cast. But that fight really got scattered, really sort of started spreading up. Reptile managed to find the damage that he's been looking for all game long. They just didn't sort of keep their eye on the birdie there, on the Pharah. And she just got, well, all the hits that she was looking for. Now it's looking really good as they do push straight into the boundary play. I said Reptile has to be a little bit careful here not to get picked. Wolf is back out looking for those snipes. And Reptile's just sort of caught on their own on the high ground, looking for what they can find as they do start setting up and rolling forward.
Yeah, Reptile right now, he is looking for the poke on Mercy. Not able to land any rockets just yet. Does have Barrage at the ready. Has to give Wolf all the respect in the world given what he's done here so far. As Wolf gonna land that body shot. Reptile down to 50 HP. Not much left. Meanwhile, on the point, Smevs coming in with the whole hog. Gets one kill. Zoid and Reptile regulating. It was Zoid that came with the Earth Shatter. Setting a lot of that up as Smevs completes the triple kill. And the defense of NG Red a little bit shattered right now. Sort of just making basic mistakes. And now they're getting punished very heavily as the offense moves forward.
Yeah, and that time again, came in a little bit late and came in a little bit greedy as well on that Mercy. Tried to get too much with one Resurrect. Now the Deadeye comes out, trying to find some space, trying to get this point as far as possible. There's the hook though, and here comes the engagement.
Yeah, the offensive sound bearer is out. The offense wanting to end this right here, right now. Zoid able to land a beautiful charge onto the Lucio. The offense with good positioning, but here comes Chance, knocking down two is Reinhardt. Will there be the fall-off? Mercy going to eat that hammer, and she is down. No resurrection coming out here for the offense, and the defense going to live at least a little bit longer. There will be no resurrection, so they should be able to clean this up.
Yep, they've just managed to survive all that space, clear up the Mercy, make sure that they can't re-engage, and just cleaned up as well. Wolf was in the back there, nice and safe, tucked away, finding snipe after sniper to start an Axion, catching fire out the sky as well, cleaning that up nice and quick. What you want out of a Roadhog. Now Axion is actually ready with the whole hog, so he could just break down his Reinhardt barrier very, very quickly. They just need a chance ready, waiting to go with a stun there, and the Deadeye also coming out. Oh no, Roadhog falling down the pit as well. Oh dear, Snevs.
Yeah, that is one thing that Mercy cannot undo. Mercy can res a lot of things, but if you fall into the pit, you are not coming back. And here we go, the hook coming up from Exion, gonna take out Random in the offense. This is mission failed. They need to back out, regroup. Nothing good is going to happen if they stay in right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is buying more and more time for the defensive team to get that pivotal ultimate up on chance, get that Shadow down, because they have so many ways of making that work, of opening up the attacking team right now. Getting rid of Zoid's barrier is going to be so important, making sure that stays up and making sure they engage much quickly. What they're doing now.
The offensive set, their share came in, it got absolutely nothing done, but Random, after the shield is broken, gets the quad Deadeye. Didn't even matter that didn't do much, but look at this. The resurrection coming in from Naptime, stopping Naptime for the rest of his team. But Reptile, just as rating from above, the barrage on those freshly resurrected players. The offense still trying to make something of this, despite that amazing Mercy res. We'll see if they can do that. Reptile's still fighting, but Wolf is in the back, looking for the pickoffs, is going to take out Reptile. Resurrection coming out for the offense. The offense definitely losing a little bit of momentum. Reptile challenging Wolf, going to get taken out of the sky again. And this is quite the fight right now,
Yeah, it's really going both ways. Chance managed to get most of the team with an asset there. Axion now cleaning up with that whole hog. Will finish up the rest of the fight as they just stabilize. Naptime managed to get the resurrect. He's been looking for all game long. Wolf also establishing himself on the high ground, finding snipe after snipe after snipe, just turning that fight right around in the second half. That could have gone either way. Only 30 seconds left really on the timer, so one more good push left, and they have to make something happen right away. ZP, and it looks like they're about to go.
Yeah, they're going to go in right now. Sound Bear is going to be dropped here by the offense. They're going to be all in. And they just have to take out Naptime early, because what really ruined that last fight is that Naptime came in with a beautiful game-saving resurrection. Here we go, though. They're speeding in. Soundbearer might be down to Moan and Bird, but the Deadeye sort of sneaking around for the sneaky flank here, going to get a kill on the Zoid while doing a ton of damage to the enemy team. 2 kills here for the defense, but the defense, they're lacking Naptime. The offense is able to take him out immediately, so this is a little bit dangerous. The defense does not clean up, but they will clean up as Bird on a triple kill here in this fight. The offense, though, getting the res. This is their last gasp here, no matter what, but the defense absolutely swarming.
Yeah, absolutely. And during all that fight, Reptile manages to swap onto the Reaper and teleport on the high ground, found Naptime, but didn't have anything. Well, killed the Mercy, but they just didn't manage to find the kills fast enough, and it just let the defensive team hold on just as long as they needed. Even with that pivotal pick on the Mercy, they couldn't quite turn it around. That said, well, actually, no, the time through the streets was pretty good, but it's going to be up to Northern Gaming Red to push all the way, or just have a really good time going through the street phase.
It's going to play the game the Random here, but really the play of the game here was actually Naptime. Random got this huge Deadeye, and it was amazing. But just a moment from now, Naptime runs in and reses everyone that Random killed. So it was a great play by Random, totally undone by Naptime there. Naptime even getting into it in chat saying, sad face, didn't show my res. We noticed the res Naptime, and it was a good one.
Yeah, all the kudos to that play. That just turned the game around, saved it for them, made sure that they couldn't push all the way to the end. Imagine if Naptime went down to that Deadeye, it would have just been completely different. But, well, Northern Gaming Red have to set a reasonably good time going through the streets phase. They did actually manage to hold out for quite a while, though, in sort of the middle of that. So a lot of space to work with here. They just got to sort of find an opening, create it, and push through, hopefully punish a couple of mistakes coming out here from Animosity. But Animosity looking good. Like, this is a team that both me and you are a little bit unfamiliar with, and they looked really, really solid there. They looked above and beyond what you're expecting out of a team that's full of relative unknowns.
Yeah, no, Animosity, I mean, it was a good showing. They definitely had moments where they gave it back to NG Red. I think the one thing, realistically, I think their last part was pretty okay. In general, they had really good looks towards the third phase of King's Row. They got the first point pretty quickly. The part where they failed was the streets phase, where I really think, even though it worked out towards the very end, I think they might have done better dropping the fair a little bit earlier, just given the compositions at play there. I think that they gave a little bit too much power to Wolf on the defense. And even though Wolf is a great Widowmaker, it was landing a lot of shots. I feel like just strategically, the offense could have switched that up a bit to limit his effectiveness, even without resorting to a counter Widow.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially, you know, with the way that Northern Gaming Red were positioning, just the way they were sort of all clumped up in the same spot, there's just plenty of other options just to try and pull them apart, just to make Wolf a little bit uncomfortable on that Widowmaker, rather than just trying to barrel down with the bar. It's just a very aggressive way of playing, and a very sort of direct way of playing, a little bit oversimple, if you will. Especially when they're on that high ground, it becomes very difficult to shove through them. But meanwhile, we do see Animosity setting up on the defensive team. Smevs on the Widowmaker, Zoid on Reinhardt, Reptile on McCree, Mike on the Symmetra, which is, you know, we haven't seen Symmetra for a little while, so it's good to see her back. Random on the Junkrat, and Initiative on Mercy.
Initiative will be on the Mercy here for the defense coming out from Animosity. Meanwhile, looking at the offense coming out from NG Red, it's going to be Wolf on that Widowmaker, Naptime on the Junkrat, Bread Expert on Mercy, Bird on the McCree, Chance on Reinhardt, and Exion going to round things out here. Offensive Roadhog making his appearance. We'll see just how aggressive NG Red is here as they try and take this first point.
Yep, just going to inch around the statue, perfectly normal for King's Row offensive. It just depends on if they're going to go straight through and, you know, push the enemy team right around the back of the hotel. Again, this is the standard sort of bend. It's not a great layout. I love the way you put that earlier, so I'm just going to steal that forever. But meanwhile, we actually have the Widowmaker battle sort of going full fold here. But Zoid managing to find 2 kills immediately as they start pushing on.
They get a triple. Zoid getting all the value in the world, but a big resurrection. Once again, the res coming out here for the offense. We'll see if it's enough. Bread Expert, the one getting that big res, and Naptime and Exion capitalizing right after the res, picking up 2 kills. Here comes the tire from Random. Wolf shooting it right before it lands and does terrible destruction. And now the offense of NG Red really moving forward here, slowly grinding down the defense. The defense is not able to remove them as Bird coming at the double kill. But here comes Initiative, resurrection of his own, turning to a brawl on the point. The defense cannot get off for any reason, or the payload will begin moving. And there it is. The defense is going to have to back up in a hurry, lest they lose positioning here on the streets phase.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to be so careful right now not to just get picked off as well, because every single time someone dies, you're giving more and more ultimate to the other team, and they didn't have to use anything to take that point as well, so they're going to be nice and prepared for the next area as Bird sort of chased everything down. And Bird there in that fight was really sort of left on his own, especially when the Resurrect came in. There was just nothing there to deal with him, deal with the damage coming out of that McCree, so really pivoted around Bird's placement there as Wolf finds a pick on Random as well, so opening up the team even further as Wolf, the further setting that Widowmaker dominance because of respect.
Oh my goodness, talk about an advantage to the offense right now. The offense has every offensive ultimate at their disposal. Recon set is currently in progress, and the tire from Naptime looking to just add on here. A little bit aggressive here. Can it go over the top? Will it connect? It's moving forward. It's bouncing, and it takes out Zoid. I can't believe that tire got to the back, but now the defense is left without a tank. Bird and Exion capitalizing on that, getting a kill each, and this is absolutely terrible for the defense of Animosity right now. NG Red having everything go their way.
And if Animosity don't stop this right now, then they have lost this map. Like, that is going to be it, according to the rules of Stopwatch. And boom, there it is, GG. So basically, Northern Gaming Red establishing themselves really strong there. That was really dominant. It's also interesting to see that Naptime is the one playing the Junkrat. He's moved off that Mercy play, deciding to sort of change it up a little bit, experiment a little bit perhaps. But that tire was hilarious. Just, you could have played Yakety Sax behind that as it chased down Zoid, hunted him down and cleaned him up, finished him off.
Normally you would expect a tire to die way before then. There's a lot of things that can kill a tire, but somehow it was the tire that could. It made it to the back. And that was just absolutely nutty. Now, I think we know it's GG. I'm not sure the teams know it's GG right now, but it might not matter as Bird with the Deadeye picking up the double kill. And this is the offensive NG Red definitely came out with renewed vim and vigor here.
Yeah, Northern Gaming Red, I think, just playing it out all the way to the end. I mean, this is good practice for both teams. We should probably tell them, though, that the game is over. Just let them push all the way to the end so we get to play the game. Nobody won't be in those last moments either, but definitely a strong showing out of Northern Gaming Red. Just played really well. The defense looked a little bit shaky at times, just, you know, a little bit had to be a little bit careful. Animosity definitely with a good showing here on this first map between the two. So we will be going to a different map, and there is a King of the Hill in the pool, and it will be Animosity's pick, so it wouldn't surprise me to see them forced into that. Meanwhile, oh, here we go.
They're still moving forward. The tire is going to move in. Doesn't kill as many as you'd expect there because of what was going on, or because of the sound barrier. But both teams still fighting it out. We did mention them that it's been GG. They're still fighting regardless. Bird getting the double kill there on the Deadeye as NG Red moving with momentum here.
There we go. It looks like they're backing off, just letting the push all the way to the end.
Okay, they are backing. Okay.
We will see the play of the game.
The truck of victory, not the truck of triumph, as opposed to the truck of tears.
I do like that.
So we'll get to see a play of the game.
Absolutely. I'm very curious to see who this is going to go to. I'm trying to think of like what play of the game moves. Probably going to be Bird if I had to guess. No, it's going to be Bread Expert. Probably one of these pivotal reses that were becoming very, very commonplace with Mercy. Not to diminish it anyway, but well. Actually, that's a really solid res, and gets picked up as well. Good shot by Smez there. Really, really nice to see. I love seeing Mercies get sniped out of the sky when they do that Guardian Angel. It's just a nice little skill to learn.
Definitely. So, quick time being set there by the side of NG Red. They will be taking King's Row, and we'll just have to see what the next map will be coming out from the side of Animosity, but not a bad showing nonetheless. Still NG Red, they came out in force on King's Row in a way that we haven't seen them come out really all night. I mean, for a team like NG Red, I sort of expect them to have very big, dominating victories, and while they've been winning most of their games, they haven't been crushing, but that King's Row was quite the match to behold with how quickly they got to that second point.
Yeah, absolutely. Once they sort of broke them at first, they never managed to get set up again. But it looks like we're going to Lijiang Tower, which is going to be really... Actually, no. No, they don't quite understand. Okay, so they're just figuring out how the system works. But basically, the losing team has map pick, and the two maps left in the pool are going to be Lijiang and Hollywood. I would not be surprised, though, to see us go to Lijiang, just because King of the Hill a little bit more volatile, a little bit easier to sort of cause an upset. And Animosity, certainly the underdogs here, but looked pretty solid. Like, didn't look as, like they are an inexperienced team or a clearly inexperienced team. There's Lijiang Tower coming out from random. So here we go. Back on Lijiang. We've been here once before, and I really like watching King of the Hill. To me, it's one of the most tense map modes to watch in Overwatch.
No, definitely. King of the Hill has provided us with some great moments. Everything from just tense moments going up to the very end to just switch ups that you don't expect. It's been a map that's been known for, or a mode known for Bastion shenanigans, where Bastion, sometimes known as El Presidente, coming out of nowhere to secure a deal. And I'm actually surprised you don't see as much Bastion in single hero limit as you might think. It's a hero that we saw definitely used for change ups from time to time in normal mode. Maybe it's just because people liked Bastion more for dealing with double Winston and don't like him as much when you're not seeing everyone's favorite scientist, but still, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Bastion come up every now and then here, just as sort of a surprise.
Yeah, especially, like, I did see him come out by Northern Gaming, not Northern Gaming, Blue, by Gale Force Esports against Luminosity Gaming. They did sort of pick him every now and then, so that was kind of interesting to see him come out, especially as like a Widowmaker replacement. It was a very interesting idea that they had, I think, just to try and force down Reinhardt barriers. And I will also add a caveat to what I said. I love watching King of the Hill, but especially on one hero limit. On no hero limit, it can get a little bit crazy with the overtime, and I think as casters, we can both sort of nod to that. It looks like teams are about ready to set up here. So, on Northern Gaming Red, we do have Bread Expert on the Lucio, Wolf on McCree, Exion on Zarya, Bird on Soldier 76, not a pick we see too often, Chance on the Gorilla, on Winston, and Naptime on Mercy.
Indeed, and take a look here at the defense, or not the defense, both teams are attacking here for the point. Coming up from the side, Animosity. It is going to be Reptile on the Reaper, Smevs on the Tracer, Mike on the Lucio, Initiative on Mercy, Zoid on Zarya, and Random on the McCree. I've been trying not to say that all cast lock, I can't help it. Either way.
Actually,
here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, the fight instantly begins on the point, and there's fighting everywhere as both teams sort of wrap around each other. But it does look like Animosity have actually got control of the point right now, but that's not what matters. What matters is who gets it at the end, and it's just fighting everywhere, CP.
Yeah, and Random getting a double kill here to start things out, somehow living as McCree, eventually going to go out in the Winston, but Reptile picking up the slack, takes out the Zarya, and Animosity making a good showing here in Lijiang. They're going to get first control of this point, and we'll see how NG Red decides to deal with the situation.
Yeah, Reptile going off in a really big way. He already has Death Blossom ready, and that's a really, really fast Death Blossom going to come out of him. They have to be so careful not to clump right now, because if they do, they can get punished hard for it. And this is one of the things with King of the Hill. When you start losing that first point, when you lose that first battle, you just give away so much ultimate advantage as the fight.
Look at Reptile right now. Reptile with the Death Blossom. He's going to be dropping down here. He's just going to pop it right away, saying die, die, die. Picks up the double kill, including the Mercy. Reptile going to carry that fight in on his own. Death Blossom coming in the clutch for the triple kill. And that's going to be that.
Yeah, Reptile waiting for the flashbang to go off, making sure that he can't get cancelled out of that ultimate, then dropping in and just killing absolutely everything. You've got to be so careful with Reaper. You have to keep an eye on him, and he's so powerful on these King of the Hill maps. It's definitely one of my favorite picks, and definitely sort of becoming more and more popular due to that one hero limit. Now Zoid about almost ready 70% as both teams, well, look, pitch the fight over the point once more.
And the fight is being engaged here. Brett Expert able to take out Mercy in the beginning. There will be no resurrection coming out from the side of Animosity. Random, though, again, making his presence known. Able to take out Wolf. Takes out Bird for the double kill. Random having himself a game. Gets the triple. And Random really playing McCree to his maximum strength right now. And we'll see if the offense NG Res is able to do anything off this, as Wolf coming up the Deadeye does take out Reptile. The Graviton Surge is out for NG Red. 4 quick kills coming in there as Bird with the follow-up.
Yeah, Bird picking everyone back up. There's a counter Graviton Surge as well. Can they get the damage into it, though? Wolf needs to clean up. There he goes. Meanwhile, they're just fighting absolutely everywhere. There's some of the points, some more back towards the spawn, but this is looking really good for Northern Gaming Red right now as they do start to clean up the rest of the fight. There goes Winston, just going to finish off with Zario, who's like glowing like a supernova at the moment. She's on high TI, but down she goes, picked off, finished by Bread Expert. That was back and forth. Good lord, that was a long fight, a lot to digest there. As both Mercies basically biding the time, waiting for the res. Now time's already good to go for the next fight, however, and Initiative's sitting on 20%, so they definitely have an advantage here as they hold out, but they've got a long time to hold. An 87% here on Animosity, so there's definitely a lot of room for them to just swing back in. If they get on the point once, they're probably just going to hold it for the rest of the game.
No, very likely, but it is hard to retake this point. We'll see if NG Red is able to hold on here. We do see Bird over the top. Will drop down with the Sound Bearer. The Sound Bearer enabling NG Red to get really deep in. They get 2 kills here to start things out. Make it 3. Bread Expert, the double Lucio kill. Bird with the follow-up, able to take out the Mercy. And again, Sound Bearer just providing for a very strong initiation there. Bird was looking for poke over the top and just realized, hey, we're dropping Sound Bearer. Just rush in on this. Shot calling being pretty effective here for NG Red.
Yeah, Wolf also catching Random off guard just with a flashbang, denying that pivotal Deadeye coming out. Meanwhile, Reptile sort of being very patient, although he's getting snuck up on, does actually spot Wolf. Crouch walking towards it to nullify those footsteps, but gets picked up, and a Gorilla jumps in behind him as well, just to get that little bit of extra damage. And now he's down. I'm not surprised to see an engagement coming out here from Northern Gaming Red as Wolf picks up 3 with a Deadeye.
Yeah, we saw there coming up from the side of Animosity. They're again dropped the Sound Barrier, trying to stay in there, but Lucio died while in the progress. He has to hit the ground to apply the Sound Barrier. He went down very early, and as a result, everything just did not go the way of Animosity. Now Animosity in some real trouble here. They have to get in the next 25%. In fact, this is probably their last big chance. Reptile won the watch here. I think it's going to be down to Reptile to get a good Death Blossom.
Yeah, they might try and stall it out, maybe try and get Zoid's Graviton Surge ready to go, but it looks like they're just ready to go. Reptile jumps in and doesn't find anything there, ZP. Nothing goes down.
He got Bird at the very end. We'll see if that is enough. He's moving forward. 1 kill up right now for the side of Animosity. They're moving in around Exion, though, going to even the tides. Takes out Random. Graviton Surge is out for NG Red. Doesn't quite get as much as it wanted. The counter Graviton coming out for the side of Animosity. Going to break through that Winston shield. Resurrection, though, on the way up. And NG Red now turning it in their favor as Bird picking up the triple kill, mowing people down with that pulse rifle.
Absolutely, and the big change there. I mean, both teams got the Graviton Surges out, but one of them ended up killing Mercy, and so Mercy dies with the res in hand. Initiative not finding that, not getting that off, not picking that back up on the team, and so, well, they lose the point because, hey, they can't pick everyone back up and re-engage the fight. Really, really good to see, like, close to see, though. Animosity looking good, Reptile finding some good kills, but Wolf just went on the prowl that game as well, started hunting people down, started ranging around. It's one thing I like to see on King of the Hill. His teams be a little bit proactive on their defense, finding interesting ways to position, finding ways to hunt down the enemy team and stop them really doing what they want and set up for the perfect engage that they're looking for.
No, definitely. And one thing of note here, this... it's not quite as big as the Garden Stage, but this is a part where Roadhog can really get good hooks moving forward. If Roadhog is able to hook people into sort of the gaps around the outskirts, he can kill people outright without any follow-up whatsoever. So I kind of like the Roadhog pick coming out from the side of Animosity here. Both teams trading off poke here, seeing what they're going to do to get in. Smebs will go down first to that Lucio spam, and now with a 65 advantage, here comes NG Red getting on top of the point, and this is dangerous now for the side of Animosity.
Absolutely, it's fighting engages all over the place. Wolf finds Lucio, does take him out nice and quickly, and Wolf is now just in control of the point, can just stay on it nice and safely, hunting down the Genji and finishing everything off. There's an interesting decision made by Animosity there. Farah went round at the start, went straight for the point, trying to hold on to it, trying to find a quick concussive blast maybe, but that left the rest of the team engaged in a 5 versus 6, and Northern Gaming Red just capitalized, went in hard, went through the front door instead, found a couple of quick picks and went off there. And now Bird's back on the Widowmaker, looking for those quick picks, looking to sort of deny coming out of the spawn here, and that's actually really dangerous when the enemy team can push up and hold this front door. It gets really difficult to come out, ZP.
Yeah, doing the Widow on this stage in particular can be difficult. Widow is very good here on the Night Market stage. She's also very good in the Garden stage. And right now, Bird not under contestation at all, able to get shot after shot in right now. Not getting a pick off just yet, but still, this is a huge threat as Wolf going to take out the Zarya. The Widow pick not even needed. 2 quick kills here for the side of NG Red. They are moving in, make it 3 kills. And the offensive Animosity trying to hang in there. They do have the barrage coming in. Reptile will get 1 pick off, but given that they're down so many people already, this is a very difficult fight to win. But here comes Dragonblade from Random. Random throwing up the deflect, not gonna get anything done. Dragonblade totally wasted as Wolf gonna finish things out with the double.
Yeah, Wolf just says no to that Dragonblade, just shuts it down immediately, and instantly Bird comes back, tries to set up position. There we go, Bird takes out the Reptile. Not something you quite often see from a Bird, although, well, certain species of Eagle, I guess. That's me being a massive nerd for you. Axion just, again, holding this front line, making it difficult for the enemy team to even get position on the point. Animosity have been repeatedly sort of pushing straight through, going right for the point immediately, trying to establish a presence on it. But Northern Game Red just set up perfectly to move in as a unit and clean up, and now they have Zarya ult ready to go as well, so they're ready to design the next motion. Reptile looks for the barrage, doesn't get anything unfortunately on the back of that.
Yeah, the barrage is totally wasted, and now they're setting themselves up for the Zarya ult. 3 people getting get sucked in by that Graviton. They're getting melted. The sound barrier only helping them so much. 2 people still going to go down. The Resurrection again come up from NG Red, bring up those Fallen Heroes. Resurrection coming out from the side of Animosity as well, but it's not enough. The positioning of NG Red just too strong as they are picking them apart piece by piece. Axion just melting people with that Zarya beam.
And Bread Expert throughout that entire fight basically saying, not even worried, man. I've got it all covered, because he still has a sound barrier all the way through that. Really dominant coming out of Northern Gaming Red, looking really solid right now, just very crisp, tight engages. Using resources well, I would have been tempted if I was Bread Expert to fire off that sound barrier immediately once the fight was joined, but he said, no, I'll hold on to it just in case we need it. Maybe see Initiative coming in with a pivotal resurrect. I think this is actually one where he then gets grabbed on, so he's taking that. Nope, this is earlier in the fight, much earlier in the fight, actually looking at the timer. But good lord. Animosity, though, showing themselves as well. Like, Northern Gaming Red are not an easy team to beat, especially for a team that is somewhat inexperienced. Animosity looked pretty good, and they made them pause for a moment, and that's, like I said, when we started, that's what I'm looking for, that's what I'm hoping to see, especially out of these newer teams. Do they have those flashes of, or moments of greatness that say, hey, yeah, we kind of get how to play this game, we know how to set ourselves up, just need to tighten it up a little bit more and practice a little bit more.
Definitely. Well, coming attractions here potentially for the next round. We are waiting for the winner of Still Here versus I'm Your Huckleberry. And Still Here has a lot of very notable names in the FPS scene on it, particularly if you're a fan of Quake. Clock and Rafa, perhaps some of the most noble among them. Carnage is also on their team, so a lot of FPS talent coming out for the side of Still Here. And we'll see how they do against the side of Assertion, or not Assertion Failed, but NG Red, if they're able to get through to the next round.
And I'm just looking ahead in the brackets, and I can see that if NG Red, well, if depending on if they go up against Still Here or I'm Your Huckleberry, if they beat that team and if Northern Gaming Blue win their game, then we'll see Northern Gaming Blue versus Northern Gaming Red. But it will be in the semi-finals, so they both still have an opportunity to take one of the 3 slots available for the main section of Operation Breakout. That's right, we're playing all this Overwatch right now, but that's not even the main section. That's the tournament for the tournament. That's the tournament just to take part in the main section and go up against all these big pro teams. But it looks like we will sort of try and get the next game set up, waiting for the other team to finish. And I think we might stick with Northern Gaming Red just for now, just to see how that turns out and see if we can get them going against either Still Here or I'm Your Huckleberry. And I think, yeah, well, just gonna go ahead.
I was just going to say, if it's NG Red versus Still Here, that is a game I absolutely want to watch, just given the degree of pedigree on Still Here. Now, it is an interesting note at the Overwatch scene that these sort of Quake legends aren't particularly new to the Overwatch scene. They've been on a whole bunch of different teams. Notable teams, of course, would be teams like Quake Fortress, and they have not had the success that people thought they would have going into it. But there's still a lot of talent just looking for that right combination. So they're not something that you can sleep on. It's just a matter of time until they go from not doing anything to suddenly dominating tournaments. I think that they have that potential. So that's why it's always interesting to watch these sort of teams with these great legacy players, because they do have that potential. Yeah,
absolutely. And I've just seen in chat as well, RIP Team Animorphs. Oh, poor Team Animorphs. But they did put up a good attempt. But yeah, we will be going on a quick 5-minute break. This is Operation Breakout. I am one amongst many. That's ZP. Hope you guys are as excited as I am for the coming matches. We'll see you very soon.
We are athletes. We've trained our whole lives for this. Early mornings, hours of practice, fine-tuning skills, both mental and physical, sacrifice, exhaustion, persistence, all leading up to this, our moment to compete in the event of our dreams.
Alrighty, we are back here with the Operation Breakout qualifiers, getting right into it. Now moving into this matchup that we thought was already underway. We're going to get to go back in time a little bit to see Still Here versus I'm Your Huckleberry. The winner of this will be moving on to fight Northern Gaming Red. Still Here, of course, a team that we were just talking about before the break with a whole ton of FPS talent. Clock, Rafa, Carnage, players that you've known from other games are on it. Also on Team 2, Mala, a player with a big TF2 background, is also going to be represented. So sort of a legacy match going on here, and we're not going to waste any time. We're going to go right into it. And surprise, surprise, the first map on is King's Row.
Oh, King's Row? What? Really? That's such a shock. No, going back to London. Okay. It might be just because I'm involved on the casting. We were just going to be, going to Britain over and over and over again. But like you said, a lot of FPS veterans. And like you said before, Quake pros especially seem to be struggling ever so slightly in basically recent times in Europe as well. We have, these great players like Shadowburn, for example, an amazing talent, just seem to sort of struggle to find his footing here. But I'm very curious to see what Clock and Rafa especially can bring out, and Carnage as well, how they can manage to play out in these games. But like you said, Marla, another recognizable name from Team Fortress 2. So a lot of veterans coming out. This should be a really tight match. Of course, whoever wins this will go on to face Northern Gaming Red in the next round, and we'll be jumping straight into that match as well. So huge amounts of Overwatch still to come here in the Operation Breakout. And I do also urge you all, just while we have a couple of free seconds, go and look at the petition site, so vgvn.onog.com. Go and take a look at that very quickly in another tab while you have this one open. Listen to me and ZP cast this upcoming match as the defense does start to get set up here.
And defense is getting set up. And just as a note here as well on I'm Your Huckleberry, I'm being told that most of their team does consist of top-tier invite-level TF2 players. Pharaoh and Piehole also having some degree of pedigree in TF2. So sort of TF2 pedigree versus Quake pedigree here to some extent. Take a look here at the defense as it sets up, though, for the side of Still Here. It is going to be Clock on the Mercy, Carnage on Junkrat, Rafa on the defensive Winston, Metaphor on McCree, 0-4 on Reinhardt, and All Mental going to round things out here on the Symmetra. So defensive Symmetra will be in play for the side of Still Here.
And meanwhile, on attack on I'm Your Huckleberry, Pharaoh, English words, I can speak them, on the McCree, Nursey on the Reinhardt, Mela on the Farah, Avast on Lucio, Doom on Mercy, and Pyro back on Widowmaker. Interesting to see no Farah coming out for the Quake pros. I do love seeing Quake pros play Farah, but alas, not today, and not common on, of course, defensive King Bro. Said Mala just laying down siege. Well, meanwhile, everyone wraps around into this alleyway, but they've got to be careful. Symmetra and Junkrat spam going to come in, lay down a lot of damage. There's no room in there to dodge these Symmetra orbs, so if they start landing, that's going to cause problems here. As the barrier does break, it looks like they're going to have to make something happen right now.
Yeah, the barrier breaks. That's a appeal of Junkrat there. Junkrat able to break the Reinhardt shield relatively safely from the back, allows the defense to throw in a lot more poke. Both sides still full strength by now. Rafa a little bit far up, waiting for his opportunity to go in. Has to be careful not to eat too much poke before things go bad, but Rafa doing a good job of managing that right now. Rafa in the back getting on top of Mala's. Pie Hero able to take out Rafa. Pharaoh getting right in on the 0-4. 2 quick kills here for the side of I'm Your Huckleberry as Pie Hero now getting to work. Makes it a double kill. Metaphor, though, for the defense. Still hanging in there, being the good defensive McCree. This is not one yet here from your Huckleberry, but they're slowly dissecting the Still Here defense.
So might be swinging back here. Rafa's coming out, fighting damage on Doom, so we'll sort of push that Mercy back. There's the Resurrect coming out, however. It looks like it might go either way as Pyro tries to get set up once more in that high ground. They don't want damage to cannon. Vast on the point now, laying into damage. But Marla coming around, trying to find Mercy. No, back off now. Might go back for seconds. There he goes. Can he get blocked? Can he pick the Mercy up? Shoots her out the sky. Down she goes as well. Everything goes back to the point. It looks like they might just reset it. It's very close to cool. This is one of the longest fights we've seen in a while on Kings Road.
Now the offense, and Mala does have the barrage at the ready, but is really low HP. Lucio Soundbear going to take care of that, though, as Pyro taking out Metaphor in the back. 2 extra kills here for the offense of I'm Your Huckleberry. Pharaoh going to take out Carnage, and this should be all they need to get the payload moving. It was a long attack, but a pretty good one here coming out from the side of I'm Your Huckleberry. The Resurrection coming out way too late. In fact, all this is going to do is chain deaths here for the defense. Junkrat's oh no, Junkrat's not going to go down. Mala messed up a little bit. Junkrat will go down in the end. Wasn't quite as clean as would have hoped, but the offense have an opportunity.
Yeah, they can definitely get a lot of space on this street phase, and getting through here swiftly and cleanly is so important, especially around the T-junction. If you can set up there before the defensive team can get there, then you can basically buy yourself a lot of space and a lot of time. They are going 5 people in here, so only one person on the payload. That's going to move very, very slowly. It's just poor Lucio stood back there, so they won't have the Soundwave or anything ready to go, though he's way far away from that ultimate. But Nursey, ready with the Earth Shatter, could try and buy him some time, but meanwhile, it looks like Still Here just slowly advancing forward, and now they'll engage.
Yeah, Still Here is coming back in. They don't want to let the offense do everything they want to do here. Rafa moving forward, melting as Zarya. Mala, though, able to take out the Lucio. 5v5. The fight really getting split up. Some to the alley, some to the right, as the defense now looking for the proper engage. Note that 0-4 does not have an Earth Share up anymore. He used that earlier on the fight. He has to be careful. Can't be that aggressive as he moves forward. And Pie Hero going to take Carnage out of the sky. The offense still piling on here from your Huckleberry. 2 extra kills to them. Clock going to use the defensive resurrection, bring up the Fallen Heroes. The defense not wanting to give this up. But in the end, Still Here is not getting kills they need. They're slowly getting out-positioned as Pie Hero going to take out Clock. And there's nothing flashy going on here, just more solid mechanical play coming out from the side of I'm Your Huckleberry. 4 extra kills to the kill feed, and Mala now going in deep. Going to clean up the rest of it.
Yeah, definitely shout out to Pie Hero there, just finding the kills that they really needed to start swinging that battle, because it was started, again, it was going on and on and on. They just couldn't seem to finish anything off until Pie Hero landed a couple of good shots. Now they're really well set up for this next fight as well. Pharaoh's ready to go with the Deadeye, but more importantly, Mala is ready to go with Barrage, and Nursey with an Earth Shatter. That's at 0-4. It's also back of the live buff. He's good. Pharaoh gets counter flashbang, will get picked up there, so they won't have that resource going into the next fight. They're just going to back up a little bit, perhaps wait for him to come back. The spawn distance is not that far away as they get set up for this next battle. but can still here just force something to happen right now. They do have an opening, and it'll be interesting to see if they exploit it or not.
Yeah, they do have the defensive Earthshadow. They're going to need to get maximum value off it. Metaphor, of course, has the Deadeye at his command. Pyhero, though, able to take out 0-4 immediately. There will be no Earthshatter, but Mala going to get poked out of the air by Carnage. Carnage now patrolling the skies with Widowmaker, going to give Mala a whole lot of trouble here. And in fact, this is where... I mean, you can stick Unfair here, but I'd almost like to see something change. But Pyhero with the counter snipe. That is one way of clearing the skies for your Farah. And the offense moving in. The Earthshatter coming down from Nursery, just blowing it on the Mercy for good reason. And the offense out the whole momentum as Farah comes in with the double kill. This is huge.
Yeah, that was absolutely massive. We do see an emergency Bastion come down, but I do not think they're going to have time to get that out here. There is a Resurrect that might just buy them a little bit of space, and Bastion does pick it up, does put the damage into Mala as well. Will take him out immediately, and this Bastion could swing it very, very carefully. There's the Gravitational Surge. We'll just deliver it to the point, but no one's contesting it. Raffle's finding it on the point now, starting to find the time. But again, no one's there to contest it, so it will move straight to the end. That was intense right at the final moment. What really, really set them ahead was Pyhero manages to get the visor up. So Tactical Visor was up, and then they spot out, hey, there's a Mercy and a McCree sort of tucked around a corner. Let's just sprint round there, drop a stun on them, and then just break them apart entirely. So you can see them right there. There's the flashback. Urshadow's going to follow it and just clean them up.
I just want to note that the Reinhardt had zero hesitation there, even though it was just a Mercy in the back, given the effect of Mercy in this meta, because I think the other person there was shielded by the Zarya shield. That didn't even deter him. He just said, look, I don't even care if all I get is the Mercy with this Earthshatter. That is worthwhile because they will not get a resurrection. And it worked out. It let them get a ton of momentum going forward, and the defense was not able to recover. So, you know, if you're a Reinhardt, you just see a Mercy out in the middle of nowhere, kill her. It worked out pretty well just there.
Yeah, especially, I mean, the way that I value it mentally is you just killed 3 or 4 people, because that's 3 or 4 people not coming back into the fight at a later date. That's, you know, 3 or 4 people's value in getting those kills. So that was really well set up. Like you said, zero hesitation. They saw that they were there, ran in, flashbang, Earthshatter, clear it out nice and quickly, make sure they get those kills nice and efficiently. Really, really solid play out there. Let them push all the way to the end. Really nice to see. But can I'm Your Huckleberry basically hold out now? That's the question.
I mean, right now, of the two teams, I'm Your Huckleberry definitely looked a bit stronger. Thus far, the trend in Overwatch has been for TF2 players to have a bit of an edge over Quake players, and that might be the case here too. I don't want to like generally distill it into that versus that, since it is a little bit more complicated. But everything I know here, of course, Still Here has a much greater Quake pedigree, whereas I'm Your Huckleberry has a much greater TF2 pedigree. So you do sort of have that theme going in the back. And just a note on the previous point, you know, if you watch fighting games or all the rest, or in particular you watch Marvel vs. Capcom 3, there's sort of this idea of getting rid of the problem, just burning extensive resources to get rid of one problem character. You saw it a lot with the X Factor mechanic. Well, when it comes to Earthshatter and Reinhardt, blowing an Earthshatter to get rid of the problem, in this case the Mercy, pretty worthwhile in a lot of cases. It was just there. So take a look here at the defense as they roll out here. For the I'm Your Huckleberry side, it is going to be Doom on the Mercy, Pyhero on Widowmaker, Mala on the Farah, Vast on Symmetra, Pharaoh on McCree, and Nursey on Reinhardt. And I'm just thanking God that Pharaoh is not playing Farah, because that would get confusing.
Oh yeah, that will get really confusing. But meanwhile, on attack for Still Here, we have 0-4 on Reinhardt, Rafa on Junkrat, All Mental on the Lucio, Carnage on Widowmaker, Metaphor on McCree, and Clock on Winston. And I'm noticing something here that's interesting, and I imagine they might swap off very soon, but there's no Mercy there, CP. They're not running a Mercy lineup, so if they do get broken here, they could, well, if they don't win quickly, they're going to lose out really badly. They have to be so careful here. Carnage might try and get a quick pick maybe and swap off. He was playing Mercy last time, but no, it looks like they're just going to stick with it. They're going to have to win super aggressively.
They just want to sack offense here on this first point. They know that the Mercy takes a little bit to get the res, and they know if they can pick off the enemy Mercy, it won't matter. So there gives them an extra DPS, or in this case, an extra initiate in regards to Winston. They are going all the way around, applying a little bit of razzle-dazzle here, but if they don't take out the Mercy and negate the res advantage, this is going to be all for naught, because you see Rafa going to the back, has Doom in his sights. Doom, the Mercy has to run away, is going to go down immediately. A quick assault coming out from Still Here as Clock and Rafa going off. It worked absolutely perfectly. Not running that Mercy, they picked the enemy Mercy. As a result, they might be getting point A even quicker than I'm Your Huckleberry did.
Yeah, that was insane. Like, that was a gamble that just completely paid off. Like you said, Clock and Rapid just isolated that Mercy target, took it out immediately. Clock, meanwhile, going on a rampage, hunting down High Hero there, as Winston just wants to do. He's just going to jump away. Can he get away safely is the question. No, he will get picked off there by Mala. Will land the rocket and take them out. But like you said, just Clock found the kill there. Just leapt straight on that Mercy, made sure that she can get that Resurrect up and cleaned up nice and quickly. Now we see Clock swapping off the Winston, going for the Mercy, the much stabler pick. That's no big surprise there. But definitely a really novel approach coming out of Still Here. Like, I haven't seen teams take a gamble like that before, but it's good to see it paying off. It just shows that there's a lot of strategic depth still in Overwatch that I think is still yet to be plumbed.
No, absolutely, and we're going to see more and more of that as time goes on, as we get more heroes, more maps, all the rest. Meanwhile, though, we're in the street space here in Kings Row, and Still Here absolutely has to move. They're moving forward. The Reinhardt shield under assault is going to break. And ult-wise, neither team with a huge advantage here. We do have the Mercy Res here for the defense. The Mercy Res should be up for the offense here in a moment. And this is where the offense doesn't feel too great moving in, but they're going to speed up anyways. They're going in as Metaphor, able to get the double kill. No Deadeye required, has a Deadeye at the ready. Metaphor at the big plays here, now moving to the back, able to take out Fair with those left clicks, and still has Deadeye in reserve. So Still Here coming out much, much stronger on the attack.
Yeah, Metaphor just went off there in a big way, and especially with the Zarya to protect him as well. The High Hero doesn't need to get a pick on Carnage, so it does sneak around the back. They do have to sort of be cautious of that, because Widowmaker is so pivotal, can be so quick. If she does have vision at the moment, I do believe that was hers. Yes, it was, but she will get taken out by Clock. The Mercy landing the finishing blow there, picking up a kill for herself. Absolutely lovely to see. But yeah, Metaphor... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, time-wise, there's about 2.5 minutes left, so not only does Still Here have time, they have a lot of time. They have enough for about 3 very good pushes. They do have arguably a time of an ultimate advantage here if they stay aware of the barrage. So this is a very, very good look right now for the side of Still Here.
Yeah, and Rafa needs to sort of build up that until we'll see very soon. But it looks like the engagement's gone, and they managed to catch the Reinhardt out. Can they get anything more?
They moved in with the Sound Bear looking for it, but no, the barrage coming back in from Mala with the backup from Pharaoh Pyro. 3 quick kills for the defense, and perhaps Still Here getting a little bit over eager as I'm Your Huckleberry finally finding him up to stabilize. The offensive rush in there just not quite what Still Here was looking for. And again, they can't get too arrogant with the time that they have left remaining here, in that now they have only about 1:45 left in around that time. So that's only good for really 1 super good push or maybe 2 half-hearted pushes, and they definitely need something good coming up.
Yeah, and absolutely. Like you said earlier, they needed to be aware of the barrage coming out. They weren't quite aware of that, and they didn't pay it the proper respect and paid the price for it. 3 kills coming in very quickly. It looks like they're just going to go right for it. The barrier goes in. 0-4 just backs up a little bit, but here comes the fight.
Yeah, the defensive Sound Bear is out here. The defense wanted to be aggressive, using that Luciel to their advantage. 0-4 took out Pi Hero with the Fire Strike early in the fight. Pharaoh and Avasso coming right back. Defense with a little bit of advantage. The offense, though, going to res up those heroes there, back to full strength as Pharaoh still landing shot after shot, being the impediment here to Still Here, putting the team on his back up to full HP, moving forward. Might even pop a Deadeye in a moment as he is chasing the offense back with the rest of his team. And a little bit of a half-hearted approach there, but here's the real problem here for Still Here. They have less than a minute now. And is their savior Bastion? Is this happening now,
That's a big question. I mean, when time is running out, I don't think, hey, let's pick Bastion for a fast assault, but this could be enough to catch them up. There's a total scene, but oh god, the Assertion has come out, does find them some time. Can Metaphor set up, though, is the big question. No, he can't, he just gets exploded. Oh dear.
No,
that poor Bastion.
He got knocked down with the rest of them there. The Bastion, it was a good look, but did not quite work out the way he was looking. Nursey with the big Earth Shatter on the defense side, and now with a mere 25 seconds remaining, even if Still Here is able to win this next fight, I believe their window of opportunity has closed shut. It will be I'm Your Huckleberry's game. It was a close one, but I'm Your Huckleberry going to win Kings Row 1-0.
Absolutely. Well played by them. Absolutely solid play coming out of Pharaoh and Mala, especially just putting the team on the back, just dealing all the damage that they need. Mala especially just being such a constant threat on that Pharah, finding so much damage. Even though there wasn't Widowmaker on the field, Pharah was still always present, always hunting people down, and always getting kill after kill after kill, and they're still just finishing it off here. We should probably let teams know it's GG, let them push all the way to the end, just for the play of the game, or we could just go straight back to the lobby. I'd kind of like to see a play of the game, but I imagine it's probably going to be one of Mala's ultimates, or it's, yeah, probably just going to be that barrage, and Mala's just going in as well, just getting a few extra kills.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty good game. They're saying finish for play of the game. We're saying on the production. Why not? We'll finish for play of the game. And yeah, overall, pretty good showing from Still Here. It definitely made up for what seemed to be a pretty anemic defense coming out from. They showed a lot more chops on the offense. And it makes you wonder if they just could have had a little bit more oomph on their defensive end. This could have been a closer game, or a game that they could have taken, given how quickly they went through. So Good flashes of brilliance from Still Here, but I'm your Huckleberry, able to hold it together and take King's Row.
Yeah, and people in chat calling Nussy, calling BM as he just stands and blocks the truck of tears. But here we go, as we roll in for the play of the game. And yeah, like, I'm still blown away that Marlon managed to get away with so much in that fire. We're so used to especially seeing, against a good Widowmaker, Fire's just getting shut down over and over and over, having to be so aware of that. But here he just looked like he had free reign. As Vast comes in with a play of the game on Lucio, I think I might know what this is, because I think he does knock Rafa off this side of the map. Rafa tries to commit suicide and does get picked off, and might actually pick up this Reinhardt in the process.
Always love when people get pushed into the pit. Just one of those fun, happy things in Overwatch. But
yeah.
So there you have it. I'm your Huckleberry, going to go up 1-0 here in the series, and we'll see if Still Here has an answer, as they will be able to choose next map. We didn't see the map pool as it was drafted, but there's a King of the Hill map in the map pool. I think they would be pretty comfortable going there, just because it is a little bit more pure in terms of deathmatch. In fact, I'm going to go take a peek here. It did not get in the pool. The other two pool maps remaining are Hollywood and Dorado. So no King of the Hill is going to be coming out that door here for Still Here. In fact, Still Here banned out both Illis and Lijiang, so they weren't necessarily eager to go on King of the Hill.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. And I do actually want to explain a little bit about what that Zarya was trying to do. So I think what the intention was basically she wanted to jump down into the pit to deny the enemy team any ultimate charge they could have gotten from killing her. The idea is you sacrifice yourself and you try and sort of get rid of it that way. But what happens when Lucio pushes you off is the game will count that as Lucio's kill and basically give Lucio all the ultimate charge as if he did all the damage that your hit points were at the time. So Lucio basically did, a good 400 damage in a single attack there, denying that sort of denial of ultimate charge and denying the reset easy there for Rafa. It's just very, very pivotal. Just a little clutch play as well, because it's got to buy you a lot of ultimate charge on that Lucio. But we are, I think, ready to go on Dorado. I'm just going to let the teams know that we are ready.
Yeah, we are ready, and this is an interesting pick coming up from Still Here, because if you look at what just happened in King's Row, Still Here didn't really seem like their strength was defense, and Dorado is all about defense. So I don't know. I mean, offensively, maybe they can get through the point A really quickly and it won't matter, but I'm not sure I like this map pick. I mean, it's in the map pool anyway, so they're going to have to win it no matter what, but it's a little weird for Still Here, given how their defense went King's Row. Maybe it's just an aberration. We'll have to see. Maybe they do have something planned on their defense here. But either way, it looks like they're going to be Go ahead.
I have no idea what their practice regime was. I don't know. Maybe they're very good at Dorado. Who knows? Teams definitely set up pocket picks for themselves. So, try and practice as many maps as they can. So I'm guessing they're relying on some sort of knowledge that, hey, we are very, very good on Dorado. So let's go with that. We feel stronger on there. We feel more comfortable on there, perhaps. And that's what's sort of led to this choice. I mean, they are Quake pros, so I'd expect them to be good at controlling space, good at controlling high ground, and I'm still hoping to see a Farah come out of these and sort of take over, because that's what Quake is famous for, of course, is rocket play. And I'm always sad when I don't see that from a Quake pro.
Actually, one of the first memories I have of watching Farah in Overwatch was watching Rafa in Overwatch, rather, was watching him come out as Farah here on Dorado, and he had a great Farah game on Dorado, so it'll be cool to see if Rafa comes out of it, but it seems like Rafa is more selling some more the off-tank role. We saw him, of course, on Winston a lot. We'll see what ends up going here, but if he goes Farah, that would absolutely be a delight.
Yeah, and he did pick the Zarya as well. Zarya does sort of have a little bit of link in with the lightning gun, another famous weapon from Quake. So there is some overlap there, just in the sort of skill sets as well. But that said, they have a lot to play for here. They've got to be so careful that they don't give up too much space too quickly. Like you said, Dorado is a very defensive map, and if you start losing momentum, and especially if you lose momentum in the second area of the map, the second stage, the high ground, will basically turn against you and becomes very difficult to sort of take it back. So it's going to be interesting to see how they handle that, especially with Marla's threat playing very strong on the far end. Pi Hero honestly looking really solid on the Widowmaker as well. So looking really good for I'm Your Huckleberry right here as the teams do start to coming out. So meanwhile, for Still Here on the defense, we do have 0-4 back on the Reinhardt, Carnage on Widowmaker, Clock on to Lucio. They might just be boosting the Symmetra there and going back and swapping to Mercy. There it is. All Mental on the Symmetra, Rafa on the Junkrat, and Metaphor on McCree.
Indeed, and take a look here at the offense coming out from the side of I'm Your Huckleberry. I'm Your Huckleberry looking to take this map, win this 2-0, and move on. It is going to be Pharaoh on the McCree, Pi Hero on the Widowmaker, Mala on the Pharaoh, Doom on Mercy, Avast on Lucio, and Nursey on the Reinhardt. So Mala going to be giving the offensive Pharaoh a whirl, and we're going to see if Carnage has what it takes to shut that down.
Yeah, if they don't get control of that as well, this Farah could have a lot of free reign. There's just a huge amount of high ground sort of presence, even on this first point, and a lot of ways for people to get around. We've seen it time and time again as well, where a Widowmaker, for example, will sneak around onto the flank and sneak into the back of the enemy team and find several shots. So definitely going to be difficult here for Still here. They just have to keep their wits about them. What I'm trying to look, and yes, they did actually set up a Venom Mine on this backline, but Pyro is going straight forward as well, I think. So he's going to look for that flank. No, he's going to decide to sort of come back around, as both teams set up fairly traditionally. Pyro looking for a quick pick. Can he find anything? Not just yet. I think Marla's trying to pick off anything, sort of keeping an eye on that back passage as well. And I can actually see Carnage staring at it too, so they're very, very aware that that flank could happen.
Well, this is where team communications help. Even though he's not looking at the intro, his team can tell him, hey, look, shift to the middle. But until that point, Carnage can just watch that flank, because that is a very often taken route for teams as they initiate forward here. But the defense right now playing a little bit further back. The offense taking it easy, looking for their approach. This is one of the most methodical areas in Overwatch as people look to find a good way of going in. And the offense right now definitely going to take their time. But look at that. We have Farah moving in, and Mala going to get taken out just as quickly as she moves in. And the Widow Mine is triggered in the back. Widow v Widow in the back. Pie Hero looking for an opportunity. Carnage not having any of it. And Carnage effectively just won that push on his own.
Yeah, that was like Marla went in, and I'm not too sure what sort of the drive behind that decision. In that time, Nursey's barrier actually went down, so Nursey started backing out. Marla went in, and Marla got sniped out of the sky. Pie Hero also just a little bit out of sync as well. If you send that Widowmaker in at the same time as the Farah, you could look at getting a very quick pick, as Widowmaker suddenly has to deal with two threats at the same time. But just a little bit lacking coordination there. You need to sort of tighten it up a bit, but they do have plenty of time to sort of just reunite, get together once more, and set up for the next push. As Pie Hero looks for a pick here, hoping perhaps take out Carnage nice and early and set Marla up for something.
Yeah, and a lot is sort of on the shoulders of Pie Hero. If Pie Hero can take out Carnage, it really opens up the entirety of the offensive play here. And just getting a pick in general is a huge deal as you try and get through this very, very hard to attack Dorado first point. And Carnage going to take out Mala again. Metaphor at the follow-up. 3 people down for the offense, and they're just going to have to back up and regroup. And this is why this is one of the hardest places in the game to attack. If you lose one person early on, just dealing with the defense that's this entrenched is almost impossible.
And something very subtle there happened actually. Symmetra just fired an orb through, and it basically hit the entire team and just cut them all down basically in half. So they had to sort of, they looked ready to go, and then they sort of stopped and had to sort of say, hey, no, we've got to heal up now. We can't engage on the back of this. And that bought them enough time just to be spammed down even further. Rafa just landing a few good shots, hitting basically everything he needs, clearing them out. And yeah, just again, looking a little bit disorganized here coming out of I'm Your Huckleberry. They need to be careful that, you know, they're not, well, they have actually, no, they're just going to push straight in the middle, and here we go.
Yeah, Mala was able to knock Carnage off of his perch there. He took out the teleport as well. So Mala now doing a lot of work. Got the Junkrat, got the teleporter. Mala being Secret Agent Farah will go down the Carnage in the end. We'll see if it's enough as the rest of the offense now trying to move forward here. Kind of in the building. This is not where they want to be. Farah will take out the Symmetra, but this is a very awkward fight here. Sound Barrier goes down in the end for the offense, but I feel like that was a panic Sound Barrier and a complete waste in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they did not need that there, and everyone was already dead, so why just use it on yourself? And so you're not going to have it for the next area, and, well, yeah, exactly, the defense looking really solid right now. Just sort of got caught into an interesting place there, but not enough coming out from I'm Your Huckleberry to clean it up, to finish it off, and make anything happen there. Marla managed to get the teleporter down though, so that will reset Symmetra. Actually, no, Symmetra's already gone, swapped off, teleported down, so let's just move on to something else. 1 minute 30 left as well, so they've got to make something happen very, very soon. And they have to be careful here, because Carnage is still open and free and trying to get sniped on Marla.
Yeah, Justice running for above right now. Mala, though, going to get taken out immediately. Carnage has been the MVP here. 4 still here, but the offense with their best look all day. Resurrection, though, coming out from the defense. Here comes 0-4, swinging the hammer. Metaphor and Rafa with the cleanup. And this is just not gone the way of I'm Your Huckleberry. They seem mystified here on Dorado. None of their approaches have worked. And again, a lot of that comes down to Carnage. Carnage has been an absolute shutdown Widow. He has been giving Mala the fight of his life. He has been giving Pie Hero the fight of his life. And now with only a minute remaining, still, or I'm Your Huckleberry is effectively out of chances.
Yeah, they've swapped up now. They've moved off the Farah, moving on to Genji instead. So perhaps trying to overwhelm this Widowmaker a little bit, trying to get rid of Carnage, because Carnage in that last fight was just left alone again. And so when Farah fires up her ultimate, Widowmaker starts laughing and puts a bullet in her head. Surprise, surprise. But it looks like they're going to try and make something go now as Mullet dives in the back and gets instantly sniped.
Oh, wow, the Reinhardt charge was completely aggressive from the defense. It didn't matter when Metaphor had the flank. Metaphor going in deeper, getting the double kill. Rafa going to take out Mercy in the end. So now 23 seconds remaining, an absolutely decisive defensive fight. And the only thing that works in the offense's favor here is that the cart is so far back that they will be able to force overtime. But We'll see if it's actually effective, as now all finesse will be gone from this attack, and they need everything to go well.
Yeah, Marla's just going to try and jump on it, just get a tap on it and make sure that overtime will be triggered. But High Hero, for example, died sort of just before the entire team got there, so he's going to try sprinting in a Soldier 76. We're going to have a disorganized brawl here, trying to make sure that the payload moves forward. If they can get a quick wipe, then maybe something can happen, but all this time, Carnage is still free in the back, and it's just going to be cleaned up immediately.
Yeah, Rafa and Metaphor able to just explode there, getting 2 kills apiece, and there it is. A very good defense coming out from the side Still Here, and it's in stark contrast to what we saw in King's Row, where they just got rolled over. So, in fact, Still Here did have a plan for Dorado. It is something they had practiced, and Carnage, again, getting play the game, and he deserves it. I would say if there was an MVP here in this game, it was Carnage just shutting things down from the back line, and he's a big reason as to why I'm Your Huckleberry could not get anything rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. He just wasn't ever really challenged by anything. He did sort of get a little bit of harassment at the start, but then it just felt like they didn't have any tools for handling him. And if you don't handle the Widowmaker, especially on Dorado, then you're going to just never be able to push through, because he's just going to find shot after shot after shot, especially once that Reinhardt barrier goes down. And when you're walking into a Junkrat and McCree, that barrier is going to go down. So basically, Still Here just has to push through the first point to make it through. This is a stopwatch rule set. So if they do go through that first point, well, then we're on 1-1, and we'll be going to Hollywood, was it? I believe is the last map in the pool.
I do believe Hollywood is the last map in the pool, yes, unless I am losing my mind. But Still Here definitely in a great opportunity to go forward and actually move forward and force that third map. So Still Here, they came out a little bit weak, but they've been finishing strong. And in fact, even if you look back at their attack on King's Row, they were able to bring it back. Even though they didn't quite finish out the map, it's still, they made it close. They had about 2.5 minutes on the last point, and that's more than you can ask for in a lot of cases.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely can't count a team out until the game is played. And again, like you said also all day, this is a defensive-oriented map. If you can't break it effectively, you will really struggle here. So it's all going to come down to how they handle Pi Hero, especially on the Widowmaker, and how they get rid of Marla as well, spamming through on the Junkrat. And it looks like the teams are ready to start coming out of the spawn. So on I'm Your Huckleberry, we have Nursey on Reinhardt. I'm so glad Nursey is not playing Mercy as well. That would be just confusing. Pharaoh on the Lucio, Marla on Junkrat, Avast on Symmetra, Pi Hero on Widowmaker, and Doom once more on that Mercy pick.
Indeed. We'll take a look here coming out from the offense of Still Here. An offense that only has to cap the first point in order to take Dorado outright. It's going to be Carnage on the offensive Widowmaker. All mental on the Lucio. Rafa on Genji. 0-4 on Reinhardt. Clock on the Mercy. And I'm a little bit sad here. I mean, Rafa on Genji, it is a projectile DPS still, but it's not fair. And I was getting a little bit of hope for Rafa being fair. We'll see what he ends up going on. I don't think the Hanzo pick will last. Just have to see in just a moment.
We did see Tavik bring it out. Maybe Metaphor is a student of Tavik's, but yeah, I also agree. I think that's going to be swapped off fairly quickly. They might just fire a Sonic Arrow or something. No, Metaphor's just not even doing that and just swapping straight onto the Hog. So Street Pig once again joining us. But Rafa on the Genji, like, that's a fascinating pick to me. He's probably just going to go straight for the back line, try and shut Pi Hero down. And where is Pyro situated right now? He's just still on that high ground with the rest of the team, so nice and safe up there. This is sort of a very early style defense coming out to the clock. Takes the first shot, and both teams sort of just spamming at each other, trying to get that barrier down, trying to set up for the first fight. I would not be surprised to see the defending team just pull back a little bit now as the barrier starts to crack and set up around the choke point. There they go as they get ready for that. Pi Hero going to back up as well. Carnage meanwhile getting to the high ground, looking for what snipes he can find. Smart spamming through into that choke point, going to slow them down a bit, buy them a little bit of time, and just sort of force them to slow down. But Rafa, meanwhile, sneaking to the back, trying to hunt down Pi Hero, but Pharaoh's coming in to save him, and does land this flash jump, does actually manage to find the kill, does actually manage to clean him up, however, doesn't quite scrape over that.
Well, Rafa was trying to be a secret agent in the back, but look at this, the Junkrat tire already out, not going to get anything. He blew it up a little bit early, trying to get some semblance of value, and that was a case where I think the offense needed to move in a little bit sooner. Rafa was in the back playing secret agent for quite a while, didn't quite get what he was looking for, didn't quite get that much ult charge either. It's sort of not the greatest effect here from Rafa. But again, this is a case where time is certainly the friend of Still Here. They can set up, they can look for a good opportunity to move in. They have at least about 6 to 7 good attempts here remaining. And all they have to do is get to the first point to win. And it's Carnage taking out Doom. That will stop any resurrections from coming up. The teleporter's not up here for this Metro, and here they go. They are starting to move in much more aggressively. They know that Mercy is down, and this is a huge opportunity for the side of Still Here as they move forward. Metaphor able to take out Mala. This is absolutely huge, and they only need a little bit more push-wise to go in. They get the Widow, and here we go. 1 or 2 more kills, and Still Here might just have this.
Yeah, Carnage all the way in the back there does get picked off by Farah, but he's just on his own now. He's going to have to find what kills he can. Doom does come in, does pick up the res, picks up 2 people there, so they will sort of continue. But Rafa's just going to come in, shut that down with the Dragon Blade, and basically take this map in convincing fashion, so we will be going to map 3. But that was super interesting to see. Rafa managed to get onto the high ground, occupy all of Pi Hero's time, made sure that he couldn't basically focus on Carnage, and so Carnage found sniper after sniper, and I think he found an early pick on Doom there, for example. And Reinhardt also had to spend all his time covering Pi Hero's Widowmaker from the threat of the Genji. So just interesting positioning forced out there. The Genji played to maximum effect, just being a complete distraction. Didn't need to even get the Dragon Blade out and kill everyone. And really well played there from Still Here.
Yeah, Still Here. They were able to get in. They had a plan in mind, and they were able to execute it. In fact, you saw the Dragon Blade come out at the end, but the Dragon Blade wasn't even necessary just because they were getting the pickoffs. And again, MVP, both on the offense and defense, had to be Carnage. Carnage on the Widowmaker was able to go in and get all the picks that he needed to get. So we're going to be going to Hollywood. Hollywood will be the third and final map here. This is 1-1 right now between these 2 teams. Winner will go on to face Northern Gaming Red. Northern Gaming Red, of course, probably watching this as we speak. But this has been a pretty good series thus far, and I gotta say, I favor Still Here going into this next map just because they seem to have all the momentum on their side. They started out slow, but they've been gaining speed as the series go on, and they look like a totally different team when compared to round 1 on King's Row.
Yeah, they really turned it around there on Dorado. And it just goes to show, you know, if they pick Dorado, then hey, who will be to question them, basically. They clearly had a plan. They knew what each of them were going to be doing. And they had a plan on attack as well. Like, they just knew how to isolate Pi Hero, make sure that he can be as effective as possible. And Carnage was going off in a big way. So why not just maximize Carnage's effectiveness there? Remove the threat of the enemy Widowmaker. Let Carnage do everything that he wants to. But we are loading into Hollywood right now. And I am so looking forward to seeing how they manage this, because Hollywood point 1 and Dorado point 1, honestly, there's a lot of overlap there. There is a lot more space to sort of try and push right through that initial choke point and then get around the enemy team, which is less so on Dorado. It's only really mobility capable heroes that can do that reliably, but it's still a lot of overlap. And Still Here's defense on Dorado showed that, hey, we're really good at holding choke points. Come fight us here. Let's see how you guys do this time.
Yeah, and I mean, Hollywood, does have a lot of very good choke points to defend that. Looking at the defense as Still Here sets up, it looks like they're going to be going with pretty much a tried and true. Not going double builder C9 style, but will be repping a Symmetra, will be repping the Junkrat, and of course, a defensive Widow. So looking at it in full, it's going to be Clock on the Lucio, 0-4 on the Reinhardt, Metaphor on the McCree, Rafa on Junkrat, All Mental on the Symmetra, and Carnage on the defensive Widow. And again, this is where we've seen it time and time again tonight. And just in general in Overwatch, a lot is going to be decided on the play of these Widowmakers. If Carnage is able to play the way he was playing on Dorado, I think things bode very, very well for Still Here. If Pi Hero is able to step it up, I think I'm Your Huckleberry has a chance, but I think a disproportionate amount of this game lies on the rifles of both Carnage and Pi Hero.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be so pivotal to this. And if Pi Hero does manage to sort of catch Carnage out, then it's going to be huge. But Widowmaker has such a strong defensive position here in Hollywood as well. So definitely advantage to Carnage. He just has to make sure that he doesn't get picked off and wins every single Widowmaker fight. No pressure there, Carnage. Don't worry about it. But meanwhile, on attack for I'm Your Huckleberry, Pi Hero is, of course, on the Widowmaker Avast, on Lucio Ferro, on the McCree, Doom once more on Mercy Nursey, on the Reinhardt and Mala. Back on that Farah as well. So a lot of good play coming out of Mala so far on that Farah. I'm curious to see what he can do here as teams do start rolling out. They are taking the very safe passageway. Going to try and go down these stairs, however, so there is a Widow Mine and a Symmetra Trap waiting for them, but it's not really going to do too much. And actually, interestingly, Pi Hero as well, just waiting near the spawn, waiting for where Carnage is, basically, I'm sure, just making sure that he's not overexposed, knowing that it's so important for him as the team does start to wrap around, does start to set up onto this point. So this is fairly standard movement so far coming out of I'm Your Huckleberry. What can they do at the back of this as they do start to wrap around, and Mala jumps in though?
Yeah, Mala's jumping in there, not wasting a whole lot of time. Mala already in the back. He's going to get taken out immediately. 3 quick kills over the defense, and again, it's Carnage with the double kill. Absolutely going off to start things out here, and Pyro is not able to get the counter snipe. I don't even think he had vision of Carnage really at any point. And Carnage has sort of been the raid boss now for I'm Your Huckleberry. He has been putting the team on his back, landing all the shots he needs to, and going to Dorado, and now he has been the thing that's really I'm Your Huckleberry needs to defeat.
Yeah, Carnage just went down to Pi Hero's knife as well, so that's going to be huge for this upcoming fight, because Marla now has to be so careful. Carnage is free to keep an eye out there, but I really like watching Carnage reposition as well. As the enemy team does start wrapping around, you'll see Carnage move and sort of go towards the corridor side of things, just to make it sure it's nice and safe, although I think he might stay nice and tucked safe under Reinhardt, as They sort of starting to find the position. Mala does go in, but just gets stopped up by Metaphor. They're picked up immediately before anything can happen. Nursey now trying to make something happen on Reinhardt, but sort of isolated out on his own. We're going to clean up nice and quickly in a Vast now, stuck in his own. Doom coming in, looking for a Resurrect, does pick 2 people up as the fight really begins in force.
Yeah, right now the defense hanging on there, trying to get the picks they need. Metaphor coming out as McCree, going to take out the other Reinhardt. Mala over the top, trying to get the pickoffs that he really needs to get here. The defense is reestablishing on the point. The Res is going to bring Metaphor up. Doom has to run for his life, going to eat the flashbang and go down. Avast jumping in over the top, doesn't have a whole lot of help here now. Lucio alone on the point is quickly a dead Lucio as Carnage going to take him out. And this is rough now for the side of Under Huckleberry. They've burned off 2 minutes, and right now in general, Pie Hero's had a very difficult time dealing with Carnage. And if he can't turn this Widow v Widow, or these Widow v Widow fights more in his favor, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, and even worse for them, Symmetra has a teleporter set up. When you see teams run around sort of past where the point is, they're normally also just going fishing for the teleporter, making sure that they can take that out nice and quickly. But Elemental's decided instead to put it behind the point, tucked away nice and safely behind those bushes. It looks like they're ready to engage at the point. So I'm going to start talking about Symmetra for a moment.
They are moving in right now, the offense making this happen. Mala with the barrage gets the double kill. Carnage, though, takes out the Mercy. There will be no offensive res here. They might need it, though, with that opening from Mala. Mala still going absolutely crazy, is able to take out Carnage. Pharah versus Widow, but heroes never die. Clock going to bring up the fallen heroes right away. Carnage was one of the few people remaining, and now he's looking for Mala over the top. Lands one shot, lands a second. Mala going to go down, and the resurrection coming out from the side of Clock, going to save this fight for Still here as Carnage mows down Pie Hero in the back.
Yeah, and Clock's reward for all that is to run forward and basically get caught by the enemy Mercy Doom and get taken out in a Mercy versus Mercy battle. So not something you see every day, but it's still pivotal. And Clock straight away, right back already, so in position. Only 35% on that ultimate, however. It looks like they're ready to go again, so everything to play for right here.
Yeah, the Reinhardt moving in is going to hit the flashbang, is able to back out and reposition. A 0-4 and Elemental getting a kill each. Metaphor as McCree piling on, able to take out Mala. The resurrection, though, very big, going to bring up all those offensive heroes. Pie Hero going off with the double kill and looking at Metaphor. Metaphor going to the back, has Deadeye at the ready. Not going to use it, just takes out Pie Hero the old-fashioned way. Good old flashbang right click, looking for more, moving in, needs to back out a bit. And the offense is really split, and this is nothing but good for the defense when the offense sort of gets, to the left and to the right.
Yeah, meanwhile, the counterpart in Pharaoh decided to try and hunt down Carnage, but couldn't quite find it, couldn't quite finish off the kill. Metaphor actually makes it pick up Mala as well, so that might buy them even more time. 0-4 in a little bit of danger, but just managed to get the barrier up in time. And Carnage, again, finding kill after kill, and oh dear, Carnage picks up a triple kill, and Pie Hero goes down as well. Pie Hero swapping onto the Soldier 76, maybe for a little bit more on-the-point damage. But Carnage is not being dealt with, and Carnage is just, well, wreaking carnage at the moment, living up to his namesake in a big way.
Yeah, Carnage absolutely coming alive here in map number 2 and map number 3, and still here a mere 35 seconds away from holding here on this point. Their defense looks completely reinvigorated when compared to what they did on King's Row. And here comes the offense from I'm Your Huckleberry, perhaps the last good push they have left. Mala over the back, looking to take out Carnage right away. Carnage will go down, but not before also taking out Mala in turn. The offense, though, pretty good offense coming out from Nursey. Drops the Earth Shatter, sets up 2 kills. Pie Hero, note, he is no longer on the Widowmaker. He's on Winston in this fight. But the big resurrection going to come out here from the defense. The teleporter might be down, but the defense is back up. And this is looking very grim indeed for the offense of I'm Your Huckleberry.
Yeah, they just managed to clean up there. They had a little bit of a chance with Pie Hero, so we're going to that Winston does manage to find the teleport, so did take that out in good time. And only but more importantly, Carnage got through it. And so Carnage is back, everyone else was resurrected on the point. They didn't even need the teleporter anymore. Everyone was already there in position. Excellent defense there by Still Here, looking, well, like they're still here, like they're still very present. And this is going to be really hard now for I'm Your Huckleberry. They have to make sure that, everything goes correct here and they just hold just as well. Because if they don't, they are out and they will not be taking part in the upcoming tournament. This was a really cool ultimate, by the way. The Pharah just breaks down the Reinhardt barrier, sets up the Earth Shatter beautifully, but just not enough to capitalize off the back of it, finish up the point and take the point. And alas, they didn't manage to take it. So everything to play for in this next game.
No, absolutely. I think a few things there from the offense. I don't think they should have stuck with the Pharaohs as long as they were when they weren't getting the good counter-widowing that they needed. I understand that you're in a bad situation no matter what when your Widow can't kill the other Widow effectively. Sure. But if that's the case, you don't throw good money after bad by also running a Pharah on top of it, because that's something that Carnage is going to be able to kill a lot. And Mala had huge issues going in because of Carnage. Not only was he more tentative on going in because he had to respect the Widow sight lines, but on top of all of it, he also, when he did go in, would usually end up dying to Carnage as well. So I think strategically, I'm your Huckleberry could have stood to mix things up a little bit more once they realized that they were getting outwidowed that hard over the course of the matchup. But in general, that's something you just don't want to happen in Overwatch. Don't get outwidowed. Easier said than done, however.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with players of this caliber and this level of experience as well. Like, these are some FES veterans going back years and years and years and years, so very, very difficult to sort of get past them, especially with something like Widowmaker that is a relatively simple hero in terms of how she functions compared to a lot of other snipers in games, so very easy to sort of pick up for some of these industry veterans. But like you said, maybe over-relying on that fire pick a little bit too much. That said, I do see on the attacking team, and I'm just going to jump straight to them, even though they can change a moment's notice, but Rafa has picked that fire, so we will get to see some Rocket Quake tier play coming out of here. Carnage back on the Widowmaker, of course. Metaphor on the McCree. All Mental on the Lucio. Clock back on Mercy, and 0-4 on the Reinhardt.
Yeah, meanwhile, looking at the defense coming out from the side of I'm Your Huckleberry. A defense now that has to hold on to point A the entire time and force a draw, or they will be out of this tournament and not be joining us in the main tournament. It is going to be Doom on the Mercy, Avast on the Symmetra, Nursey on Reinhardt, Pharaoh on McCree, Pie Hero on the Widowmaker, Mala on the Pharah. So Mala's staying on Pharah, whether it be offense or defense, rain, sleet, or shine. And we're going to have to just watch Pie Hero here. Pie Hero is going to have to step up his level of play, because if this opens up and Carnage just pops him right away, that is a very, very bad omen, because that's going to open Rafa up to do all sorts of damage.
Absolutely, he's got to be so careful right here. That said, the Widowmaker on defense does have a slight advantage, so it's sort of a little bit of an edge there. Pie Hero does get first sight on them as well, so they will start spamming through. Carnage trying to sort of move up and set up position, find Pie Hero, and everything's going to come down to these first snipes. If they can find that opening, if they can make space, then it's going to turn incredibly quickly here. But can they set up? Can they get wrapped around? The symmetrical going actually through. Doesn't actually much fun with that. Carnage jumps up, and Pie Hero actually picks up Metaphor, so I was looking in completely the wrong place. Pie Hero getting a very early quick pick. This might buy them a little bit of time, but still here have all the time in the world. Time is definitely on their side, as tracers often want to say. And yeah, they can just take the time here, wait for everyone to get back into position, wait for everyone to get ready, and go in for a really solid, convincing engagement. Hopefully, hoping one of those picks comes through.
Here comes Carnage over the top. Carnage is looking for the pickoff. Didn't quite get it, but I like the attempt. We'll see how things go forward here. And yeah, I mean, anytime you lose a McCree early on in the offensive run, it sucks, because he is absolutely the engine of your offense. But look at that, the quick speed into the back. Everyone got into the back relatively easily, and now the offense has a great position. They're coming in through this diner. We will see if it pays off. Rafa ready to rain rocket after rocket. Meanwhile, taking a look at Carnage. Carnage does take out the Symmetra. Both teams down a player here. Metaphor going down relatively early. Rafa able to take out Mala. Really back and forth here. Both teams down a player each as the Resurrection comes in. And Pie Hero getting the very important pick on the Carnage. But this is not one yet. Very bloody. Red and blue just filling the kill feed right now. I gotta say, Pie Hero absolutely having a huge contribution, but it might not be enough as the rest of his team is dying around him.
Yeah, he's just last one on the point. He's just going to hold it out. He's going to finish it up there, but he is getting chased down by two supports. Clock and, well, Rafa actually comes in from behind, clears it all out. But that engagement was fascinating simply because 5 people on the team managed to wrap around, managed to get in that high ground. But meanwhile, Carnage was sort of isolated on his own, but did get a pick on the Symmetra as well. So the teleport is not down. They will not be able to reinforce quickly as Rafa just stays on the point, spams down. Everyone's still leaping out now onto it. Can they get anything on the back of this? I don't think so yet. Mercy, no, it's just Mercy left on her own now to catch when it resurrect. No, she will just get cleaned up, and there goes Symmetra as well. So that's it. That's convincing point hold, or point take for Still here, and they will advance on to face Northern Gaming Red in the next round.
Yeah, Still here, and that is a huge turnaround. I was not expecting as it went in. I was expecting the TF2 greater than Quake curse to continue on, and that is sort of how it's been in Overwatch for a long time, but Still here was able to pull it together, and after that first round on King's Row where they sort of got beaten up on defense, they looked like a completely different team. Even though they didn't have faster attack time at King's Row, they looked very poised. They looked great overall. Their Dorado play was absolutely suffocating, and their play here on Hollywood was phenomenal as well. So it's sort of like they flipped a switch or something, but they were able to come in and really turn things to their favor in this match. And when it comes to them versus NG Red, I don't really know who to favor.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if Carnage remains on point. I do think that watching this match, I think Carnage might be able to outsnipe Wolf, for example, and take over that map slightly. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes of that as we do start to get set up for the next game. For those of you recently joining us, this is Operation Breakout, brought to you by One Nation of Gamers and the Video Games Voters Network. I do recommend going and checking out in this downtime, for example, the vgn.onog.com. Go check out the petition site. It is posted regularly in Twitch chat as well. So go have a look at that. The championing a really good cause. And this is also, by the way, I'll be remiss not to mention, sponsored by Razer, make of excellent peripherals. I am myself modeling a pair right now, so you can look just like me if you want. I don't particularly advise that, and also masteroverwatch.com just to get all the stats information you want out of Overwatch. But yeah, we're going to see these guys go up against Northern Gaming Red. They are competing for one of 3 slots to go into the group phases that will begin tomorrow, and I can't wait to see who fills those slots, because it's looking really, really solid right now. Some of the competition coming out is looking pretty polished, and I think they might give some of these top tier teams a little bit of a run for their money.
No, absolutely. And looking here, so here's what's coming tractions for the bracket. Still here, we'll be going up against Northern Gaming Red, and that should be a good game. The winner of that will play the winner of Northern Gaming Blue versus Brother. And Brother was a team that actually, that was the team that took out SG1. I thought it was a different team, but no, it was Team Brother that took out SG1 in a recent tournament. They do have some really good players on there, a lot of beta veterans and all the rest. So Northern Gaming Blue actually has a tough goal in getting ahead of Team Brother, even if you do want to favor NG Blue. But so, and as I said that, I just updated. So they did get past Brother, RIP Brother, bracket updating as we speak. So NG Blue will be facing the winner of this next round between NG Red and Still Here, which of course, if NG Red wins, then you have your all Northern Gaming bracket matchup, which should be pretty entertaining in its own right. But if you look at more towards the top of the bracket right now, Blam's Boys and Sakari up against B-Fly, the European team we were talking about earlier. And in fact, Blam's Boys and Sakari goes down. So that was a team that has been in the beta for a long time. B-Fly able to get past them. B-Fly having a little bit of an upset earlier in the day as well. Lots of good players on them. In fact, I think Outsider used to be with SG1 back in the past. But either way, B-Fly will be going up against the winner of One Shot versus Assertion Failed. One Shot and Assertion Failed, both sort of dark horses in the NA scene. Both teams looking to make a mark for themselves, oftentimes getting knocked down around like the round of 16 to round of 8 in normal weeklies, having more success, of course, in the open weeklies. So I don't know who to favor there. I think Assertion Failed has done some good things. One Shot has done some good things. We'll see what comes out, but bracket definitely shaping up and some good matches still remain.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see if we're going to get that Northern Gaming versus Northern Gaming little matchup. But just to remind people, it actually wouldn't be the end of the world if Northern Gaming did knock out, or Northern Gaming Red rather, did knock out Northern Gaming Blue, because we are competing for 3 slots. So whoever gets first, second, and third will slot into that group stage, coming up for $15,000 prize pool. Now we are just waiting to get set up for that next game. We shouldn't be too far away from it now. We've seen a lot of good matches here today so far. Definitely seen the Widowmaker players sort of really shine and really strut their stuff. Not too big a surprise right now. The meta is sort of favoring Widowmaker quite heavily, so wouldn't be surprised to see something change relatively soon with that in the coming future. I do know that Blizzard is certainly aware of her relative dominance, at least in the scene. And yeah, we're just seeing the teams start to filter in. So Northern Gaming Red just starting to filter in. We should get this underway fairly soon. We should have a draft coming up relatively soon as well. Can't wait for that. And also, I am keeping an eye outside as well, because I did notice that my face has started glowing because the sun is coming up here in Merry Old England.
You notice that Widow is that snipers are always an interesting thing to balance in video games, right? Is that because the skill curve theoretically for Widow is practically infinite because of the nature of hit scan, you can only nerf Widow so much, because Widow will always be in a case where she's either absolutely dominant or totally useless. I don't think there's a whole lot of in between for a sniper related class. It's just sort of how things go. Even if you give her very needed nerfs, like nerfing it so body shots do less, nerfing it so the ultimate charges up way less, or even is only applicable to her. You can nerf her in all sorts of ways, but in the end, she's always going to have this ability to take off 2-3 people in rapid succession, even if you do something like slow down her charge rate. And that's always going to be super valuable unless her one-shot ability gets reduced. And even as Widow nerfs come in, I don't think she's ever going to get nerfed to a point where she's not going to be able to one-shot a lot of the cast off a headshot. So it's sort of interesting. Even though Widow will get necessary nerfs, I think, I don't really expect her to disappear from comp unless something really major changes, or say a new hero a la Sombra or something somehow comes with abilities that nullify snipers on a more base level.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially even if she sort of gets a massive reduction in charge rate, that ability to pick off one person in particular just instantly and just snap them away from the map will never really go out of fashion, will never really be useless. It's also why I think McCree, for example, is going to stick around for a while as well. Even if they do sort of nerf the damage of the fan, the hammer, that flashbang is so useful for setting things up and for getting things ready. But it looks like we might be ready to go here fairly soon as we still talk meta. And I'm curious to see where the game's going to go, especially like you said, with new heroes coming in. Sombra, I've heard a lot of the rumors. Unfortunately, I don't put much stock in them. Blizzard are keeping their cards relatively close to the chest. Although Jeff Kaplan did say that there's still hints out there that are yet to be discovered. So I do urge everyone to keep looking and see what we can find with that. But, you know, I'm hearing the words like support sniper. I'm very curious to see how that will fit into the game. And I wouldn't mind seeing another sniper as well, just to sort of add some variance from Widowmaker's dominance and give them more competition, basically.
No, definitely. And, we'll have to see what Blizzard comes out with it. I definitely trust them. They've made very good changes, both in the past and certainly going forward. I expect that same standard. And in terms of balance issues, we're talking a lot of Widow. I think McCree is clearly the one that's going to get the nerf hammer first relative to everything else. I think just all the comments suggest that they already have stuff in the works for McCree. So we'll see how things work out there. And by the way, for fans of Creation Esports, so at BFly, things are a little bit more explained there. Even though Creation is not playing in this tournament, Arts here, one of the key DPS players for Creation Esports, is ringing for BFly. I mean, it's not really ringing in the sense that Creation isn't participating. Of course, he can play with BFly, but that is a huge player to have on your team. Definitely explains why BFly was able to get past Blam and Sakari and all the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually a really strong pick for them. I didn't notice that they had that in their lineup. That's not quite listed here, I think. So that's really cool to see. Artia joining us, because I was very sad to see Creation Esports not taking part. They're one of sort of the big European heavy hitters. Generally finish normally about third or second in the tournament, so it always is a little bit disappointing. They sort of replaced Reunited as that consistent second place in European events. But like Creation, definitely they're able to take matches off some of the biggest teams in the world. And I think especially on that team, especially with Linkser, if Linkser is on form, like we talked about Widowmaker all day, and let's talk about Widowmaker some more just to really, I don't know, drive it home to the fans. But Linkser's Widowmaker, when he goes off big, and he can get kill after kill after kill. So that's always exciting to see. And it looks like I think Exion has a draft ready, so we might be going to that very soon. It looks like we just bring it up, and we will get that started. And I'm very curious to see what they ban out here. I imagine it's going to be fairly typical. I think both teams measure up against each other fairly reasonably, so it wouldn't surprise me if we see the King of the Hill maps get taken out fairly quickly.
Yeah, King of the Hill maps, not really a favorite of players right now for a huge variety of reasons, although it's one of those things that are way more playable than 2CP ever was. It's just sort of one of the side effects of banning 2CP maps naturally. Teams don't have to waste bans on 2CP. Therefore, they go a little bit more methodical on their bans for payload, and it ends up resulting in King of the Hill not making it into the map pool as often as you'd like, though certainly way more often than 2CP did, even when 2CP is allowed. But look at the map bans as they come out here. Still here takes out Gibraltar, not wanting to go there. NG Red taking out Route 66 and Dorado, and taking out Dorado for NG Red. Pretty smart, given that we saw Still Here come out with a very strong Dorado game just a moment ago.
Yeah, and King's Row actually being taken out by Still Here as well. So we're not going to go to King's Row for a change, and there's still all three King of the Hill maps in. Ilios, of course, gets taken out. Ilios, the least popular of the King of the Hill maps. But yeah, it's looking like we're going to get one of them at least in the map pool. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another King of the Hill get taken out. However, there it goes, Lijiang Tower. So Hollywood, Numbani, and Nepal will be the maps in the pool. Numbani gets taken out first, so Hollywood or Nepal. It's up to Still Here.
I'm trying to really rack my brain here, but this might be the first set of the day where we're not seeing King's Row. So with all the London bias coming out from you, while I'm spending, finally we get a series without King's Row anywhere near the map pool. So that is at least going to thing. But when it comes to maps, Hollywood, we are not going to escape that. But at the very least, we're guaranteed to see a new map after Hollywood. We have not seen Numbani yet today, and we have not seen Nepal. So variety will be the spice of life as NG Red takes on Still Here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really curious. I'm secretly now hoping that we do get to go to Numbani, because I think Still Here's defenses have looked so solid. And I think Still Here on Numbani would be really, really difficult to break. So I want to see how they set up on Numbani, how they sort of manage all that space, how well Carnage can do, for example, on that map. But we also just need to see how these teams measure up to each other. And basically, oh, yeah. And actually, that's a really good point, by the way. I think Imagine's just sort of prodded me to remind everyone that Still Here really got stomped out on King's Row. And so that's a really bad map set for them. So it's not too surprising actually to see it banned out. And that's actually really sensible by them. So, hey, we didn't do too well on it before. Northern Gaming Red are actually pretty solid on it. Let's get rid of that map.
Well, no, in particular. I mean, it seems like one of those things in King's Row where maybe they just came out a little bit soft. But, regardless, if you know you're having issues on King's Row in general, why not go to a map that you think you're a little bit stronger on, that you're going to have a firmer defense on, and all the rest. So it does make all the sense in the world, especially, and on the same note, it makes sense for NG Red, of course, to take out Dorado. So both teams playing the map draft phase pretty intelligently there, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we said before, 2 control point maps have been removed, so there's no sort of tactical banning, forcing the enemy team into banning maps that no one really wants to play anyway. So that's one thing that the competitive community is starting to adopt, and I really do like to see it, because it just removes the chance of being forced to a map that might not give you the most robust competitive setting, instead favoring the maps that do give you the best matches possible. And it looks like someone is on a bathroom break, so we will be waiting for about 1 minute until that person gets back. But
you're confident in his ability to go to the bathroom quick. I mean, what if, saying go to the bathroom, there's so many different ways that can pan out. It might be longer than a minute. You never know. Usually it is 1 minute. Players, I'm not going to debate on whether or not they're washing their hands or anything like that, but somehow they do get back quickly. But just real quick, by the way, since we were bringing it up, people sometimes wonder that, well, why are 2CP maps banned? Why are players do not like to play it? It goes way back to the beginning of the game. But it's really a few things. On 2CP maps, players are not really a fan of the variance of them, and where you win one really good team fight decisively, and that can lead to winning both points right away, which is why we've had points where, say, the few times where Temple and Anubis did get played in comp play, you'd see a team get it in, a minute 40 or something like that. There's just a lot of things where teams just don't really favor the gameplay. A lot of it does come down to the variance, but also just the maps themselves. People really don't care for how your Volskaya's, Hanamura's, and Anubis's play out. And what we saw from the tournament organizer end is that we saw those maps were banned out, and about, I think it was well over 95%, it was probably 97, 98% of matches did not involve 2CP. So we sort of hit a point where it said, okay, you know what, we're just going to ban 2CP ahead of time and let a more robust map ban meta develop.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with 2CP, you basically win one fight and then you claim the point. With payload, you have to win multiple fights to keep the payload moving forward. And with King of the Hill, again, you're constantly redefending the point, constantly having more and more battles. So it's not going to come down to 1 or 2 quick fights. It's going to come down to multiple different points. The only time that I really sort of get excited when 2 control point is picked is when Reunited are playing, because I've seen Reunited do full holds on Volskaya several times. So I think they're one of the few teams that actually does bother to practice those maps and really actually does shine when forced to play on them. It does sort of make them sort of step back and wait. But for those of you just joining us, as we do get set up for the next game, we're told 1 to 4 minutes. So you were right. This guy's going to take a little while in the bathroom, I think. He's going to take his time, wash his hands, be hygienic and proper. We are... go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I was just saying, no, I called it. That's all.
You did. You absolutely did. Oh, silly me. This is Operation Breakout, brought to you by One Nation of Gamers, sponsored by the Video Game Voters Network. If you have a chance, go check out the link brought up in the chat. And of course, also sponsored by Razer, maker of peripherals, one of which I am modeling right now, and masteroverwatch.com, website that brings you all the stats you need for Overwatch. So you can go there, check it out, check out your stats compared to the pros as well. But it looks like we are loading on to Hollywood. And yep, looks like, ETA well. So it's not going to take 1 to 4 minutes. Looks like it got back in relatively good time as we do start to get set up here.
All right, so we're loading in the Hollywood. It is going to be Still Here, a team chock full of FPS legends, many well-known names from Quake, taking on Northern Gaming Red, a team that has been up and coming here in the Overwatch scene, a team that, if you've really been paying attention, was formerly known as the Grouchy Desperados. They were picked up by the Northern Gaming Organization, which is sponsored by Soda Poppin'. And in fact, NG Red looking to try and move on here and maybe get a match against NG Blue in the ultimate NG Grudge match. But given what we saw in the last game, especially with the play powered by Carnage, Still Here definitely looked like a different team, and they could be giving NG Red all they can handle and more. Either way, I'm excited for the possibility of a great game here right now,
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be one of the closest ones we've had so far. Both of these teams looking really solid right now. Even though Still Here did have a bit of a stumble on Kings Road, they looked really super solid here on Hollywood, and they look very, very practiced on it, so I'm excited to see. So on Still Here, they bring out for the defense all mental on the Symmetra, Clock back on Mercy, Rafa once more on the Junkrat, 0-4 on Reinhardt, Carnage, and then ever-present, ever-dominant Widowmaker, and Metaphor on the McCree.
And that will be the defense for Still Here. Keep an eye on Carnage. He had a great game last series. Meanwhile, though, taking a look here at the offense coming out from the side of NG Red, it is going to be Chance on the Reinhardt, Wolf on Widowmaker, Naptime on Mercy, Bird on the McCree, Exion on Zarya, and Brett Expert on Lucio. And this is interesting. Even though Wolf has definitely had very good Widow play, I actually thought Bird was a little bit more shut down. So we'll see if this pays off. Bird, of course, subbing in for Mangachu, but doing an absolutely great job here today for NG Red. Good showing for Bird, good adding to his credibility. And here we go. Both teams already on the way out as Wolf looking for pickoffs already.
Yeah, the Wolf does take a shot immediately, and actually several people taking a lot of damage here. I think they caught a Symmetra Orb or a grenade, so they have to be a little bit careful coming here. That said, they do have the Zarya, so she will be able to sort of feed off this, get to high energy, set themselves up for a good strong push. But meanwhile, they're just taking their time, taking it steady, waiting it out, perhaps trying to get Zarya on high strength, and then push in off the back of that. It looks like they might be trying to make something here. No, they're just going to speed boost around, try and take the back passage, although they've left Wolf behind to try and get quick picks here, trying to find Carnage. Carnage, meanwhile, has actually dropped down, is watching the side alley, and it looks like they might try and force something off the back of that. They have to be careful, though. I think Wolf is a little out of position and has to try and find space as he goes through the security room.
Wolf able to take out Rafa. Somehow threads the needle, gets in there. Bird take out Metaphor. 2 quick kills here for the side of NG Red. NG Red being absolutely merciless. Chance versus 0-4. 0-4 has to be careful. He is going to go down here potentially as he charges to his death. Bird again getting in there. Bird and Wolf, the animals are unleashed here for NG Red. They only need 1 or 2 more kills here to really make this their own, as Wolf going off, able to take off Rafa.
Yeah,
there it is, again.
During that point, there was a surreal situation of seeing Wolf and Carnage sort of side by side with a wall between them, just ignoring each other and just shooting onto the point. Widowmaker's sort of agreeing, hey, let's leave each other alone for a moment and just kill everyone. But Wolf now ranging forward, trying to set up, keep people pinned back at the spawn, trying to get a couple of quick picks here as they do start to come out. Metaphor saying no, does shut it down, especially as Rafa jumps on them. Rafa swapping onto the Winston, not too surprising to see here. The Exxon's already set up on the high ground as well, trying to just lay damage in there with this area, trying to keep the charge up and running. If you do lose that charge, it can be a massive pain to get back, especially on this high ground oriented area coming out to the street space. It's very difficult for Zarya to sort of reliably build up that charge as they do start to get set up here. Ultimate advantage, though, definitely in favor of the attacking team. They've got almost everything ready to go, and Exxon, especially, that Graviton Surge could just force them down, force them into a position they don't want to be in, and you could see a really quick sweep coming out here. There it goes.
And the Graviton coming out right now, again, to tie 3 people to the bridge. I'm not sure the offense had all the follow-up that they wanted there. Certainly getting some damage, but that might not be enough. The defense rotating around, but this is risky the way the defense is doing this. They're giving up a lot of space as Wolf able to punish Rafa. They're down to Winston, and now they're going to drop down 5v6. Will they be able to do it as they come in? 0-4 does have the Earth Shatter. Gonna knock down 2. We'll see if it's enough as Metaphor. Bit of a follow-up coming up here for the defense, and still here, taking this fight on their own terms, even down Rafa early on, able to make things happen, but here comes nap time. A big impact res coming in. Chance dropping the Earth Shatter, going to get mitigated by 0-4. In fact, Chance very deep in right now. I'm not sure it's going to work out. Carnage getting the vital pick on the nap time. In fact, look at Carnage here towards the back. Absolutely unmitigated, able to shoot whatever he wants. Wolf has no idea he's there. He's going to miss the first, won't miss the second. But it might not be enough as overall the offense of NG Red making the most of that despite Carnage being in the back.
Yeah, they're just keeping the payload moving. I mean, I love this objective-oriented play. They just made sure that they're going to keep the payload rolling forward, and there to go to Carnage as well, but just going in and cleaning that up. And yeah, they're just buying space and playing the objective, because that's how you win the game. That's how you set a fast time, especially here on stopwatch. You do not want to stop that payload moving a little while. Looks like they might be slowed out a bit here. They are starting to get set up, but Rafa's going in. He's going full scientist, and he's trying to buy time, and he's doing a good job of it.
Yeah, here we go. Metaphor, though, coming right back with the flashbang. Going to get knocked down by Chance. Chance with the exclamation point hammer, setting up his team. 4 extra kills here for the offense of NG Red. And still here, shades of what we saw from them on King's Row just a set ago. Their defense just getting melted repeatedly here. They're not able to get the traction they want. Carnage has not been able to have that great of a game relative to what we saw before. And Bird keeping them going here on his McCree.
Absolutely, and now they've just got to set up for this sort of long point. This is where Widowmaker can be so vital. This long sideline. Carnage gets the better of Wolf, does make the land a bit, but meanwhile Axion going up with Chance, trying to find pressure on the point, as no one's actually on the payload at the moment though, so all this space they're trying to buy is not actually getting them any space. They're just advancing forward but not getting anything off the back of it. They're trying to get a few quick picks, but if no one's moving that payload, it doesn't matter. And I can see actually something very interesting come out as well. Metaphor swapping off the McCree and moving on to the maze. They might be trying to sort of buy themselves some space, trying to block some of those sight lines coming forward.
Yeah, 0-4 now going to have a great opportunity. Does have Earth Shatter at the ready. Chance not going to have it anytime soon. There is a Graviton Surge here for the offense, so they are not without ultimates. And the defense is giving up a lot of space in this payload. They're waiting all the way back. This might come to bite them here as the offense now looking for the proper way to engage. The defense looking for their chance to move in. Both teams measuring each other, looking for the opportunity. The offense, though, going to speed up. The Graviton is out, going to set them up. But the ice wall here from the defense, saving them for a bit of it. Might not save them for enough, though, as Bird gets in there on the double kill. The follow-up to the Zarya ultimate, absolutely real. Bird making a triple kill, and NG Red making this fight their own, and they're going to cap Hollywood out in a very quick time.
I don't know about you, but I thought that ice wall had done it. I thought they had bought all the space they needed to make sure they just didn't get wiped off by that Graviton Surge, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. They even stopped out Bird's Deadeye there from going through, but just didn't stop all the damage going around, killing everything off very nice and cleanly, very quickly, and setting a blistering time actually on Hollywood. That was fast. It's not common that you see times that quick come out, and still here, like, they were no slouches on defense, so this is looking really good for Northern Gaming Blue. Coming up in the next round, we do see Chance here, just leaving nothing to Chance, just swinging away, killing everything off, finishing off Carnage, and making sure the team gets a nice and clean time. 5 minutes, gonna be difficult to beat, I think.
Yeah, time of 5 minutes and 1 second. I mean, on Hollywood, that is We've seen quicker times, but it's very difficult to get beaten that quickly and then turn around and have an even faster time. We have seen in cases between very high-end teams, it's not impossible. Certainly think back to, of course, the C9 Envious matchup that we saw back near the start launch where both teams are just trading off lightning fast times. So it's not unprecedented, it's just very unlikely. But still, that is what Still Here is going to have to do as they move forward. They're going to need to beat that time of 5:01. And though difficult, it is not impossible, and we'll see just what they have up their sleeves as they take to the attack.
Yeah, and considering how good Still Here's defense looked in the previous round, that was actually very surprising to see how fast they broke, especially after that first phase. They just didn't seem to really they didn't seem to stall the payload enough, basically. The thing that Northern Gaming Red did that was so impressive was they just stayed on the payload. They always had about 2 people on it, keeping it rolling, except for that final moment right near the end where they all got a little bit overeager and sort of went, hey guys, no, let's push this thing as well. It's kind of important to winning the game. But during the Streets phase, they didn't manage to stop them rolling it through. And that's sort of the danger when you are playing this high ground-oriented style. You can drop down on the enemy team as much as you like, but if you aren't denying that payload moving, then you aren't actually winning the game at that point. So you have to be so careful. But it looks like the teams are done picking. So on Northern Gaming Red coming up, we do have Chance once more on that Reinhardt Bird, once more on McCree, Axion on the Junkrat, Naptime on Mercy, Wolf on Widowmaker, Bread Expert back on the Lucio. So no Symmetra, interesting.
Yeah, no Symmetra coming up, and this isn't too big of a surprise seeing what we've seen from NG Red previously in the night, although I'm not sure it's the greatest idea in Hollywood. We'll have to see if it pays dividends for them. Meanwhile, looking at the offense coming out from the side of Still Here, it is going to be 0-4 on the Reinhardt, Metaphor on the McCree, Cluck on Mercy, Elemental on Lucio, Rafa on his namesake, on Pharah, something that he's done very well in the past, and Carnage on the offensive Widowmaker, where his prime nemesis will be Wolf on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen it before where the Pharah pick doesn't pay off, so they've got to be a little bit careful here. Make sure that Wolf can't find those easy snipes, can't find those quick picks onto that Pharah. Keep the pressure up and make sure that, yeah, it just doesn't get taken out the sky, because it's so easy if that Widowmaker does get a little bit of opportunity. And defensive Widowmaker on Hollywood is so difficult to push through. Also, like you said, very interested about the lack of Symmetra pick. Not uncommon out of Northern Gaming Red. Maybe they just don't favor it, maybe they just don't like it. But I really like Symmetra on this map as well. There's lots of little tight alleyways. Those orbs can really shred and slow down pushes as well, and buy your Junkrat a little bit more time to wear down barriers. The teams do start to get set up here. They're going around looking for what they can find, and I'm curious to see how they're going to set up and approach this. Firestrike does come through, might buy them a little bit more time as well. They're slowly advancing forward, but all this time, Exion's finding all the spam he needs, finding all the damage he needs as well, and it's making a problem. That said, I do see Carnage in the back as well, just inching through the security room, looking for a couple of picks, maybe trying to find what he can there, but he has been noticed, and Wolf just instantly snipes him off.
Wolf able to take out Carnage, a very important pick, winning that all-important Widow v Widow battle. The offense now left 5v6. They're going to be moving in. Clock does have a chance to get the Resurrection up on the Fallen here. We'll see if he does that. Bird and Axion, though, for the defense, moving in, getting 2 kills. Wolf with the follow-up. Wolf making it a double kill as Bird getting in there on McCree. This is absolutely huge coming out from the defense. They were able to just let the offense move in, spread out, and punish them as they got on the point.
Yeah, absolutely. Carnage went down nice and early in that fight as well. Just freed up Wolf just to hunt down Rafa on the Pharah. Had to instantly get picked up there as well. So the Resurrect used very, very early, a little bit earlier than perhaps they would have liked, and just left them open up. Well, left them open for the fight. Naptime just comes in, picks everyone back up again. They re-engage, clean up nice and easy on the point. And now they've got to be a little bit careful as well. Axion also with the tire, just waiting in the corner, and he's going to drop it right now.
Yeah, the Tyro's coming in. The Tyro will be taking out Metaphor in the back. That is a huge engine of DPS down for the offense. Once again, engines of offense. Rafa, as Pharah, able to take out Bird. The McCree is down. He's going over the top. Has Junkrat at his sights. Will take out the Junkrat. Barrage is ready. Has Mercy. Just going to burn it. Getting rid of the problem is Rafa. Rafa on a triple kill here so far. Keeping the hope alive for Still Here as they move on to this point. I'll see if it's enough. They still have a little bit less than 3 minutes remaining to complete the overall map. It's defensive sound barrier coming out here for the defensive NG Red. Even though Rafa has been doing heroics, it still might be not enough as he's trying to get on Chance. Still alive. Bird, though, getting back to the fight, going to get taken out. And this is just an absolute brawl between both teams right now.
Yeah, and Chance buying even more time for his team. That's the really important thing here. If they don't clean this up quickly, that's just time burning away. Sometimes I would call it, oh my god, they've actually reclaimed it. Bird just comes back, smashes the flashbang out, finds kill after kill after kill, and Bird picks up a triple and just secures it for the rest of his team. That's insane that they managed to hold that, because time is ticking away, and all that stalling, all the sound barrier used by Bread Expert, Chance coming in, landing an Earth Shatter, cleaning up even more, swinging away on the point. stall them out long enough, and then they've only taken 1/3. So if you aren't aware, the point does sort of go in thirds, and if you don't take them, you lose the progress. And it looks like they're re-engaging once more. Rafa going back in, up and over.
Yeah, they're coming right in. The offense, they know they don't have any time to waste right now. They are stacked at all twins. 0-4 can drop an Earthshot at any point. Metaphor going to get first blood on this push, taking out Bird. Exion, though, ever the pest in the back as Junkrat does take out Carnage. Carnage is not going to be able to counter snipe in any form of fashion here. Exion, in fact, going to look for a time to back out entire, but it's not going to happen. The Earth Shatter strikes directly. 2, 3 extra kills here for the offense, but here comes the defensive res, bringing those fallen heroes back up. Exion back into play as Wolf in the back, picking up the double kill as Widow. No one is on Wolf right now. Rafa is starting to get onto her. Very rough area for Rafa. Rafa gonna throw the barrage from the floor, will get taken out, and the defense just barely hanging on here. In fact, GG being called because time-wise, there is less than a minute and a half remaining, and you simply just can't push the cart that far that quickly. So GG's going out, NG Red taking Hollywood.
Absolutely, really well played there as well. Rafa, I think, got a little bit greedy with the final barrage. Just sort of locked himself in place there, and Wolf managed to land the final strike. Otherwise, Wolf was being really pressured there by Rafa. Just Rafa went on the wall path, and Farah versus Widowmaker normally is in favor of the Widowmaker until that Farah starts getting in range where they can start landing blow after blow after blow, and make sure that, you know, you can't take your time, you can't aim those shots, and you've got to just hope that you can get the flick shot and pick that Farah out the sky nice and quickly. So really well played there by Wolf, just keeping composure, keeping dodging those rockets for long enough to survive. Rafa perhaps getting a little bit over-aggressive, trying to kill everything off with a single barrage, but just sniped out the sky. As well, it looks like the team are going to play out this final minute, although Exion's cleaning up both teams' spirit, not really in it anymore. I think we might just wait for the play of the game at this point. Might just be a little bit easier as well. I'm trying to think of
We will just wait for play of the game here. It is absolutely GG in favor of NG Red. And NG Red coming out strong, even though I thought still here, based on what we just saw a moment ago in Hollywood, would have a stronger performance. Certainly the overall fundamentals of NG Red much tougher than what we saw in the last matchup, and they're giving a really strong run for their money to Still Here, and we'll see if Still Here can sort of reverse course. Maybe they're a Rocky-esque team where they have to get bloodied in the first map as they come back in maps 2 and 3. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, just taking the punches, getting angry, and swinging it all the way around, just sticking in there with the full spirit. Wolf picking up play the game as Widowmaker does find shot doesn't hit, well, clip. Rafa there, oh, misses the zip wire. That's a little bit embarrassing to see always, but lands the air shot, cleans up nice and easy, and then just waits for the Farah to clean up. Wolf playing absolutely superbly, positioning excellently, dodging around Rafa's rockets as well, which can be no easy feat, I am sure. And yeah, looking really solid here. I'm very curious to see where they're going to go next. It's either going to be Numbani, or it's going to be, it was a King of the Hill map, wasn't it? It was Nepal.
It was Nepal. So either way, we are guaranteed a brand new map, a map that we have not seen before tonight. Numbani, home of the Golden Rhino, home of there was one point where Numbani was just as much picked as Hollywood is today, where teams really liked running fast offenses on it. Numbani, of course, falling a bit to the wayside. And Nepal at one point was the most popular King of the Hill map, although at times I feel like it's been supplanted by Lijiang. So sort of old favorites coming back into the fray here. And if we go to 3, we'll get to see both, so that is awesome. The map, though, changing Nepal, so we're going to see Nepal as the map of choice going forward.
Yeah, so and like you said, has fallen to the wayside slightly to Lijiang Tower. Lijiang Tower just a little bit more popular in the meta right now. Teams just seem to prefer it. But Nepal, interesting map, lots and lots of different ways to sort of approach it. Each point as well in Nepal is very different. So you have sort of the village, which is sort of more standard, I guess, out of King of the Hill, just with a sort of high ground that's a little bit away. But to me, the more interesting one is not the shrine, the middle one. It used to be map number 2, but it's very open, lots of very big sight lines. So we're definitely probably going to see Wolf maybe run the Widowmaker once more. It's definitely going to be a big part of it. It's going to let the teams know that we are ready here. And we should be jumping into this fairly soon. But King of the Hill definitely could go either way. It's going to come down to who takes it first and then who can hold on to it for longest. Because when you do take it first, of course, you do establish a slight advantage due to ultimates, and that's going to sort of help carry them forward. So first engagement's going to be everything here.
Well, absolutely. And the other thing, too, going off of the first engagement, but also just general death matching going forward, is that the Quake teams have historically been a little bit stronger on King of the Hill than they have on Payload, just because they do have that sort of background as more raw, pure death matchers, however you want to call it. But you look back at teams like Quake Fortress, they were at their strongest against teams like IDDQD back in the day when they were going on King of the Hill. They were at their weakest on Payload. So this could be a strength going forward here for the side of Still Here. We will just have to see. But, you know, in terms of map selection, I definitely agree with the Nepal pick over the Numbani pick. Although if they do want to win the series, they're going to have to win both maps.
Exactly. It's definitely an uphill struggle going forward here. I would have liked to see them still on Numbani, so I'm secretly hoping we do go to a map 3 because I really want to see how they handle that defense. They looked really strong on Dorado, so that some of that should carry straight over to Numbani, and especially as, you know, we haven't seen Numbani yet, so it's nice to have the variety. It's also nice to go to Nepal as well with its nice blue skies, although I imagine it is a little bit nippy there as well, seeing as it is in the middle of the Himalayas. It looks like we're setting up, and it looks like the first map will be the village as well. So interesting little map here. Going to be curious to see how the teams approach it as well. Most teams, you like to see them wrap around onto the high ground, for example, take over that first and then try and take over the point. If you try and run straight into the point, you can leave yourself fairly vulnerable, I find, if you aren't careful and just sort of get spammed out from the high ground. It's also interesting to see what heroes they're starting to pick as things do start coming up. I'm looking at Axion in particular, and I'm wondering if that Bastion is going to stay.
The Bastion very well could be staying here. I'm more curious about the Widowmaker. This is a map where we have seen Widow used to effect here on the Shrine stage. Generally speaking, the Village stage. We usually see a Widow a little bit more on Shrine in Nepal and not so much on Sanctum, but it can vary. And while we're speaking of rosters, taking a look here at the NG Red roster, it's going to be Wolf on the McCree, Bread Expert on Lucio, Chance on Reinhardt, Exion on Genji, Naptime on the Mercy, and Bird going to be on the Widowmaker.
And meanwhile, for still here, we have Metaphor on McCree, Carnage on Soldier 76, Elemental on the Lucio 04 back on Reinhardt, Clock swapping off the Mercy, actually going for the Winston instead, and Rafa back on the Zarya. Interesting pick coming up with the Soldier 76. I do like Soldier 76 on these sorts of maps on King of the Hill. That healing little field actually provides a surprising amount of extra fighting power and extra staying power to your team. As both teams are adopting a very different style as well. One team wrapping around, taking the high ground. So Northern Gaming Red just making sure that they get the high ground, dropping down now, trying to engage on the point, and it looks like they're ready to go for it.
Oh, wow. Wolf being a little bit over-aggressive there. I'm surprised he didn't die. He does go down in the end to Clock and Carnage, getting in there with the attack. I feel like the high ground strategy was the way to go for the side of NG Red. They just got a little bit too aggressive trying to punish Still Here, and as a result, Still Here going to get 3 quick kills. Bird will get a Widow pick towards the end, but it's not going to be enough, and first control will be going to the side of Still Here. And that was just a case where I think NG Red just got a little bit over-aggressive.
Yeah, they just went right in and weren't quite expecting Carnage, for example, to come out and get kills quite as fast as possible. And especially, like you said at the start, the Widowmaker pick is kind of interesting. Sightlines on this map aren't huge, but it looks like they're minstantly going back right to the point, and Wolf swapping onto the Reaper.
And Wolf be on Reaper. Reaper has been seeing a lot more playing Kindle, especially one hero limit. Rafa, though, on the point, takes out Bread Expert. Zarya, of course, so effective at points in these Kindle Hill maps, especially when charged up. Bird, though, striking right back, able to take out Metaphor, making the Widowmaker work, makes it a double kill as Reinhardt goes down. And even though the sightlines aren't the greatest here for Widow, Bird is making it happen right now. Is going to force Lucio out as Lucio eats a body shot, and Lucio is going to go down. So a triple kill here for Bird as he's slowly picking apart the Still Here team.
Yeah, Bird is clearly the word at the moment. Bird just finding pick up to pick up to pick, and they're not really just zoning down on him. Clock is still on the Winston, though. You'd expect that Winston to be all over the Widow, but it's just not happening. And yep, they've got control of it right now, and they're going to hold on to it pretty well. Clogs has to jump away, just going to retreat to safety, not get picked off there, just being a little bit cautious. I also see McCree trying to sneak around, maybe he's crouch walking, so it's a sign that he really doesn't want to be found. He does have the Deadeye ready, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him try and find a pathway, but it's going to be difficult for him to get up there, because basically there's no path that way that a McCree can take that I know of that leads anywhere good, just a pit and a wall. So it's going to be tricky for him to get there, but Rafa is also ready for the
Wombo combo might be on the way here. There's the Graviton. Here comes Wolf with the Death Blossom, somewhat mitigated a little bit by the response of Still Here, and Still Here, they do get a few of their licks in. Metaphor getting a double kill off of that, but the Fallen Heroes will be resurrected off of that Wombo combo. And right now, NG Red still with a big advantage here on the point, and the Earth Shatter coming down from Chance, going to knock out 2, and that is going to secure this point for the side of NG Red.
Yeah, NG Red looking pretty solid right now. Bird, again, just finding the right position, just staying out of line of sight until the team is fully engaged, and then finding all the damage he needs. Wolf not quite getting what he fully probably would have wanted off the back of that Death Blossom. I was surprised that more kills didn't happen, but it's well worth mentioning that there is a Graviton Surge ready waiting.
Graviton coming out, is Still Here, coming right back into the fray. 2 quick kills off of that, make it 3. 04 swinging the hammer. Wolf, one last one's remaining, getting the double kill. So Wolf hanging in there as Reaper, but again, going to fall to 04's hammer. 04 getting the triple kill. W Mouse 1 sometimes too strong coming out from Reinhardt. And that, just like that, Still Here regain control of the point. And this is very, very close. This is about to be 70% to about 64. And this could be either team's game. But I will note this, time is starting to run thin for the side of NG Red.
during all that time, Bird was sort of stuck behind the lines, did get hunted down eventually, but did give them enough time to move onto the point. So NG Red have managed to wrest control back, and all this time while it's being contested, it is ticking up as well. Exxon also finding a quick pick there, Wolf killing off the Winston, and it's not too surprising. The tank busting force here on NG Red is huge. We have a McCree and a Reaper. They're just going to explode tanks, and Soldier 76 as well can do surprising burst damage if left alone. Bird actually coming out now. Bird coming out now with Soldier 76, so adding that extra firepower there.
Soundbearer coming out here from the side, Still Here. They're moving in. They just had the attack fires of Carnage. That will fade away. Chance taking out all mental, and this is really do or die now for Still Here. This is a problem of their own making as Wolf exploding with the Death Blossom takes them out, and this did not need to go down this way. What happened just a little bit ago is that Still Here was over-aggressive chasing Bird. They got off the point. They let the rest of the team sneak onto the point and take it, and even though they got a pick, they gave up control. They weren't able to contest and build up. And that just didn't need to go down that way for Still Here. That was an error in shot calling.
Absolutely, just overcommitting too many resources to deal with one problem that they could have honestly just left to a single Soldier 76, for example. Carnage was hunting them down, so Carnage could have just dealt with Bird in his own time. It's very unlikely that Widowmaker's going to beat Carnage in that 1v1, even though Widowmaker's assault rifle is fairly powerful, much to the chagrin of people on forums. It's still very likely that Soldier 76 gets an advantage out there, especially with a sharpshooter like Carnage. It's just what you'd expect. Chiefs are changing up the lineup though. Rafa going for the Fire, very powerful on this Sanctum map, simply because the pit is just calling for people to fall into it, and we do see the Lucios, of course, come out as well for those all-powerful boosts.
Yeah, Rafa definitely one to keep your eye on here, as he can knock people into that pit. We've seen it time and time again, but we're Still Here really opting for the full frontal approach. Moving forward, they do take out Wolf right away. They are up in McCrea's Metaphor, going the double kill, taking out Bird as well. Both Bird and Wolf down. Love the hit scan engine of the side of NG Red, dying pretty early here, and Still Here looking like they're going to get the first cap. We'll see, though. They haven't gotten it just yet.
Absolutely, they're trying to hunt down this Lucian as well, trying to overwhelm him. Chance also a very high charge with a damage up, but I don't think it's just going to be quite enough. He's going to have to retreat here, and be careful not to get caught out. Rafa also in the high ground, trying to find what damage he can. Does get picked up, but there's the Resurrect, picking everyone back up, make sure they can keep fighting. Rafa has to be a little bit careful here, he doesn't get isolating picked off. Chance does actually manage to confirm that kill as well. Metaphor misses the flashbang, doesn't quite land it. Carnage picking off Naptime as well. Naptime did have a Resurrect, so he could see the kills back with this from Still Here. There's a Graviton Surge. Is there any damage to fall off? Winston jumps in.
Oh, look, there is a follow-up. The Winston is cleaving everyone there off of that Graviton. They're not able to get the full pick off, but it does keep them back long enough for NG Red to retake control of the point. Wolf and Chance going off in the back line. Rafa trying to fight it off, has to run for his life before Zarya melts his face off. And this is an issue now for the side of Still Here. Still Here, of course, fighting for the tournament life. If they lose this round, that is it. They lose this map, they lose the round, and they are knocked out of the tournament. So Still Here, they want to live to get to the next set, but NG Red giving them all they can handle and more.
Yeah, NG Red also set up defensively with the Deadeye. It's much harder to push into a Deadeye than to push with one. Metaphor has his Red, it's going to be so hard to find the right angle for that. And all the all the Wolf needs to do is stay back on the safety of the background and just fire off that Deadeye from one of the angles. But it looks like they're ready to go with a Sound Barrier.
Yeah, the Sound Barrier's out. That's going to give Still Here a lot of power. Rafa moving in, looking for a good opportunity. Barrage will bring the Justice from above. Takes out one, but ends up killing himself in the process. The Self-Splash, a little bit intense from that ability. Metaphor, though, with a little bit of help, will take out Exion. Let's take a look at Wolf. Wolf is still in it. Wolf able to take out Metaphor. He's looking for more. Tried to get the Mercy. Does get the Mercy down with the help of Bird. And NG Red coming back in force. It was a big engage coming out from the side of Still Here, but it's not going to go fully in their favor. And even though they got the point for a moment, it's going right back to NG Red.
Absolutely, it just swung back and forth there wildly. It looked for a moment like Carnage was sort of keeping the point in mind, keeping the objective in mind, jumps onto the point, manages to take it for a moment. But in that time, NG Red just managed to clean up the rest of the team. They were split up a little bit, couldn't find the damage they needed to finish things off. Rafa now swapping away from the Fire, going for the Roadhog. So that's like a really interesting swap. Maybe having to pull one or two people into the pit. Metaphor actually finds Wolf, takes him out there, nice and quickly, and this could swing either way.
It absolutely could, but the Graviton Surge coming out in favor of NG Red, pulling a bunch of Still Here in as Chance getting the double kill, following up his own Graviton. We have Exion in the midst of things, cleaving people down. 3 kills here for NG Red, make it 4 as they're moving in. Metaphor, though, still alive. The engine of the offense, or just the power coming from the side of Still Here, and they're still able to retake the point. And they can't give this up for any reason, as Wolf now coming to the Deadeye, going to zone people out anyways. Winston going in, going primal. And just like this, NG Red coming right back, and they might have control of the point again in just a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Bird swapping back onto the Widowmaker as well, being so so strong with that. Does manage to take out Lucio. Lucio did actually manage to knock Chance off on high charge, so Zarya just vanishes away. But it's still so strong. There's still too much on the point. It looks like, yeah, they're just going to go aggressive now, trying to buy as much space as they can. Make sure they can't contest this into overtime and secure their place in the semi-final.
We do have the sound barrier coming out from the side of Still Here. This is all or nothing for them. They cannot leave the point for any reason whatsoever here, or they will be lost. They will lose the series, and they'll be out of the tournament. They are on top of this, and NG Red is giving them space right now, so they are going to recap it, but Exion now moving into the back, getting cleave on 4 people. This Winston is a huge problem, and meanwhile, the rest of NG Red moving in from the flank. Bird able to take out Metaphor. The Widow play is real. The Death Blossom comes up for Carnage. Does not work versus the Widowmaker. Wolf and Bird with the cleanup, and this might be it. The resurrection coming up from NG Red. They have control of the point. No one will be able to force overtime, and Still Here will not be making it into the group stages.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to see a Northern Gaming Blue versus Northern Gaming Red, EU versus NA from the same team. Absolutely well played there. And like you said, very, very importantly, they could not leave the point, and that means they couldn't deal with that Widowmaker. Bird once more being the word. As Naptime picks up player of the game, you can see one of these pivotal resurrects. Again, Mercy just tucked away nice and safely, doesn't scoop everyone up. Beautiful. What you like to see out of a Mercy res. Just and secures the point in the process. What we like to see.
Alrighty, so here we go. That is going to be, of course, the side of NG Red moving on. And now let's take a look at the bracket here. Trying to bring that up as we look here. Will it be an all NG matchup, which is going to be awesome and also a little bit rough at the same time? And it will be. Northern Gaming Blue was able to move on, so it's going to be NG Red versus NG Blue. If you end up getting confused in this next matchup, we might be too. One NG will rise, one NG will fall, but both have the opportunity to get into our group stages, as the loser will have an opportunity to get redemption in the third place match.
Absolutely, and I'm just waiting for one team, for Northern Gaming Blue to be on the red team and Northern Gaming Red to be on the blue team. And it's nearly, well, it is 6 a.m. here, so I'm going to get very confused, I am sure. And I'm going to truck it out as best I can. It's going to be pretty damn amazing to see how these two teams measure up to each other. And honestly, I'm not sure how this one's going to go. I'm not sure how these teams stack up to each other. And after watching today, I honestly might give it to Northern Gaming Red. They just look a little bit stronger. They look a little bit more polished. And I think the Northern Gaming Blue, perhaps a little bit less reliably strong, I would say, as my assessment for their play. So it's going to be curious to see how that pans out. But if you are just joining us, this is Operation Breakout, brought to you by the One Nation of Gamers. They are competing for 3 slots in the upcoming group stages that will be starting from tomorrow. So join us then, make sure you do. And we will be continuing until we have basically 3 teams ready to fill those slots and ready to fill those boots. We will be playing, of course, the finals and the 3rd and 4th place match. So a lot more Overwatch to look forward to coming from us here.
No, absolutely. And just going back a moment to your point of NG Red versus NG Blue, going off what I've seen, I think both teams are relatively close in skill level, but I think NG Red historically has had a slightly higher ceiling than NG Blue. And also they are playing on North American servers with North American ping. So I do agree that I think going into this, I do give the edge to NG Red, but I'm not going to count out NG Blue, especially with their longtime pedigree here in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely open for both teams, and like especially Shades and Ladana can both take off in a big way if they do start to sort of hit their stride. They're both very competent players. It's also they are playing very early in the morning, so I'm curious to see if that affects them at all and see how it goes with that. But yeah, we will be getting that going as soon as possible, because as the night does move on, we'd like to keep it rolling as quickly as we can. And I'm looking forward to seeing this match. I know I'm going to get confused. I know I'm going to call the teams the wrong names. I might just sort of resort to calling them blue and red and just hope that that works out. I'm looking forward to that. And I can't wait.
No, definitely. Should be a good game as soon as we get NG Blue in here. NG Blue already finished their game, so we should be able to get them in here in just a moment. Shouldn't have too much downtime. I know if there's anything a Twitch chat abhors, it is downtime. You go to a timer screen and people just freak out. So we're going to try and avoid that here, although certainly I think the casters at the very least might need to take a break after this. But this is the semifinals that's coming your way, and we are slowly approaching the end here today. In terms of matchups that are left remaining, we have Northern Gaming Red versus Northern Gaming Blue, which we're going to bring you. They'll be playing the winner of B-Fly versus either One Shot or Assertion Failed. And then we will be going to the grand finals right after, which will be the match we just described, and also the 3rd place match. So we have this match, the grand finals, and the 3rd place match. So 3 more sets left for you tonight. It's been a long day, but it has been a good day.
Absolutely. Any day with a lot of Overwatch in it is a good day. And I'm super curious to see that One Shot and Assertion Failed still seems to be going. Those teams probably relatively even in terms of power level. So not too surprising to see that match taking a little while. Going to be interesting to see which one comes up and goes up against B-Fly that have been sort of sneaking through the back bracket. Didn't have an easy route either. Have taken out some notable names, most notably Blam's Boys and Sakari, for example, were knocked out by that team. So well played by them. They do, of course, have the Croatian esports player Artia on their team, who's an incredibly formidable guy and not something easy to go up against. But we will be getting this game going as soon as we can. I'm just still waiting for Northern Gaming Blue. Hopefully they should turn up in a moment. I do remember, I think it was on Monday that someone had to get, no, that was for Rogue, and I think they had to call up one of their players because he'd fallen asleep. Bless him.
I mean, this is a time that isn't the absolute most convenient for people in the EU. One amongst many can testify. But for all the players in EU that are participating today, thank you so much. I know it's a little bit rough, but these are the days of Overwatch that we live in. And we'll should be getting going here in just a moment once NG Blue gets into the lobby. Not looking to too much downtime here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, as someone who's spectated many Overwatch tournaments, it does sort of grate a bit when the downtime drags on. And like I've got to tell you guys on Twitch chat as well, we do like talking. Like talking is part of our job, but we don't like talking so much that we want to talk rather than watch Overwatch games. And we'd much rather see the games. But it does actually give me time to talk a little bit about the sort of the sponsors and the reason behind some of this tournament. So let's run through that. So VGVN, Video Game Voters Network, are looking to basically bring esports alongside conventional competitions in how it's treated in America, particularly regarding visas, the ability to move into America and play a competitive game and win prize money for it. Basically, the ability to apply for a visa or an ESTA and travel into America and compete without jumping through any hoops, because it does disrupt tournaments and it will disrupt Overwatch tournaments in the future. I guarantee it. At some point, you'll have a team that might not be able to bring some of its A players, and that will be a massive shame for that team and a massive shame for everyone involved in the tournament as well, because when one team beats out another, but they aren't running their full lineup, you're always going to ask the question, is it due to the lineup problems? Is it due to the fact that they didn't play with the lineup they scrim with?
Yeah, I mean, these are all things that you do question in esports and otherwise when you're looking at a situation. And yeah, I mean, it's the sort of things that you deal with in Overwatch all the time. And right now, it looks like just looking at the lobby right now, there's a little bit going on with people deciding if they're going to remake or going to another lobby. I think we are going to another lobby.
Okay, so
that's what's going on right now. So a little bit of stuff going under the hood right now, guys, as we talk about things and all the rest.
Yep, absolutely. It would be remiss not to mention, of course. Well, actually, first of all, let me make sure that you guys know that there is a link that is flashing up in the Twitch chat every so often, vgmvn.onog.com. Go check that out. There is a petition on there. Do sign up for it. If you do agree with us that, hey, guys should be able to compete fairly easily and fairly straightforwardly, and basically, Overwatch should be able to, run smoothly in the future, and any other esport as well that you might care for. I know that fairly recently a CSGO tournament was disrupted when a team captain couldn't turn up to a game because he traveled to Syria or Iran, I think, and so he just couldn't play. And it's a massive shame when it happens, and I hate it every single time it does. So good to see that. And of course, other sponsors involved are Razer. I am modeling a Razer headset at the moment. It is very comfortable. I've been wearing it for the last sort of 6 or 7 hours, and trust me, it's definitely doing its job. I rather like it. I'm rather fond of it. They've also recently done a line of Overwatch products. The keyboard especially I'm very fond of because it lights up in interesting ways when you use various ultimates. And of course, the final sponsor is masteroverwatch.com, a website that brings you statistics for your Overwatch play. So go check that out if you haven't already. It's a good way to keep track of all your progression in Overwatch. It's good stuff.
There you have it. Somewhere up there, Hex is smiling upon us right now. But it does look like we're getting lobby. We're getting things set up. So sorry about the delay here. Northern Gaming Blue has shown up. I don't believe anyone has fallen asleep. They have 5 S6 members here, so I can't entirely confirm that no one has fallen asleep. But we'll just have to see here in just a moment. But for those who are just tuning, I was just going to say, for those who are just tuning in, both these teams are sponsored by Soda Poppin'. So whether you like him or hate him, technically, no matter what, Soda Poppin' is a winner at the end of this series. Either way, yeah. It sort of goes that way if you're someone who, say, roots for both Chicago teams, roots for both New York teams, and more professional sports. Although that's not really a thing. If you're in Chicago, you're either White Sox or your Cubs, and you're pretty passionate about either way. There's no just, I love all Chicago teams. It doesn't work that way. Of course, if Hex were here, Hex could have a little bit more thoughts on that because he's actually in Chicago.
and actually understands American football. But I'm going to give you a really obscure example, which is Hull FC or Hull Kingston Rovers rugby teams over here in Rugby League, for example. If you do follow that, I doubt anyone in the chat does, unless they're Australian, because Rugby League is fairly big over there, from what I understand. But we're almost ready. There's just one player. Hopefully that guy is awake. And it looks like everyone is talking about ZP's amazing avatar. ZP is rocking, by the way, if you're curious, and I'm sure you aren't, was the Torbjorn avatar, but he has actually decided to swap to the Soldier 76 avatar. And apparently that's too new, so he has to swap back. I myself am actually rocking the Widowmaker's Widow's Kiss, because I'm a big fan of Widowmaker, so that's just what I do.
I actually changed it to the 76. I actually did not want to stand the Torbjorn for a very long period of time. It's like, maybe I don't want to stand Torbjorn. That's just sort of what I got first for a player icon, because unlike everything else in the store, you can't buy player icons. You just have to hope to get the one you want from a box. Everything else, you save up enough currency, you can get what you want. Not so with player icons.
Yeah, I know the first thing that I did when I started at the game, was I think I played 1 or 2 matches, and then I bought like the big loot box pack. And I think one of the first things I unlocked was the Loot Crate player icon. So I fittingly put that on as soon as I could, just to show what a massive, I don't know, Blizzard fanboy I am for paying money for cosmetics, basically. But yeah, that's just the avatar meta, I guess. You've got to find what you like and to try and grab it up as soon as possible, because it is frustrating when you don't get one you want. Especially even more frustrating was during the open beta when everything reset and you got the avatar that you really wanted. So a friend of mine who loves maining Symmetra, for example, got the Symmetra avatar in the open beta, still hasn't had any luck here in the main game.
There you have it. Shades right now in chat saying playing Overwatch at 7 a.m. Shout outs to the European teams playing here. It's not just for those who are tuning in and playing the brackets. It's not just NG Blue that's playing from EU here today. It is also B-Fly team that is sort of new and also playing with a ringer in the sense of R-Tier. R-Tier, of course, one of the top players in Creation Esports, and having what many people consider to be one of the best McCrees in the world on your team has definitely helped out B-Fly here tonight as they have been moving through the top bracket. So very likely that we could be seeing B-Fly again in the finals, but they would have to get past either One Shot or Assertion Failed, and that sometimes is easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely have some stiff competition there. And even though R-Tier is a top tier player, he doesn't have the rest of Creation Esports with him. He is ringing, so you might be a little bit unfamiliar with B-Fly as a team. That said, B-Fly made up of some experienced players. I do recognize from the name Outsider, for example, is no slouch. And I've definitely seen him around, and he's sort of floating around the scene for a while. And Exion saying Overwatch is fun for 24 hours a day, even at 7 a.m. for people on the continent in Europe. But here we go. We should be getting started. I'm still not sure on the status of the last player. There he is, Nutty B, joining the lobby. We should be able to get started as soon as possible. I'm actually going to confirm. I think the draft is already done, so we might be going straight to Lijiang Towers, EP.
All righty. And Lijiang is first map. You don't see that all the time here. In fact, looking here at the draft, Lijiang does look like the first map. There's 2 draft links now, so I'm not sure. But in both draft links, Lijiang Tower is the first map. So I'm just going to assume that Lijiang is the first map. And in fact, that is what we are going to first. So getting our King of the Hill dose in here early and often for NG Blue versus NG Red. And I'm going to demand we go back to lobby if NG Red is not on red side. I'm having that. I'm actually holding that card right now.
I hate to break it to you, but NG Red is on blue and NG Blue is on red. So just to make it even more confusing.
I think since it doesn't matter, we should go back to lobby and swap sides just so we have red on red and blue on blue.
Yeah, just to make it really easy for the casting, although they're saying please no, but yeah.
It's like please have a heart. Go back to lobby, please. I mean, it's gonna happen on payload map anyways, but when we can avoid it, we're gonna put NG Blue on blue and NG Red on red, or this is going to get real confusing real fast. So please have a heart. And here we go. NG Blue is going on blue. NG Red is going on red.
Oh, bless
Thank
your
you.
heart. Especially for me. I will admit I am feeling a little bit of the fatigue, but I'm still holding on, and I can't wait to see this match. But thank you for doing that, because it will make it so much simpler that blue is blue, red is red, nothing confusing there, nothing untowards there. It's going to be nice and simple, and we should be able to get this started. We're just going to tell them that we're ready again. Ready here now, because,
we're ready. Blue is blue, red is red. This is going to be so much better, at least while we can control this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Twitch chat is happy now that we won't be discussing the portrait meta as far as that goes. Oh, the things we do, the things we end up discussing and trying to fill a little bit of time. But we are here, we are on Lijiang Tower. Everything is sensible and ordered in the world as well. Hopefully no one picks anything too crazy. Yep, everything looks fairly sensible, and yep, we are good to go. The gates will be opening very soon. So for Northern Gaming Blue, the European team, the team that I'm going to be secretly rooting for, simply because they are European and I'm massively biased, just kidding, is Shades on Farah, Zaf on the Mercy, Ladano once more on Zari. We've seen him play that before last Monday, for example. You're back on McCree, Nutty B on the Winston, and Mint on Lucio.
Well, now I feel back to the corner where I have to go full USA on you. So representing NG Red, representing North America, since I'm not sure everyone is from the US, probably have some Canadians to boot in there. But it's going to be Brett Expert on the Lucio, Wolf on McCree, Exion on Winston, Bird on the 76, Naptime on Mercy, and Chance on the Zarya. So they're going to be ready to go here in a moment. And interesting change between both teams. One team has a Farah, the other team has a 76. I'd kind of want to give the edge there to Bird and the 76, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also going to be curious to see how both teams position. It looks like Red have decided to basically wrap round, going for the high ground instead, but Shades leaping up to the high point immediately. They're just going to sort of stay on the point, maybe wait till Shades can sort of leverage some of that damage in. And spamming down on the point now, it's very difficult for them to find like a way to engage into this, because Shades going to deal so much damage from that high ground if they can't get onto it. Looks like they're ready to go.
Yeah, they're moving in right now. Bird very much confident in his positioning here, able to poke in as much as he wants. Yor, though, takes out Chance to begin with. Ladano getting in there. 2 quick kills here for NG Blue, and now they're going to be more aggressive. They know they have the edge. They're moving forward and in. Winston doing his best to sort of hold them back on the NG Red side. In fact, Winston going to get Brez back up, but Yor having himself a game here thus far, already with 2 kills, looking for more, fanning the hammer. Winston going to go down. And NG Blue, the pride of Europe right now, moving forward, making this fight their own, and NG Red just getting bullied back.
Yeah, Europe looking really good. Shades now coming back into the fight. Shades going to be so pivotal here. If they start pumping up, that Farah's going to deal so much damage. Just by Naptime, drops the Justice, gets a quick double kill on the back. Might make it a triple. No, not quite. But Ladano does come in, start cleaning up on the back there. Nutty B's going to chase out the rest of the fight. And that was a very, very clean showing there. It just looked like they strolled coming down from that high ground, and Shades just landing hit after hit after hit after. Oh dear, we do see some full scientists. And oh, poor Mint. Lucio getting a taste of his own medicine, getting knocked off the map there for a moment, as they do still contest the point, but it is ticking up here.
Graviton might be on the way here. Graviton got pulling 3 people. Ladano fully charged up with the follow-up there as Shades over the top. Gonna throw in some rockets for good measure. It was a good Graviton, got 3 kills, but the resurrection going to undo it immediately. We'll see if this is enough for NG Red to turn things in their favor. But take a look at Shades here for NG Blue over the top. No one dealing with this Farah whatsoever. Sound barrier out now for NG Blue, and NG Blue using it to their advantage, moving forward as Shades takes out Naptime. There will be no res here for NG Red. Might not need it though, as Chance getting to back, getting some very vital picks. Both teams making their presence known here. And there's the res coming up from NG Blue, but will it be enough?
Absolutely. Shades is almost ready to go with another barrage, so we're going to be looking for that, see if we can find some quick kills. But no, Bird actually picks him out the sky, and Wolf picks up a triple in the back there as well. Chance looking to land the bomb on Ladano, but it's just Ladano and Nutty B on the point, and that's not going to last too long here anymore. Chance swapping on to the Tracer pick, and I actually really like that pick in this lineup. Just a lot of very reliable damage coming out. Chance can go and hunt down the Winston of all things, lay a lot of damage into him very quickly, and get pulse bombs for days, basically, off the back of that. That said, he has to be a little bit careful. Shades is going to be the big threat here. Shades still has that barrage ready. He did manage to save it, so we'll be up and running for the next fight, as Northern Gaming Red actually set up in a beautiful position here, just staying safe by the high ground, making sure that they can't get picked off very easily. It's going to be difficult to engage into this. Ladano does move forward onto the point, and Nutty B sets up that nicely.
And Wolf took out Shades immediately. There will be no barrage coming in as Wolf, Deadeye coming in, gets the double kill. Chance on the zap. 3 people already dead here for NG Blue. Make it 4. Chance being highly aggro, moving in even more so after that. And that's going to shut this NG Blue push down immediately. And NG Red, after somewhat of a rough start, now getting it back together, getting well positioned. And anytime you get well positioned is absolutely a boon to a 76 who just loves sitting in the back and able to poke people as they come in.
Yeah, absolutely dealing shed loads of reliable damage, although it looks like Blue have an idea of sweeping around the side, trying to get people maybe knocked off with that concussion blast. Does he find anyone? No, Shades doesn't find anyone. Actually, 2 people get booted up there by the Winston. Winston just goes fully ape and knocks 3 people off the map. Can he find anything else? No, he's just going to push them back. But this could actually be huge. Actually, no, it's swinging around. Yeah, Red looking pretty strong right now. Nutty B trying to do a repeat, but Naptime just floats back, not to the safety of the map. And Northern Gaming Red looking really solid on the point right now.
Yeah, for NG Red, they had a rough start, but now they only have to win one more major team fight, and they should have this map outright. Bird, though, having to run for his life. He's getting healed by Mercy as he tries to get away from this rampaging scientist. Wolf able to take out Nutty B, though. One-person advantage here for NG Red. Shades just sprays from above, completes the quad kill, and now NG Blue gonna take this right back off the back of Shades.
Yeah, Ladano during that fight very carefully just tried to deal what damage he could, set Shades up, knew that the barrage was still sat there and waiting, just had to get the Graviton Surge there to complete the picture. But Northern Gaming Red coming right back out, exploding right back on the point. Can they take it back is the question.
Yeah, Wolf is coming in. Wolf has been doing very good, consistent damage here as McCree. Even though the Sound Bear is up, he still manages to get the double kill. Wolf looking for another opportunity. The Sound Bear has faded now for NG Blue. Down goes another. Zap is going down. There will be no rest for NG Blue, and NG Red coming right back. Overtime going to treat them very well. And they have a chance to take this after all. 99% for NG Blue, but not 100. And NG Red now well positioned. If NG Red fends off one more attack, they will have this round after a very rough start.
And Chance trying to flank around the sides, maybe trying to find something. No, he's just going to go for the high ground. Does have the pulse bomb ready, but Bread Expert is the main key point here. He has the sound barrier ready to go. That's going to make him so difficult to shift on the point. But here comes Blue, coming on the point, and there goes the sound barrier.
Chance is able to get an absolutely beautiful pulse bomb stick on the Shades. Stop Shades from doing anything he wanted to do there. 3, 4 kills now for NG Red. This is exactly what they need. The Resurrection, though, going to come up. NG Blue on their last life, trying to hang in there as Wolf and Bird absolutely feasting right now. Bird with the tack visor has everything in his sights. Mint and Nutty B trying to come back, trying to hang in there for NG Blue, but NG Blue now relegated to death spawn status. They need to just keep trying to get on the point. But with 1 hero limit, you can't spam Winstons and Tracers, and as a result, NG Red fighting, getting back in there and taking the first round.
Absolutely, and apparently the chat is young. The Chance is not Soda Poppin confirmed. Apparently Chance isn't, Soda Poppin is not much of a Tracer player, so there you are, confirmed. Chance is not Soda Poppin, it is someone completely different. They just, you know, what are the chances they have the same name? And super curious to see Shades there, sticking on the far, even after getting that massive ultimate. Was surprised to see him not swap off there. He has decided to swap off onto Genji here. Even though Farah can have a lot of success on this map with Concussive Blast, lots and lots of pits for him to knock people into, opting to go instead for the Genji. So hoping to snowball a little bit, perhaps get a couple of kills. But with Wolf and Bird on hit scan heroes, that Farah was always going to struggle to find places aside from the Graviton Surge, Barrage, Wombo combo, as the teams do start setting up to attack on the point.
One thing's a little bit surprising here is that no side is running Widow. This is one of the maps where running Widow can be absolutely devastating. Widow not making a grand appearance right now. I would have thought Bird would be on it, but you know, Bird pretty confident on the 76. We'll see if things work out. Both teams find out on the point, and Nutty B going to take out Bird to begin with. 76 a little bit too much in the fray. Ladano and Mint with the fall. 3 quick kills here for NG Blue, and this might be deja vu all over again as NG Blue coming up to a strong start, and NG Red just getting cleaned up.
Yeah, absolutely. That first engagement going way into their favor. Euro now is ready with the Deadeye, for example. Zaf also has the first res, but Naptime will be up and running very, very soon. Chance coming up with a Tracer. Can he find anything on the flanks? He's just going to try and nip around, but Shades also just spamming away with that Genji, being very, very cautious as, well, basically Red are struggling to get out of the point. Chance now on the point, done for around, trying to find what damage he can, but he's very isolated, but the rest of the team is going to come in off the back of that.
And the rest of the team is coming in. Chance with distraction. Wolf was able to take out Nutty B. It is High Noon coming out from Ur. You're not able to get what he wants as Chance takes him out before he can fire. 2 kills here for NG Red as a move in. Make it 3. The Resurrection comes out. Zap pays for it with her life. We're going to see, though, Ur is still in on top of the point. Does take out Wolf. Looking for more. Speed boosted up. Still at good HP. Takes out Naptime. Ur is unaccounted for right now in the back. And this is bad. This is not what you want as Ur getting the triple kill. Going to go down, though, in the end. Might not be enough to save the fight as he gets melted and flashed at the same time.
Yep, Shades now, though, ready with the Dragon Blade. Did get hunted down and sort of pushed off the point there by Bird. You've got to be so careful when you're playing Genji. The reliable damage, also the 76 is so threatening, especially with Wolf there as well. It looks like they're just going to engage straight away, maybe try and get something off the back of this. Ladano's also almost ready to go with that potent one more cover, but there's the defensive Graviton Surge.
Oh my goodness, a triple Deadeye coming out from Wolf. It was absolutely High Noon. He ended up dying after, but in the words of many in online gaming, that was worth. Exion now, as Zarya, 58% charge, looking to melt some faces off, chasing Nutty B back. Meanwhile, the rest of NG Red on top of the point. Ladano, even though he can also melt faces, running away from Bird. Bird chasing him out, and NG Red going to maintain control of the middle and trying to push forward as Bird, in fact, successfully kills Ladano.
And that's going to buy them even more time. Without Ladano, they had to be so careful about pushing forward. They want to get that Graviton Surge, Dragon Blade combo up and running. But here they're just losing pick after pick. Chance is getting in there, finding double kill and just opening everything up. And now it's going to be really difficult for Blue to get out. They're getting pushed all the way back to their spawn, and they have to be so careful there as Wolf finds even more kills. they're just sort of losing cohesion. They've got to slow it down, take the time. Even if it is taking up, it's only on 60%. There's still plenty of time to get something off the back of that, and they already have 43% in the bank. So once they hold it, they are in a really solid position to just keep moving forward. And here comes Ladano.
Yep, Ladano's coming in, but here comes Shades. We might have Wombo combo on the table right now. There's a Graviton. Here's the Dragon Blade, slicing and dicing at Shades. Getting in there with your 3 quick kills for NG Blue. Make it 4. Lots of damage being done on all cylinders there, and that is a very decisive team fight coming in from the side of NG Blue, bringing it right back, getting control of the point, and now they just effectively have to hold this for the entire time, because if they lose it again with only 80% remaining for NG Red, I'm not sure they're going to have another good chance to retake it.
Yep, but they do have Mint ready with the Sand Barrier, and they also have yours Deadeye ready to go, so this is going to be difficult to push into. If they're not careful, they could get caught out by the Deadeye. They've got to make sure that they get rid of that quickly. Dano goes down, though. Chance lands the bomb, takes it out immediately. This is going to be difficult to hold for Blue, I think.
Chance got the stick. It was absolutely vital. NG Blue, though, still fighting as you're exploding with the double kill, making things happen here. Chance had a good opening. It wasn't quite enough. Wolf now having to run for his life. You're on the prowl. You're has been the absolute rock here for NG Blue. As Wolf, though, coming right back. McCree getting work done on both sides right now. NG Red not done yet. The High Noon is out. Ur is down. And NG Red striking right back with only 80% already captured for them and only 20% to go. This is bad news bears for NG Blue.
Yeah, NG Blue absolutely cannot afford to lose anyone at this stage of the game. They've got to be super careful. If they get picked now, it's going to be, well, next to impossible to come back through it. They could do it, but it's going to be real damn hard. And there's a Graviton, so it's just a sister deal. Here comes the bomb. No, here comes just a lot of damage. Holding them back, finding a lot of hurt. And as the fight is joined.
The fight is joined. They just have to rush in to force overtime. That's going to be their end. They did not have good position. Chance got the double kill. Bird went in. Genji did try to throw the Dragon Blade, but did not get any sort of value whatsoever. Overtime now quickly slipping away. I'm not sure Tracer is going to be able to get on the point in time. She is not. And as a result, it is going to be NG Red striking first blood here on Lijiang. And it looks rough for them to start out the first round. It looked rough to start the second round, but they were able to hang in there and force it to their advantage. And again, going in, I sort of favored NG Red a little bit, and they do have the ping advantage, so winning King Middle map, not that surprising, but NG Blue definitely having some very big high points, and this team fight here coming out, Shades with the Dragon Blade, the team with the follow-up was absolutely great.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to give a massive shout out as well to Ladano and Shades, just playing together incredibly strong, especially on the first point as well. They had the Graviton Surge, fire out Wombo combo, sweep in, find a lot of damage. The team definitely building around Ladano, Shades in a big way. Shades also very important in holding that first point, just spamming damage through into a clump team on a Farah with a Mercy damage app. It's just going to make it really difficult for them to move into. Even if they do have the high ground, they're just going to struggle, take so much damage on the way in and just get pulled apart. But well done to Northern Gaming Red, taking the first map in not necessarily a convincing fashion, but they just looked like they were, well, consistently outplaying them in small ways and just finding small openings. Wolf, for example, got off about 3 or 4 Deadeyes just completely uncontested and manages to get 1 or 2 picks off the back of that, and that's just people instantly removed from the fight. So big swings there. They've got to make sure that Wolf can't do that anymore. They've got to try and shut him down some, and especially as we move on to perhaps a more conventional map, you're going to have to really shut down his Widowmaker as well as a massive threat going forward.
Well, the cool thing right now with NG Red is that they do have Bird subbing in for Mangachu, and Wolf doesn't necessarily have to be on the Widowmaker, nor does Bird, but both of them have great Widow options. And of course, Wolf in the last set had some great McCree play. He was a constant threat, constantly getting the double kills, making the McCree spot worthwhile for his team. And it looks like the next map will be King's Row. So even if we get spared for 1 round, we are going to have 1 round where NG Blue is on red and NG Red is on blue. Cats are dogs. Just, I don't even know. The ocean's on fire. Whatever it might be. It's going to be a little bit confusing, but we will get through it.
Yeah, bear with us. Just when in doubt, we can also just call them Europe and North America and just make them represent the entire continental battle in a single bow. But I think that might be a little bit overblowing it. But yeah, these 2 teams looking very evenly matched. I was impressed to see just, how close it was on the King of the Hill. That's part of why I enjoy King of the Hill so much. It's just very easy to see when teams are going back and forth against each other and making it very difficult for one another. It definitely really favors those times when one team just is very even against the other. Very curious to see what they're going to manage on King's Row, however. If Shades can also bring that Farah back out, for example, if he can land the hits he needs, it could really, really put a kibosh on to Northern Gaming Red. I almost got that wrong then, and they're just on the wrong side right here, right now. So who knows what's going to happen when the game starts.
Yeah, so it looks like NG Blue will be on the attack first. That will be the red side, and NG Red will be on the defense first, which will be the blue side. Try and keep up, guys.
Yeah, and if we get confused, don't yell at us too much. We're trying our best, I assure you.
Why couldn't they have named it instead of, why couldn't it have been, Northern Gaming Arctic and Northern Gaming Blizzard or something like that? Then it would be like Arctic versus Blizzard. The Arctic side is doing that. No, it just had to be red v blue. And then they had to match up against each other. So here we are.
Well, they are going through the first generation of Pokemon. So if they do get another team, maybe it's going to be Northern Gaming Ruby and Northern Gaming Sapphire. That could come out later. We could see variations along that theme. That would actually make it nice and clear as well, as we could just call them Ruby and Sapphire. But for now, blue and red, it's going to be confusing. It's going to be mental. I can't wait for it to begin. It looks like we are ready to go. Just going to let the players know. Yep. Ready. So we will be launching into King's Row in a mere moment. We're going to be back to merry old England. Yes, I will keep dragging us back here into a dismal London sky.
King's Row, of course, one of the hallmark maps of Overwatch competition right now. Teams usually pretty amenable to playing on it on either side. So here we go. We are getting right into it. It is going to be NG Red on the defense on the blue side. We'll have that roster for a moment. And it's going to be NG Blue on the attack on the red side.
Yep, nice and simple. Should be easy for everyone to keep up.
I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to like old Simon Says, things that you have as a kid. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, what do you call it? The like Simon Says they were red, blue, red. I don't even know.
But apparently even Axion is confused in the chat about who is who. But on Northern Gaming Red, on the defense, on the blue team, just so everyone is even more confused. Apparently Yuri is now Northern Gaming Purple as well, just to make everyone even more confused. We do have Naptime on the Mercy Bread Expert, on Lucio Chance, once more on the Reinhardt Wolf, back on the Widowmaker Axion, on the Junkrat and Bird, back on McCree. So, like typical so far for Northern Gaming Red, no Symmetra play. They really don't seem to favor that pick, instead opting for the Lucio.
Reinhardt, don't you think it's time you hung
Yep, Lucio coming out, and we'll see. Is he going to stay on it? In fact, see, Bread Expert, he is going to stay on it, so no Symmetra will be in play. And by the way, we had a good comment from Val in the chat saying, despite everything that's been said, have you ever seen the player Chance and Soda Pop in together at the same time? If not, what can you truly believe? Either way, looking at the NG Blue side, it is going to be Nutty B on the Reinhardt, Ur on the McCree, Mint on Lucio, Zaf on Mercy, Ladano on the Widowmaker, and Shades go round things out here on the Pharah as we move forward. And Shade's definitely one to watch here. Pharah plays some of the most dynamic here on King's Row, if done properly, but Wolf looking to shoot Shades out of the sky. Who will prevail? We're going to find out in just a moment.
Exactly, Shades instantly going up and over, and one reason why Pharah is so huge in this map is there's so many walls for her to bounce off as well, just to make it really easy for her to move into position. A lot of damage being taken by Northern Gaming Blue. They have to be a little bit careful not to sort of get spammed out by the Junkrat or the Fire Strikes coming through. But it looks like Northern Gaming Red are actually going to take the initiative in their own hands. They're positioning to counterattack.
Yeah, NG Red going right in here. Chance and Nutty B getting deep into it as Bird and Exion over the top pick up 1-2 kills here for the NG Red side. Make it a double kill here for Bird. Bird not letting up at all here on the McCree play. Getting another pick off as Shades went to the ground, stayed on the ground from Bird's left click. So pretty decisive defense coming out from the NG Red side. NG Blue gonna have to go back to the starting board.
Yeah, NG Blue just need to be a little bit careful that they don't get engaged. And again, at the moment, Naptime is ready to go with a Resurrect. That said, Nutty B is almost good to go with that Earthshadow. That could be huge. That said, Nutty B just walks straight on the point and actually goes and beats up Wolf, just hammers it down. This could create a huge opening, although with the Earthshadow.
The Earthshadow did not get any value whatsoever. Just went against Chance's Reinhardt shield, and Bird coming right back with a double kill. Bird is absolutely the word right now. Bird making a triple kill, and that was a good bend but don't break moment there for the defense. They backed up, they let the offense get on the point, and then they just moved right back in when they felt they had an advantage, and NG Blue having some difficulty getting into point A here on King's Row.
And I'm not going to lie, right now my mind is just looking for bird puns, and the only thing I can think of is one bird near the point. It's worth, I don't know, 2 in the res or 2 in the spawn, because Bird just absolutely saved the team there. Just reacted perfectly, got the flashbang right where he needed it, landed kill after kill after kill, picked everything right back up. Now Northern Gaming Blue have to just take the time. They've got to be so careful though going into this. Wolf was almost ready with an infra side as well, and Bread Expert almost ready to go on the sound barrier, so it's going to be difficult to break them. Shade jumps in, but instantly takes a chunk of damage.
Yeah, he does take a chunk of damage. Ura coming in. Ura, of course, had some big McCree moments earlier in the day. We'll see if he can bring it here now. As Chance going to win the Reinhardt battle. 5v5 right now, both teams. Bird getting Shades out of the air. Shades getting shot out of the air a whole lot by Bird. Here comes the Deadeye from Ura. Ura not getting a whole lot of value. Ladano, though, will pile on. There's the offensive sound barrier. Shades rezzed up. Barrage coming down. Will take out Chance, but the counter res coming out from Naptime. Bird is back up into the fray. Has the Deadeye on the way. Will take out Shades. Getting killed by Ura in the back. Will won't be enough. Both teams really giving their all on top of the point. Breakout for one of the only remaining people on the point. The defense needs to get back on here, or they're going to lose this even as people are still alive. Breakout fighting will go down in the end. Exion needs to get in on this. He is going to get in on this. Facing Zarya's beam of death. He is going to go down. Shades still raining death from above, from behind. Chance in trouble. Chance going to go down. And finally, after a rough fight, NG Blue has the payload moving.
NG Blue, they're just fighting out of their minds. Managed to get, I think, 2 Resurrects off in the same fight, so well done to Zaf for dancing around, finding enough targets to build up that ultimate a second time. Shades also looked sort of a little bit overwhelmed there, jumped in, basically got picked, tried to deal with Wolf's Widowmaker, tried to sort of neutralize that threat and got picked out the sky very early on by Bird, but then the Resurrect came back up. Shades was just in position, got the sound barrier on him and dumped the barrage on the enemy team, just cleaned out everything, just leaving poor Junkrat with a Mercy sort of in support, and that's just not enough to hold on to the point for any real time. But meanwhile, looks like Northern Gaming Red taking the high ground, trying to stall it out here in this early phase in the point. But this is so vulnerable here. You saw a Fire Strike go right through it, for example, dealt a crap load of damage. And meanwhile, Shades is also swapped off to Clara, going up to the Genji, boosted by that pick in this little area. Genji has a lot of ways to flank around, and there's just a lot of ways to sort of, if you start getting 1 kill in this big clump, you're going to start getting more and more and more, and it could end things in a very big way, especially as Ladano is ready to go.
Wolf with an absolutely beautiful pick on the yard will stop that McCree threat right away. Right now, people sort of ignoring the people on top. The Graviton coming in. Ladano getting the double kill. Shades getting deep inside, looking for extras. Has to back up a little bit as Ladano making a triple kill, putting the team on his back. Zaf, though, going to go down the chance. No more resurrections will be coming up here for the offense's defense now, trying to turn this more in their favor. Bird is on top of the payload. Shades going to go down, I think, fell into a pit or something. The defense, though, still under fire. Has to be a little bit careful, but they might be stabilizing as we speak.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ladano and you are back off here. It'll be a little bit greedy to try and stay in position. And it looks like they're just going to try and poke away. They want Ladano to maintain that high charge. We'll sort of bombard Widowmaker, just keep her pin back, make sure that she can't over-engage. But I do hear a tactical advisor going up in the back here. So Axion looking for a kill. Does get stunned out. Can he find anything in the back though? No, lands the damage. There's the Earthshadow on the main team. Doesn't find too much though. They do have to be careful as, Bird tries to get very greedy
Bird is
there.
Down. This is a huge opportunity for a Dragon Blade right now. Shades is in the back of the Dragon Blade, off the res, looking for the value, but no, the Resurrection gonna bring Bird right back up. Bird countering right away with the flashbang. There was a brief opportunity where Bird was down, but he got back up. But still, the offense has way better position in the payload, and defense has struggled to sort of get back on it and stop its progress.
Yeah, Axion trying to jump onto the payload, trying to stop it up, but like you said, the defending team just aren't in position to stop this payload rolling forward. They're isolated, away from the point. Chase is going to clean up back there on the Genji, make sure that the enemy team can't do anything, any sneaky shenanigans in the back line there. That said, the offensive team also a huge amount of resources still available. They still have the Graviton Surge, for example, on Ladano, so that could be pivotal. Nutty B also ready to go with an Earthshadow. If they can break down Chance's barrier, they could really make something big happen here from this final point on King's Row. This is where teams normally stall out slightly, so having that little bit of extra space would be huge. That's how they have to be careful as Wolf is back on the Widowmaker, trying to find what picks he can. There's the sound barrier.
Defensive sound barrier. The offense is backing out. This is a really good move by the offense here. The sound barrier is going to be wasted in the offense, fully loaded with ultimates. This could be NG Blue's time. They're moving in. The Graviton is out. Ladano pulls in 3. Bird kills Nutty B in the process. The defense still hanging on there somehow, and in fact, they're turning this back in their favor. I'm not even sure how, given the ult advantage that they had going in, but good play coming out from Wolf, Chance, and Bird. The Resurrection does come out, though. The offensive sound barrier is on the way. Ur is still participating here for the offense, but the offense is very much in trouble as the Chance going to lay down the hammer, moving forward, gets the double kill, and I can't believe NG Red able to hold on and turn that to their favor. They were completely outclassed when it came to the ultimate advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. One big thing there, I think, was that Soldier 76 was actually pulled into the Graviton side, dumped down a healing field, and that little thing actually just kept everyone topped up just enough, especially combined with Lucio's healing, just made it enough so that they didn't have the damage quite to pick things off nice and quickly, especially when you have a Genji there, you're just having to get one quick kill, so you can dash back and forth through the Graviton surge and get kill after kill after kill, basically multiplying his own damage very quickly. That couldn't happen, and so NG Blue couldn't actually find the kills they needed to quickly see that off of the back of the Graviton surge. That said, Ladano now swapping off the Zarya, learned from Monday, where they just stayed on Zarya far too long, for example. Now swapping onto Widowmaker, immediately trying to challenge Wolf, but looks like they're ready to go. Shade comes in with the Dragon Blade.
Shade is going for the Dragon Blade, trying to avoid the McCree. Will avoid the McCree as Ur with the backup gives the 3-person Deadeye. They weren't looking at Ur as Genji was in their face. The Resurrection, though, coming up from that time, giving his team second life. Will they be able to use it properly? Bird fighting in the back versus Shades. Deflect is in his face. He flashbangs himself as the offense of NG Blue now getting on top of it, making this work. They're not deterred by the res. everything going their way as they move to the point. Maybe Naptown will be able to get on in time to delay, maybe not. Wolf trying to get on top point, not going to do it. And that's going to be it. NG Blue will cap the point, sending a decent time here, but not an unbeatable time going forward.
Absolutely. You're looking... Well, that play was insane. I think he picked up 3 or 4 kills off the back of a Deadeye. Did, like, with the distraction Shades. Shades, this might actually be the play, but I'm very curious about the distance to Shades. There it is. He does actually manage to shut down Bird as well. Stops a lot of the damage. But meanwhile, you're just fired 3 bullets into there and leaves 3 corpses. Someone call the Undertaker. Indeed, McCree went off in a big way there. That was insane in how well that played out for them.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where Genji, even when the Genji isn't getting the kills, there's very few, oh crap, I have to do something about this now moments in Overwatch, like a Genji with a Dragon Blade unsheathed and in your backline. So while you're looking at Genji, if you're not looking at the front, you are potentially opening yourself wide to a McCree to come in and deadeye your entire team, and that is exactly what happened there. But 7:38 is the time to beat. That is a very beatable time on Kings Row, where we've seen sub 3-minute times all the time. So for NG Red, this isn't the worst look, and in fact now the confusion finally ends, at least for this map. NG Red rightfully on the red side, NG Blue on the defense. Thank you, Mondata.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'd say thank Mondata, but again, I'm a massive Widowmaker fanboy, and I'm a massive Alive fanboy as well, so I'm secretly rooting for her throughout that entire thing. So again, it's a British thing. I've got to root for villains just because that's what we're always portrayed as. So that's what I have to do. But meanwhile, Northern Gaming Blue look ready to go, and that looks like a really solid team lineup coming out there. So I'm just going to start calling it right now. Nutty B on the Reinhardt Shades, on the Junkrat Yor, on McCree, Mint on the... Oh, and I say that they're secure, but no, actually, no, that's just going to be swapped off to the Alicia, just to get Mint there nice and fast on the Symmetra. Ladano on the Widowmaker, and Zaf on Mercy. I imagine that Yor's going to go back to spawn and swap back onto McCree in a moment.
Yeah, very, very likely. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one from the side of NG Red to see what exactly they do going forward here. 38 seconds remain until the match is underway. Again, sort of looking at the defensive strategy here. Nothing too crazy coming out. In fact, this is the most standard of defensive comps we've seen coming out from the side of NG Blue. They're going to have Symmetra, of course, on defense. They're going to have Junkrat in the hotel. And just for those who are wondering, why do you always see a Junkrat in the hotel? You see a Junkrat in the hotel a lot because A, it's a really good spot to spam people as they come through the main entrance to this area. And B, if you ignore him, he can flank on your team and punish them. If you actually go after him, he can sort of retreat in the hotel and still pain to get on him. So Junkrat, pretty darn effective here on defense.
Yeah, absolutely. He just loves being there, and if you just don't deal with him, and if you try and run into him as well, you're just going to be running into grenade after grenade, probably running into a trap or two as well. It's just going to make you really make life really difficult to use. Bird went for the air shot there, didn't manage to find anything. Nutty B just standing there with the shield up, making sure that no damage can get through his bird. Tries to chip away, but looks for the position. Actually, we do see Shades actually standing basically in the unconventional position. I imagine he's going to wrap round fairly soon, though. But yeah, Northern Gaming Red just taking the time, really playing it slow. They don't have any fire, so they jump up and over to find what damage they can. So they're just going to take it easy, try and probably get action on it with a little bit of extra charges. Here they go, charging onto the point.
They're moving right on, and Wolf able to take out Nutty B. The flashbang on point. Exion is so charged up, melting people. Azaria. Wolf again with the follow-up. Bird and Wolf, 3 kills between the two of them. The resurrection from Zap is going to bring up a lot of those fallen heroes. It's not going to do much about the Zarya that is melting faces off of Exion, taking out Nutty B. And here comes the tire coming up from Shades. Will it connect? It will connect. It gets a double kill. A little bit of life here for the defense, but might not matter. The resurrection coming up from that time going to bring up those fallen heroes. And this is looking very, very good indeed for the side of NG Red. They're swarming on top of the point. And even though Blue is trying to make something of this, it's not working out in their favor. They're just chaining death after death right now.
Yeah, Mint did manage to get the teleporter up, and a few people did come pouring out of it, but Wolf was in position already with a Deadeye. Did actually have to fire it off, though, so he won't have that available for the next little fight. But Brad Expert is also good to go now with a sound barrier, so he does have that in his pocket, so he's ready to engage. Meanwhile, Mint is miles away from his sound barrier, so that's not going to be available for a very long time. Shades now swapping away from the Junkrat, going onto the Farah instead, and basically ultimate advantage is, in my opinion, so heavily in favor of NG Red that they should have no massive problem pushing through, unless, well, Ladano gets a good pick like that.
Yeah, Ladano going to take out Bird, and this is a huge opportunity for NG Blue, and this is why NG Blue is being this aggressive. They know that NG Red is down a player. It means, okay, we're going to get in the payload, we're going to zone them out, and we're going to get the best defensive positioning possible. That is what they're looking for right now. Now they're just going to hang back, and I'm going to note, Bird no longer on the Widowmaker. Bird now on 76.
Yeah, so Bird actually favoring the 76 pick a lot. I quite like it. It's also very, very good for dealing with the fire and makes it nice and easy. But it looks like they're just going to go through these alleyways and then just engage right on the point. So here they go with the sound barrier.
The Earth Shadow's coming down though from the defense. Nutty B knocking down 4, moving in, gonna charge Bird to his death. Ladano taking out Wolf with the Widowmaker, but look at this, the offensive Zarya moving in, Graviton pulling in 2, 1 able to get away right away. Still might not be enough. The defense coming back in with the res of their own, trying to stabilize here. A bit of a brawl between both teams. I do believe the defense has a bit of a man advantage, but Chance, the 4-person Earth Shatter coming in, making this his own, swinging the hammer. He's gonna get taken out in the end. The overall follow-up was not there. Wolf was a little bit behind. Very crazy fight between both teams, but the important thing here for NG Red is now they're getting pretty good payload progress.
Yeah, Breakout spent all that time standing on the payload, making sure it's rolling forward, so any space port. Oh my god, Bird just finds a triple kill throughout all of that as well, so running forward ahead of the team, laying in the damage to Soul 76, finding pick after pick after pick, and he's just going on a rampage right now, keeping the team back. Wolf goes in, can he land the kill? No, he can't. Ladano's there with a barrage, just keeping them nice and safe, but it looks like the payload might make it all the way here to the end of the street phase in really solid time.
No, this is very solid time. NG Red has 4.5 minutes. They're moving forward. They're not stopping. Bird with another triple kill, making a quad. Bird just absolutely going nutty on this point. Wolf the fall, but on the Deadeye, they have NG Blue on the ropes right now. This is some incredible pressure coming out from the side of NG Red.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're just going to hunt down the remainder of the team. That's it. They've managed to hold it off, and now can they push it all the way to the end? NG Blue, I imagine, will have one final time for a push. They just have to be so careful coming out of the spawn, make sure they don't get picked off in any silly fashion, and then try and find something on the back of that. They do still have a barrage as well. They are holding on to that. There is a step right up as well. The Euro trying to find a dead eye, but it just hits the barrier, and here we go with the fight.
Yeah, Shades is coming in through the back, does have the sound barrier backing him up. Will lose the sound barrier, does have Barrage at the ready, waiting for the right opportunity, going in over the top. Will Justice rain from above? It will not, as Wolf takes him out with a well-placed headshot. The offense of NG Red, they smell blood, they're moving in. The Resurrection gonna bring up all those fallen heroes. Chance with the return fire Earthshatter, knocks down 2. Bird and Wolf feasting off of that Earthshatter opening. 4 people down here for NG Blue. This might be their swan song. NG Red on top of the point. Here they go, and that is going to be game for NG Red. NG Red has officially secured themselves a spot in our group stage tomorrow. But note, if you're a fan of NG Blue, it's not all over for them yet, because NG Blue has a chance to earn another spot in the 3rd place match, because Team Liquid did drop out. So NG Blue might be able to feast on that opportunity. We'll just have to wait for the 3rd place match coming up a little bit later in the broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be one hell of a match as well. I'm curious to see who fills out the final slot for that and competes for it.
The final time, by the way, for that match was 4:20, so that was a pretty quick time in general. I'm not drawing any attention to any particular number, but just wanted you guys to know. What?
Yep.
No, I'm saying this with a straight face. You can't laugh. You can't laugh.
Oh, okay. I beg your pardon.
No, wait. No.
We'll just carry on. They secure their spot. NG Red are definitely in the group stages. What will happen is they will have to play a final against, well, I'm not too sure. I haven't managed to check the bracket, so I'll take that moment in. Well, I'll take that opportunity in a moment to find out who they're playing against. But there will also be the 3rd and 4th place match. NG Blue still in with a shot. We will bring you both of those matches. They will be coming up very soon. The reason why we're playing the 1st and 2nd place match is to determine seeding, so who goes where in the group stages and how they are placed in those group stages. So it's going to be very curious to see who comes out on top of that. And also, well, have you had a chance to look at the bracket ZP and see who is coming up next?
Who is coming up? It's going to be the winner of B-Fly versus One Shot. Assertion Failed, not able to get through One Shot. It was a close series. It was a 2-1 series. So Assertion Failed gave One Shot everything they can handle, but One Shot was able to get through. And as far as I can tell, One Shot is in lobby right now. They are still playing. So I think now is an opportune time to take a quick break. They're in lobby right now. They should be done in a little bit. We'll be backing them up, I think, somewhere around maybe 5-10 minutes thereabout as they finish up, and we'll be ready to get into either the 3rd place game or grand finals. One of the two is coming up first. We'll just have to see. Probably 3rd place match coming up first, just because it's a little bit more climatic that way. Either way, this is the Operation Breakout Qualifier number 2. I'm ZP. That's one against many. We're staying up for way too long tonight, but it has been worth it for all this great Overwatch action. We'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, guys, we are back here at the Operation Breakout Qualifier number 2. Apologies for the long delay here. We did have to wait for that last match to finish up, and we are going to be moving on into the third place match. It is going to be Team One Shot versus NG Blue. A lot at stake here. Both these teams fighting for the right to get into our group stages this weekend and beyond. And this is going to be our final match of the night. We do have a lot of EU teams that have been staying up awfully late. The finals will still be played for seeding, but the last match where things are at stake is happening right here, right now. And I could see either of these two teams taking it here.
Yeah, absolutely. It could go either way, and everything is to play for here. This is why we're doing this match, because if they don't win, they don't get to take part any further in this tournament. So everything is literally on the line for these teams right here, right now. They have to take it, and then they get into the group stages. The other match is playing mostly for seeding purposes, so that's why we're focusing on this one. And there's just so much to play for. Now, we've been following NG Blue a little bit, but One Shot we haven't seen so much of. That said, I have been doing my little bit of homework. So it seems that One Shot finishing fairly sort of middle of the road in a lot of open tournaments as well. So definitely getting results very similar to a lot of the background of Northern Gaming Blue back when, you know, they were composed in different teams and put in different places as well. So these two teams should be fairly evenly matched. It's going to be very interesting to see which one comes out on top and which one cinches that final slot in the upcoming group set. And honestly, this could go either way. We're just going to wait for the draft to finish up, and then we will go right away. If you are just joining us, this is Operation Breakout, brought to you by the One Nation of Gamers and sponsored by the Video Game Voters Network, Razer, and MasterOverwatch.com. Do give those sponsors massive amounts of love for doing this. I can't wait to get started, CP.
No, absolutely. And by the way, just for people wondering what did happen in the top half of the bracket, why One Shot was dropped down here. Our tier of best known for his play on Creation Esports, one of the best McCrees in the world, was subbing for B-Fly. I'm not sure if he's going to be with them for the rest of the tournament, but it does seem likely because Creation Esports is not playing. And everything I heard from both One Shot and Zensity, otherwise known as Blam and Sakari's team on the bracket, they both sort of told me that our tier absolutely went crazy in those games. So if you're a fan of Creation Esports or just a fan of our tier, know that he was doing work here today in the tournament, even though we did not catch him on stream. And I gotta say one thing, when looking at the side of One Shot, and this is something that really caught me when watching One Shot versus Team Liquid in another matchup a little bit earlier this month, Chronic has an absolutely crazy Reinhardt, or at least he did the time that I saw him. He had some great plays, really brought the team on his back, and made One Shot do things that you wouldn't otherwise expect. So here right now, I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to bring that same level of play against NG Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. And perhaps continuing the trend that we've seen of these excellent Reinhardt plays. A little less today. Definitely, we saw a huge amount of that on Monday, though. We have seen some pretty solid Reinhardting today, and I do love to see that because Reinhardt, often sort of underestimated, I suppose. He's a very cerebral hero. He's very important for sort of shot calling, positioning, making sure your team engages correctly, and handling the engage with the enemy team as well. Reinhardt is your front buffer in doing that. So good Reinhardt players will always leave the team in good stead and leave them in good shepherding hands. I'm also curious to see if Shades is going to continue laying out the damage and how Ladano is going to deal with the opposing sniper, and also how much is he going to favor that Zarya pick that he occasionally pops up on. So an interesting series of games coming up for you fairly soon. We will get going as soon as we can. And, well, as you can see, probably from the light shining on my face and all this baldness going on up here, the sun has risen here in Europe, so I'm going to wonder as well if the conditions are going to play into One Shot's favor. It is very early in the morning here in Europe. I imagine it's even earlier for most of Northern Gaming Blue, as they aren't on Britain. Fortunately, British esports hasn't really taken off in a big way. We do have some players, but not many, much to my heart's lament. So it's going to be curious to see if that affects them in any way. But it's also good to hear that Creation Esports did have a little bit of representation. I was very sad to see that they didn't sign up. So I'm glad to see at least RTA making a name for himself and still causing high impact in any tournament that he enters, no matter what team he's on.
You know, I don't think Artier could ever actually smurf around because he has one just terrible tell that it's actually Artier playing, which is that he spams hello on McCree more than any other player I have seen in the game. Seriously, going way back, even back to the time where teams weren't even running McCree all that often. Artier was on McCree before it was cool, before you ran two of them in every tournament that didn't have a 1 hero limit. And he just, the notable thing about him, anytime you go first person view, he's spamming hello after getting any sort of kill. It's just the thing I associated with him in my mind.
It's always that flick with the hand that McCree does of hello, howdy, howdy, and that's all you get.
Like, hello.
Yeah, just
hello. I just killed 4 people on your team. My name's R-Tier. Exactly. But no, we should be getting the map draft here in a moment. One Shot versus NG Blue. That map draft is going to be coming up here, and I don't know really what to expect map wise. I'd expect that, I guess if nothing else, if you were going to go by the odds, pretty high odds that we see Kings Row again, pretty high odds that we see Hollywood. But we did have a map draft earlier where we did see both Nimbani and Nepal in the same map draft. So you never really know, especially if teams over the course of a tournament have sort of gotten burned on things over and over again. We have seen that in times where, maybe a team going through had a really, really bad showing on a Kings Row. And then they go, you know what, maybe we're not going to go to Kings Row for the rest of this tournament. Even though we're normally okay with it, not our map today, no Kings Row. And that can happen sometimes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially if one team thinks that they favor another map and another team, might be a little bit weak on it, like we saw with Dorado with Still Here. Like Still Here brought that map out, caught the other team a little bit off guard, it feels like, and really made it their own, really made it strong. So lots of strategy still in the map picks. Going to be interesting to see if they can come up with anything to throw the other team off balance. I'm also curious to see if we're going to see any more of that King of the Hill action coming out of these teams, because I do love a good King of the Hill map, especially on one hero limit where you're not getting the crazy overtime that we were used to back in the dark times before the hero limit came in. And at least on King of the Hill especially, it's so important to keep it nice and clear and nice and fun for everyone involved.
Mm-hmm. For those who are wondering, why do you have the 1 hero limit? I'm just sort of touched on it a little bit in that King of the Hill was absolutely one of the biggest driving factors, to the point that we actually had an in-between tournament in the scene where 1 hero limit was only on King of the Hill. And the reason for that is that King of the Hill in particular tends to devolve into this double Winston, double Lucio, XX format, where you have a lot of power from Winston, of course, getting on top of the point, dominating an area, Lucio with double sound barriers and gauges that are more uniquely King of the Hill focused. And it just wasn't the greatest experience for spectators, because if you have, say, 2 Winstons, 2 Lucios, and 2 Tracers fighting it out, there's not great targets for the observers. It's sort of a mess visually, as you have 4 Winston shields down, 4 Lightnings just sort of striking everyone. It can get real brutal. So 1 hero limit has definitely made the King of the Hill side of things much clearer and much more concise, especially from a viewer perspective. Now, on other things like payload, it's a little bit more debated, but it certainly has cut down on the amount of double Winston, double McCree that you see nowadays as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've both been through the nightmare situation of solo casting. Double Winston, double Lucio, double McCree on both sides, or double Tracer, depending on what they're running. So we've definitely sort of gone through that. And trust me, that is absolutely exhausting, because they just keep managing to get back on the point. But it looks like the map draft is underway. We do see Route 66 taken out by One Shot, Ilios, and Nepal as well. So One Shot not favoring King of the Hill. Meanwhile, NGB removed Watch Point, Gibraltar, Nimbani, and actually taking out Lijiang Tower. So the map pool is Dorado, Hollywood, and Kings Row. Let's see where they go with that.
Hollywood and Kings Row. Can't say I've seen these maps before, aside from the part where we've seen them all day long. That's okay, though. These are consistent maps. Teams have good reason to like them in the scene. And we might be heading the Kings Row yet again, much to Om's delight. Although even at this point, don't you want to see a little bit more variety than always going to jolly old England? Because we're going to jolly old England. Kings Row will be map number 1 in this 3rd place match, determining which team gets the final slot in the main One Nation of Gamers Operation Breakout tournament.
And it makes sense. It's the map that everyone is absolutely familiar with, and there is a huge amount on the line here. If you lose here, you do not have a chance of getting some of that $15,000 prize pool, some of that beautiful, beautiful cheddar that you could be earning in the group stages, and you have everything to play for here. So why not go to the standard map? Why not go to something that everyone is prepared for and basically play the standard? And that's what we're going to do, especially as I don't think these teams had time to scout each other out. There was never an opportunity to sort of look at each other and see what they were doing. So no surprise that map picks are very, very standard. I imagine probably next map we're going to go to is Hollywood, just surprise after this one. But it's going to be curious to see if maybe they decide, hey, let's throw it up in the air, let's see what happens on Dorado, because honestly, with the way that Northern Gaming Blue favor Farah play, like Shades especially, and the Genji as well, he's just been like motoring on those 2 champions. So Dorado wouldn't be a bad map for them with those 2 picks.
Dorado sometimes feels like a gamble from a team perspective too, just because of how hard it is to get through point A. You're usually going to get to the end in a lot of cases if you can get through point A, but for a reason you get stopped, that's effectively going to be map death right then and there. Now, of course, you have the option of doing that to your opponent, but sometimes it can feel a little bit hard to put all your hopes and dreams on Dorado, which is probably why we see it a little bit less, and just comes down from how much you can defend that first point. But taking a look here at the defense, rolling out here for the side of NG Blue, which is on the blue team, though way less confusion in this matchup than the last, is going to be Ur on the Lucio, Nutty B on Reinhardt, Shades on the defensive Junkrat, Zaf on Mercy, Mint on the Symmetra, and Ladano rounding things out here in the Widow. So a very, very standard team comp coming out from the side of NG Blue.
Yeah, and you're just running back to spawn. They're going to probably bring out that McCree just to get the Symmetra that little bit faster. Meanwhile, on attack for One Shot Gaming, we do have Rolf, I'm just going to call him Rolf, on the Lucio. We do have Ultima Web swapping around all over the place. I'm going to leave him for now. Exy on Zarya, Psycho Waffle on Mercy, Ned, that's an amazing name, on McCree, and Chronic on the Reinhardt. Will Ultima Weapon stick on the Torbjorn? I don't think so. I imagine we're going to see something a lot more standard come out fairly soon. Perhaps a Pharah.
Ultimate Weapon usually will be seen on Pharah or Genji in a lot of these cases. He definitely specializes in projectile DPS, and Pharah is what it is going to be. So see what he does here. But Ultimate Weapon actually has a very explosive projectile weapon DPS game. Definitely one to watch as the game goes forward.
Absolutely. The team starts setting up positions, so let's see how they handle this plus approach, because everything can sort of go horribly wrong here if you are especially not careful. Ladano's going to be looking for a quick pick on Ultimate Weapon, but they're going straight in and jumping right over. Ultimate Weapon going right to the back line.
He punches Ladano in the mouth, takes him out. Ladano now firing rocket after rocket into the back, making Junkrat run for his life. McCree not liking the situation at all. The reload coming in might save him in the end. Mercy getting in on the heel. McCree living way longer than he probably should. That was a very ill-timed reload. Just these sort of things happen. But Ultimate Weapon still in the back, not really being dealt with the Mercy. We'll see if the offense is able to convert this, but offense actually getting split up a bit, and we'll see if Ultima can just keep the momentum going, as he will take out Ladano in the back.
Ultima finding a lot of kills in the back line there, but the front line just crumbled immediately. That said, Ned going in, finding a quick pick there on the Shades. So they might actually be able to recontrol the point. That said, the teleporter is down in the hotel, so the battle will be rejoined, especially as that Mercy rest comes up and Ladano is looking for even more quick picks.
Yeah, Ladano is looking for quick picks. He runs into Ned as McCree, but somehow gets alive. I don't know how Ned didn't kill him, and Ladano getting the salty run back does take out Ned right away as you're getting a bit of cleanup. So in the end, it looked decent for One Shot as they start out there, but just did not quite work out in the end the way they're expecting. Ultimate-wise, though, they do have a lot of tools at their disposal. They do have Deadeye, they do have Barrage, and this should be a good fight coming up.
Absolutely. If that said, they didn't just quite get the, I don't know, the oomph behind it. The Resurrect comes out, the teleporter is set up, and they're all ready to go and all ready to fight again. That's a Chronic coming in with Deadeye ready, but doesn't find anyone with that. And they're looking to fight here, but they're just getting scattered all over the place. Shades also takes out Psycho Waffle, so there's going to be no Resurrect in this fight.
Yeah, Ultima Weapon does see where the teleporter is going to take it down with the rocket. Ned with a bit of follow-up will take out the Reinhardt. Ultima Weapon concussive blasting off the top. Can't go in as hard as he would like. Does not have the health really to do it. Has to take protection in the back, but will destroy you with a very well-placed long-range rocket. And now Ultimate Weapon coming over the top, still has the barrage at the ready. Might not even need to drop it, as slowly but surely One Shot is muscling their way onto this point.
Yeah, Ultimate is doing a really good job there, staying alive, and there was no one really left for Northern Gaming Blue to deal with him. Everything was sort of close range. You did have Yor with the hit scan, but McCree and sort of medium and long range does drop off quite a lot and can't quite match the damage of Pharah in a 1v1. And Shades on the Junkrat, I'm sure Shades is amazing at aiming those bombs, but it's going to be so hard for him to find the Pharah kill. That said, Pharah is actually coming out from Shades now, so he swapped back onto that pick, onto this street phase, just lots of space being bounced around and find, you know, the missiles he's looking for, a lot more friendly to Pharah here, lots of friendly space in the skies especially. Going to be difficult to sort of deal with that as well, because they don't really have a good answer for that. There's no snipers. Ladano gets a pick on Ultima, and there's nothing here to handle Shades as we're engaging.
Oh, they're going in. The Earth Shatter coming in, knocking down 3 people. Nutty B going in very hard, making a huge amount of space here for the defense. The offense just meekly going back into their spawn there. They know when they're beat, and they're going to back up and regroup. But look at what they have to regroup here with. Zarya has Graviton at the ready.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be seeing a big wombo combo coming out relatively soon. I imagine they're going to expect a sound barrier to come in very aggressively here, and then they're just going to grab everyone up and try and devastate them as fast as possible. That's why they have to be careful. There's so many spaces here for Mercy to find a good resurrect. It looks like Ladano gets a quick pick on Ultima, though. That's going to buy them a lot of time, because that wombo combo is pretty much denied. The other sort of stall out here, and the sound barrier was burned, so they're not going to get much value at the back of that.
Yeah, Yor was able to come in from the back, got a great Deadeye, got 1 kill, came in from the back. You're really putting the team house back there. Ladano, of course, staying on Ultimate Weapon, doing a lot of work as well. We do have the barrage coming down from Shades just to clean things up, getting the double kill. And the defense really operating at all levels there for the side of NG Blue. And as a result, One Shot going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, one-shot still do have a lot of options available. They, of course, do still have the Graviton Surge and Barrage wombo combo in their favor, but unless they can deal with Ladano, unless they can apply pressure, Ladano's just going to snipe off Ultima every single time he gets a chance. It's so difficult to push in against that Widowmaker when you're playing the Pharah. The moment there's a vulnerability, it's going to get exploded, and there it goes. There's the charge from 90 feet. Can he find anything, though?
Yeah, he charged in on Xe, stopped the Graviton from going in. Xe was about to drop it all over his team, but Xe and Ned able to hang in there, getting 2 kills, fighting back as Ultima Weapon mid-air shades, takes him out of the sky, and now 3 down. The defense is in a very rough shape here, and the bigger part that's really worrying to them is the fact that the ultimates are still up here for the offense. Even if they try and make a last stand here, they're going to run right in the Graviton Barrage, and this could be a huge loss of momentum for the defense. And here we go. Nutty B is challenging this. This could be an absolutely grave mistake. The Graviton coming in, sucking in 3. The Barrage not even needed here. They're going to take it out just like that, and now the offense with a great opportunity as they move forward.
And all during that street space, Zaf got caught out of position, basically stuck behind the attacking team, was forced to sort of wait and try and get into the enemy team's into the Graviton Surge to pick everyone back up, but couldn't do it. Shades is sort of poking around under the map, trying to get under King's Row, but I think that's a little bit over risky, trying to be flashed for the sake of being flashed, and not really going to find anything in the back of that. There's still a Barrage and Ultimate Weapon here. He can just drop that at any point, scoop up a bunch of kills, and it could be huge here, but here comes the counter engage.
Yeah, the defense right now being very aggressive. We've seen NG Blue do this before. Nutty B going super deep, perhaps a little bit too deep. Going to get focused down here in the back, but not before taking out Chronic. That is, I'm actually astonished that he was able to take Chronic out that far deep. Ultimate Weapon, though, returning fire, getting 2 kills as Pharah, including a pick onto the Mercy, which means now the offense can move forward. They don't have to worry about a res. This is an opportunity to get a little bit more payload progress as they move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a lot of space now. Chronic does start to come back to the battlefield. That said, Nutty B is also back in position. The Chronic has almost, though, got the Earth Shadow up and running. He will have that first, but Nutty Beast is going straight in here, living up to his name a little bit. He's backed up a little bit. Yor picks up a double kill as well, and Mercy tipping onto the plate. Oh my god, Ultimate trying to go for the sneaky beaky. The sneaky beaky Barrage doesn't quite find it. Psycho Waffle now stuck on the wrong side of the map, does get picked up here, and this is looking really bad. This push at least to one-shot gaming.
Yeah, Chronic coming in with the Nerf shot. Again, knocked down 2 people at the very least. Chronic not wanting to give up just yet, but certainly the loss of Pharah there, the sort of ineffective ultimate, really spelling the doom here for this push. Might be better to save the Earth Shatter for later as the offense has to go back. They have to wait for Chronic to get back into it, and that's just rough. I mean, I get what Ultimate Weapon was going there for, but it's high risk, high reward. There was no guarantee of any middle-of-the-road reward, and it did not work out.
Yeah, an Ultimate Weapon now swapping off the Pharah, going instead for the Genji to apply more threat to Ladano, for example, in the back there. That's an Earth Shatter. It's going up in the middle, and everyone is just rolling all over the place.
Yeah, Nutty B laying the Earth Shatter, able to set up his team. We'll take out Ultimate Weapon. Psycho going down as well as Nutty B and Chronic swinging the hammers here in the back. Chronic is going to get the advantage there in the end, but look at the defense swarming all over. Ladano going to take out Chronic in the end. I'm going to say here, by the way, too, Ladano has been a big issue. They do not have a good answer to him. Ultimate Weapon is on Genji now, but as we've talked about at length, Genji is not necessarily a counter to the Widowmaker. There's a lot of ways where Widowmaker can make Genji's life absolutely terrible, so we'll see how this works.
Yeah, absolutely. You generally need sort of 2 threats just to really pressure down the Widowmaker. Make sure that you're trying to deal with one and coming from the flank and deal with the other. If you're just trying to brute force her, it's going to be really difficult. But here comes another engage that stops up really bad by Yor.
Yeah, they're coming in, and they tried to make the most of it on the offense, with the defense just swarming on all levels. Ladano getting a pick on the Lucio. The Graviton really not doing as much as what they wanted for the offense, and that's just going to be a full team wipe, and a little bit of an awkward engage coming out from the side of one shot.
And it doesn't surprise me at all that Xe is now swapped off the Zarya. That's just not working at the moment. Even though Ultimate Weapon is repeatedly getting on Ladano, Ladano has Zap in his pocket and is basically just being healed up, and Genji just doesn't do enough damage to clean that up quickly. But here comes another engage. These teams are just brawling each other.
They are. Nutty B right now looking for the Earth Shatter, getting into the back line. Might have a big Earth Shatter in a moment. Gonna drop it down. Knocks down 2. Ned is down in the back. We'll see if this is enough. He's going to take down Ned. The McCree is out of the fight. The Winston going deeper in. Roof running for his life here for one shot. And NG Blue has really been an iron wall here, and we'll see if there's anything left in the one-shot tank, as only a minute 45 remains.
Yeah, Xe now swapping onto the Reaper, going away from, well, any other pick. And that's a fascinating pick to me, because that does not deal with the Widowmaker. Maybe they're hoping that Ultima can use the Dragon Blade to basically get that ultimate weapon out and deal with Ladano. But if they can't handle that, Ladano's just going to deal so much damage. It's going to be so difficult for them to push in here.
Ned was going for the Deadeye, was immediately taken out by Ur. Exy as Reaper did get to the back, took out the McCree, get punished himself, and Ladano is still just absolutely unopposed up here. He did have to deal with a little bit of Genji pressure, but it's not enough. The Sound Bearer, though, is up for the offense. Exy picking up the double kill. The offense making something out of nothing here as Exy on the offensive Reaper gets the triple kill. Was not expecting this, and there's the fall-off Earth Shatter, and out of nowhere, One Shot is going to complete the map in a situation that was looking grim indeed.
Yeah, that was fascinating. So I might have poo-pooed the Reaper pick a little bit there, but my God, actually went in and did absolutely boatloads of work. I just don't think they had anyone there to deal with him or handle the damage coming out of him. And so he just could just lay in meat shot after meat shot after meat shot. And on Reaper, you just can't allow that. Here comes the sneaky ultimate, but not going to find anything there. High Noon dropped as well. It's going to be easy pickings for Ladano.
I mean, getting another look at that ultimate there, that was really greedy on the side of ultimate weapon. If you know that the Widow is there, going for a barrage, I mean, you're effectively just taunting the Widow to kill you. Even your average pub Widow is going to be able to punish that. So I feel like, I understand they didn't want to stand the fair forever and didn't want to waste the ult, but sometimes it's, you know, if you're getting that wrecked by Widow, maybe just change up a little bit earlier. I don't know.
Yep, and I do see a little bit of confusion in the chat because apparently one player did sort of throw themselves off a cliff, and that's mostly just to deny ultimate charge to the enemy team. So if you know you're going to die, you might as well not die to the enemy team, because if you do, then you feed them ultimate charge. So you have to be careful about doing that, and you will see pros very often sort of sacrifice themselves to deny that little bit of advantage to the enemy team. Unfortunately there, ZP, I missed the time. So what is the time to beat coming up, if you caught it at least?
The time to beat coming up is 8:54, and that is a very, very beatable time on Kings Row. This is something that NG Blue has to feel pretty good about. They can't be entirely lax. They can't, you know, take all the time in the world on point A as if that's the only thing they have to cap. But in general, so long as they win about 1 out of every 3 team fights, they will set a time that beats the time that One Shot just shot. So they have a lot of buffer to work with here.
Yeah, and I see Northern Gaming Blue picking Zarya already, so I'm just going to leap into that and then talk a little bit why I love Zarya so much in this kind of situation. So Ladano is, of course, on the Zarya, as I mentioned. You're on McCree, Zaf on Mercy, Nutty B on Reinhardt, Mint on the Lucio and Shades back on Fire. And the reason why I love Zarya so much in picks like this is because Zarya is so reliable in getting you towards the end of the map. She can definitely carry you through this first point and through the second point. You just bide your time, build up that Graviton Surge, and then drop it on someone and get as many kills as possible. As long as you're playing sensibly and smoothly, that should feed you a lot of kills and get you a lot of ground very quickly.
Yeah, the cool thing about Zarya too is that you sort of, if you use Graviton right, it can be sort of a breaker of points where everything is going wrong. Once you have Graviton, it's pretty easy to win a fight off the Graviton. It's certainly not guaranteed, but it's one of the bigger tools in your arsenal to break a point like point A and Kings Row. So in the end, even though Zarya builds up quick or slowly, it's something that you can depend on after about 3 or 4 team fights. But either way, taking a look here at the defense rolling out from the side of One Shot, it's going to be Exy on the Widowmaker, Ned on the McCree, Psycho Waffle on the Mercy, Chronic on Reinhardt, Ultimate Weapon on Junkrat, and Roof going to finish things out here on the Roadhog.
The Roadhog, so interesting picks coming out. There's definitely no Symmetra this time. Instead, opting for the Roadhog. We're going to be looking for a couple of quick picks here, but Northern Gaming Blue just going straight in. Chase jumping up and over and looking for a couple of quick picks in the back there.
Yeah, he was going to look at the back right away. Zaf, though, almost going down immediately to Exy. Exy here in the back is fighting Pharah. Who is going to win here? Pharah is going to take out Exy. Shades, but the double kill took out not only Widow, but Mercy as well. And this is a very good look here for the side of NG Blue. They are clearing out all the defenders in point A. Ned, one of the last people up. Ned trying to turn this in his favor with the aid of Roadhog, but he is going to eat a Zarya bomb to the feet. And just like that, NG Blue is making this point their own. I'm not even sure the defense can get back here in time.
Oh my God, ZP, did you see that? I know you saw that because you commented over it. Shades won a 1 versus 2, a Mercy pocketing the Widowmaker, just out-damaged both of them, blew them both up, and that was huge for the team, bought them so much space. That's absolutely crazy that one player just goes into that kind of close-range environment and just outplays them, kills them both in such a smooth fashion. Absolutely well played by Shades there. Basically got them this first point. Excellent time. Now they have tons of time to go through these street space. They didn't need any ultimates or anything. It's incredibly well done.
It's one part well played by Shades, one part embarrassment for the Widowmaker just because of the nature of that matchup. But here comes Shades going to the back, getting healed, looking for the barrage, not going to drop it just yet. Might have had a good opportunity there, decided that he was going to get blown up if he went for it. The offense pushing up, but also not going too crazy as Ladano, and you're backing up a little bit right now, getting to the rest of their team. Shades, though, coming back in, being more aggressive, moving forward, still has Barrage at the ready, not dropping it just yet, and in comes Chronic, a mega 3-person Earth Shatter into the back line. Not quite getting as much value as we'd like, but Ultimate Weapon is getting some good cleanup on the double kill.
Yeah, it's enough to force the res. Shades going back in on the front line, though. Landing a hit after hit does actually manage to take out Ned before getting picked up there by ultimate weapon. There's a Graviton Surge. Only 2 people caught in it. No one's really there actually finishing that off either, but that said, Ladano's on such high charge that he can easily come up, and Euro there as well, just killing off, picks up a triple kill. Excellent play there. Well played by Northern Gaming Blue, just holding on, waiting for the res, and capitalizing off the back of it.
Ladano completely set up the McCree there, and a Deadeye was not even required. And NG Blue is setting an absolutely electric time right now. They only need to move a little bit forward to get to the second checkpoint. And time-wise, you look at how much needs to be defended. It's about 6.5 minutes of something to be defended. Here comes the side of One Shot, moving right up. They want to engage us, but Euro shuts it right down with the Deadeye. Psycho will be getting the res up. All those Fawn will be coming back up. Here comes Dragon Blade on the way. We'll see if it's enough, but thus far, Ur is absolutely just dominating the defense. Here comes Ultimate from Dragon Blade. He's going to get knocked to the ground by the Reinhardt. He gets taken out, and the kill feed is still nothing but Ur.
Yeah, what do you say when the kill feed is all one man, and it's just McCree's smug face looking at you saying, yeah, I just did that. I just absolutely dominated and took over that fight. You just got kill after kill after kill. No one was there to deal with it. No one was ready for him. And he just, like, that first engagement, everything went wrong that was possible to go wrong for Chronic there. Deadeye fired off and just went straight through his barrier, basically. Killed 3 people immediately, forcing the res. It turned it on a dime. And they're still pushing it, and they're still making a blisteringly good time, as both teams still brawling with one another.
Yeah, they're still brawling, but NG Blue definitely with long momentum. XE able to take out Zap, though. There will be no offensive resurrection. Here comes the defense. Sound barrier is down. They want to finish this out right now as XE picking up another kill, and Psycho even killing the Reinhardt with the pistol. And the offense just running away, and for good measure, this fight is absolutely done for them. They need to regroup, but the upside for them, time-wise, they're working with a whole ton of time. They still have a little bit over 5 minutes left, and that is just an eternity on this last King's Row point.
Yeah, absolutely. They have so much space to work with. They've just got to take their time with it. They do have another Deadeye coming up, but I don't think this one's going to find anything. Chronic Sparrow still has a lot of hit points in it, so it's not really going to do... Actually, no, he gets Chronic, so his barrier goes down. You'll pick Chronic up there for a massive blow. That's a Ned trading right back with the Reinhardt. Actually, though, funny pick up the pick up the pick. And we've seen this before at Northern Gaming Blue, where they just couldn't handle the Windmaker on this final point. That's it. Dragon Blade. The
Dragon Blade on the way in the back, ultimate weapon looking for value. Will take out Ur, gets rid of the problem. Even though he dies with what Ur's been doing, that is a worthy sacrifice. Actually gonna snipe Shades out of the air. Both teams down 2 players as they're fighting it out. Exy, though, doesn't have a whole lot of pressure on him in the back. He's free to snipe as much as he wants. His destiny is in his own hands, but now the front line going down a bit. He's able to grapple away from the Earth Shatter. That could have been brutal, and now he's still sitting here getting shot after shot until finally Ladano takes him out. The Zarya right click hitting pay dirt, and the defense very rattled right now as the payload is almost at its destination. There's the Graviton going to be pulling in Ned. Down goes Ned. Psycho bringing it back up, going down right away, and this momentum might be unstoppable from the side of NG Blue.
Yeah, they've quickly swapped up to Tracer to try and find them a little more space in the point, but Ladano is just going off at the moment. He's on a Zarya on high charge, and there's no one there to really deal with him except for McCree. Shade's also getting in and getting massive cleave damage with that Winston, just hitting everything. Cycle coming out of Zone 76, too little, too late. That is Northern Gaming Blue taking the first map, one step closer to that group stage coming up tomorrow. Setting their sights on it and putting a really, really solid offensive together there. Especially sort of at the start, they just absolutely dominant. And you're absolutely deserving player of the game here. Just utterly dominant in the street space. It's going crazy.
And this was one very, very long play of the game for Ur. He was able to get through Chronic Shield, did that. And this is where it was effectively Ur kills everyone, the show. Just, if we could extend that forward for about another 5 seconds, it'd be Ur getting about another 3 to 4 kills. So whether chat wants to call him McBalanced or what, that was a great, great showing by Ur. What a play for him, and we are going to be moving on to the next map. And now One Shot on the verge of elimination. They're so close to getting a group stage spot, but they have to get through NG Blue first, and NG Blue has won the first map here. Only 1 map remaining for NG Blue to secure their spot in the group stages along with NG Red.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's crazy to see because Shades had that brilliant 1 versus 2 at the start of the game, so looked really strong there. And then Yor comes out. The fact that he just manages to walk through the barrier and not get punished for it with a Deadeye, or the fact that the barrier was so close that he could just take 2 steps forward, get through it, shoot 3 people down, and force a resurrect immediately, that's a huge mistake and a huge error to make. Now, I would expect that out of Northern Gaming Blue right now because it is about 8 a.m. where they are, and they've been up all night playing Overwatch. So to see that kind of error come out from One Shot, it's a little bit unsteady. It's a little bit surprising to see, and it's a little bit upsetting just to see that come out because that was so pivotal in that fight. It looks like the next map will be Hollywood, ZP.
Yep, next map will be Hollywood. We'll see how things work out here moving forward. Of course, this is a map that OneShot has been very comfortable on in the past. They gave Team Liquid the fight of their lives on Hollywood just a little bit ago. So we'll see if they can keep that up going in here. I feel like Chronic, though generally he has had a pretty high level of performance, wasn't quite getting as much as he usually does there. Who knows? Could be the time, could be something else. Could just be variance, but we will see. We're moving into Hollywood as NG Blue looking to put OneShot away, but they have to win Hollywood first.
Yeah, absolutely. Chronic actually did manage to get a really solid Earthshatter at one point, managed to sort of isolate two supports while the two tanks ran forward, but unfortunately one of those tanks was a Zarya on high charge and a Reinhardt who still had his charge. So he just turned around, charged Chronic into a wall, said no, stop beating up my friends, and just pummeled him to death while Ladano went on a kill spree that was utterly unstoppable, especially as long as that McCree isn't able to find the Zarya and pick her off. That's one of the few answers you have to a high charge Zarya, is just to hold her in place and overpower her with sheer damage. But Northern Gaming Blue now sitting up on the defense on Hollywood. They would really, well, they've looked good so far today. I'm curious to see how well Ladano does, because a lot of Stage 1 Hollywood does come down to the sniper battle. And, well, let's just see what the defensive team are running, because they're the least likely to change. So Northern Gaming Blue coming out with Nutty B back on Reinhardt. Yule once again on that dominant-looking McCree. Shades once more on the Junkrat. Ladano on Widowmaker. Mid on to the Symmetra, and Zaf back on Mercy.
Reinhardt, don't you think it's time we hunt?
Yep, pretty standard defense coming out here. Not double builder by any stretch of the imagination, but definitely something we've seen time and time again. 4 teams in Hollywood here today and throughout the week. Meanwhile, looking at the offense here, which certainly has a few things left to change, it will be Psycho on the Mercy, that much I am sure. Chronic on the Reinhardt. The rest of definitely in flux. I think Neo will in fact be on the McCree. Xe, I don't think will be on Bastion. We'll probably switch to the Widowmaker. Roof may or may not be on the Lucio. And Ultimate Weapon, I think we'll see him go Pharah here. Pharah, very standard. Or maybe Genji, though, if he doesn't trust himself versus Ladano.
If it's May, I'll be super curious, because there are a lot of places you can try and cut people off with this map. And it looks like he's actually... Is he staying on the May? This could be happening.
Is it happening?
It's not in the spawn.
Yeah, he's staying on the May. This is happening.
The Bastion
is actually staying on the Bastion?
Oh my
All right,
God.
I don't even know what to expect by this. This is new uncharted territory. Usually teams are trolling when they do that on attack. You can't trust it, but here we go, the May Bastion offense. I hope it works. This is unconventional to say the least. Ice Wall coming up, that's going to allow them to go through to this next side, so that is...
They're going to try and set up on the high ground here. They're just going to try and set up on the high ground, use sort of May as a magic curtain, and then reveal actually, hello, there's a Bastion here, by the way, guys, and then Bastion immediately gets exploited by Euron McCree, which is sort of part and parcel of how it goes with Bastion. It was exciting while it lasted, but I imagine they're going to change it over.
They were able to take out Ur at the very least towards the end, so Bastion will be back before the McCree is. It was a cool approach, no pun intended, with the May Ice Wall letting them get in like that, but the fact that Bastion got taken out that early, definitely a crimp in their plans.
Yeah, definitely put them on ice for now, although I really do like the idea of the magic curtain where you just bring May up and then you reveal, hey, there's a Bastion here all along. But again, May cutting off space. It looks like actually they wanted to engage off the back of that. They do sort of just move straight forward into the position. Xe now, of course, on Widowmaker, so it's going to be Xe, well, up to Xe to find Ladano, quick control on Ladano. Not even charged thing gets pulled out of position, however. This could be good for OneShot Gaming.
Yeah, for OneShot, they are moving in. As Ladano, though, striking back, gets a double kill, takes out Xe. Xe was looking to pile on, but it did not happen. Meanwhile, Shades, the tire coming in from the back, gonna get the double kill. Roadkill on the menu for Shades. As NG Blue looking very formidable here on this first point Hollywood defense.
And during all that time, Mint manages to get the teleporter up and running. So sure, while the hijinks are interesting with the Bastion, it did allow Mint enough time to get that teleporter up and running. And now it's just going to make it even harder for OneShot. So creative strategy, unfortunately, hasn't paid off right now. Might pay off a little bit later. We do see Ultimate back on the Pharah. Sort of what we were expecting to begin with, especially as, well, he did have a fairly good showing during the first half of King's Row. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get anything on the back of that. But it's, of course, going to be down to them pinning down Ladano, and Ladano able to sort of find Ultimate Weapon.
Ultimate Weapon getting to the back, was looking for the teleporter, did take out Ladano with the final rocket, so a little bit of life there, as now the offense drops the sound barrier. Chronic getting in deep, getting the double kill as Reinhardt before going down, but the defense not to be deterred. Zaf coming in with the Mercy Resurrection, bringing it back here for the defense. Defense will stabilize, despite that shot of action coming out from the offense.
Yeah, Shade's really, really strong in that fight. Wasn't sort of handled, and that Junkrat, once he starts landing those hits, will start taking everyone out. Shades is ready to go with another Riptide. That could really put a crimp in any offensive that people are looking to do. Yor, however, also does have the Deadeye ready to go as well, so it's going to be difficult to deal with all these threats at once. They've got to make sure that... Oh no, Shades actually finds Chronic as well, takes him out nice and quickly. And oh dear, the tire.
This tire, it's trying to stay alive. It has 100 HP and only has 2 seconds left. Tire, no, you must find a target. And no. Tire not hitting its point, sadly.
Unfortunately, I think we call that one a zoning tie. Just bought them a little bit of time. Forced the offending team one shot just to back up a little bit, take their time. They just had to sort of wait it out and delay, which is honestly one of the best things we do with a tie. You don't want to sort of run into it and get exploded. Ultimate Weapon finds the teleport, however, and Ned going with the Deadeye.
Now going in the Deadeye, the offense making another approach here. Chronic charging in, trying to get in on Nutty B. Will take out Nutty B. Xe takes out Ladano. This is a huge opening here for the offense if they can keep up the momentum. Ned piling on, able to take out Zap. There will be no more reses here for the defense as they are moving in. Xe in the back as Widow, not contested right now. And the offense only needs a little bit more of a push here as they're moving in. The Rocket Barrage comes in for Ultimate Weapon, cleaning up the point a little bit as Shades goes down as well. So finally, the offense of One Shot getting things going, and the payload will be on the move.
Yep, took about 4 minutes though. That's not a quick time at all. They're going to have to go at a blistering pace through the streets just to make sure that they're in with a good position here to get that final slot. Got to give a shout out to Ultimate Weapon as well. Didn't get caught by Nutty B's Earth Shatter there. Managed to catch 4 people. Ultimate Weapon then jumps up, lands the barrage, takes out, well, basically saves his entire team and saves a point in the progress. So well played to him in that matchup. We're going to see how they're going to move into this phase over vertical ground. It's so important. Ned already swapping onto the Genji, for example. But, Ladano finds Ultimate Weapon. This is going to set them up really nicely for this next engagement. Xe finds Ladano in trade, but it's going to be so hard here because they have so little high ground control at the moment. It's going to be a case of,
a beautiful leaping shot from Xe. Takes out your Xe now. Going to move forward is in great position here as Widow. As he takes out Shades, Xe being absolutely relentless. Can he get Ladano? Ladano versus Xe underway. Ladano running for his life, grappling over to the side. Xe losing line of sight of him, but still Xe in the driver's seat right now in a great position to continually get more picks if Ladano does not pick him off. And he does get Ladano! Xe right now being unleashed for the offensive One Shot.
Yeah, and absolutely. And Ned doing such a good work there, just opening up space for Xe to basically find those shots, making sure that he is a constant threat to Ladano on Widowmaker, making sure that Widow can't actually take her time, can't sit still into him because they're being hunted down by that Genji, and it looks like they're ready to go here. Shades actually swapped onto the Winston as well to try and deal with this threat coming out from the Genji.
Yeah, Ladano, though, coming right back on the defense, does take out Ultimate Weapon. Xe, though, gonna win again. Xe has been applying this Widow pressure this entire time. The defense still hanging in there. We do have the Dragon Blade. Ned in the back, slicing and dicing. Will take out Nutty B. Makes it a double kill. Ned is still on the prowl with that Dragon Blade. And overall, even though NG Blue is hanging in there, they're slowly getting pushed back right now by this onslaught. And maybe now they might be close to stabilizing.
Yeah, Nutty B just finishing up there by running over poor Ned on the Genji. Genji not quite finding all the kills he wanted off the back of that, so this will give Northern Gaming Blue a little bit of time just to reset, just to set up once more on this high ground, give Ladano an opportunity to fish for 1 or 2 more picks. And it's interesting to see actually that Ultimate Advantage, in my mind, is, well, a little bit towards the favor of One Shot here. They have Ultimate Weapon ready to go with the barrage, and it's going to be interesting to see where that's put, if they can keep Ladano pinned back and then open it up for the barrage to basically find as many kills as possible, because therefore Northern Gaming Blue are forced back right now. They're sort of stuck in a position where they can't, well, they are basically forced into comping.
Oh my goodness, Ultimate Weapon with the double kill over the top. Kills both Mercy and Shades. That's going to prevent the defensive resurrection from going up as Xe piling on. 3 quick kills for the offense. This is turning into a slaughter real fast off of Ultimate Weapon's engagement. And still life in here for the One Shot squad as they are going to hit the checkpoint.
Yeah, it just feels like Mercy especially got really out of position there, was not covered by the Widowmaker, and that gave Ultimate all the space he needed to just drop that barrage. And as we said before, trading barrage for a Mercy +1 is infinitely worth it. Just Mercy alone is completely worth. So well played by Ultimate Weapon there, finding the space he needed to get that kill as the team starts rolling out. But the payload's just going to be inching forward. This is plenty of time for Yor to get 1 or 2 kills and stabilize for Northern Gaming Blue right now.
Yeah, Yor is able to take out Ned, getting rid of the Genji, who has been a problem. Ladano moving forward off the speed boost, laying in the damage, and NG Blue coming right back, pushing back the offense, but they are right by their spawn point. They're going to have to defend the offensive push here in just a moment, and Dragon Blade will be on the menu coming out from Ned.
Yep, Dragon Blade and Chronic is up and ready to go with that Earth Shatter. So if they can find that, if they can land it, it's going to be huge. That said, the Earth Shatter has to get through 2 barriers, so the Shades are ready to go, and Nutty B is also ready to go. And Xe actually swapping off the Widowmaker, going back onto this Reaper. This worked so well before on King's Row. I'm going to be curious to see if he can pull that magic off twice. Well, a little bit risky here, as the Shades got to be a little bit careful. Just far off the ultimate, does back off seeing that Reaper there, but there goes the Dragon Blade.
in the back looking for the Widowmaker. Widow able to really give him the runaround here. Finally, though, Ladano gonna get sliced in half. Ultimate Weapon meanwhile on the back was on the double kill. Zap going to go down. Zap might have been looking for the res there, not going to get it. And this is a big turnabout here for the offense. One Shot has been playing the latter half of this game much better, and they're moving to the payload. I'm not even sure the defense is going to be able to stall this out.
Yeah, Xy's already in position as well, finding what damage he can. Almost has the Death Blossom ready. The Ultimate also flies on Rush, just fighting more time. There's the Death Blossom, putting in so much damage. Shades comes in on the Genji, does try and reflect most of it, but it's just enough for Xy just to keep killing. There's the stab arrow on both sides as Nutty B lands an excellent Earthshatter. Does buy his team even more time. You're getting kill after kill after kill. They might be able to bring this back. They might just be able to do it. Ladano's putting a lot of damage on the Divas. The Ultimate is going up in the air. Can he land enough hard? Team is pumping, and Ultimate's just getting kill after kill after kill. Xy also picking people off of the ground. No one's dealing with it. It's just Shades left now as the point moves forward, and it looks like they finally set a time. Oh no, Yor!
No, not yet. Yor is able to get onto the point here quickly, delaying by another second or two, but interesting game overall. I think NG Blue definitely has the edge going in on attack. They bought themselves a lot of time, but they also faltered, allowing the offense of One Shot to get back into this game. They had them shut down, and then slowly One Shot just started winning fights. They kept momentum in their favor, and I don't really think the defense of NG Blue was ever really able to bring it back after a long time. So we'll just see what happens in the second half here. I still think that the best road to victory here for One Shot in the second map is just holding point A outright. If they lose point A immediately, I think it's going to be rather grim for their chances of winning overall here.
Yeah, absolutely. All basically Northern Gaming Blue would need to do then is just keep jumping on the payload, make sure that's constantly rolling. They'll probably just be able to brute force it all the way to the end. The time to beat is 8 minutes 44. A huge amount of space for Northern Gaming Blue. They must be feeling pretty happy about that. That's going to make it fairly simple for them as long as they can take that first point, because you can be completely shut out there. As we've seen before and earlier today, it definitely does happen to teams. That said, I imagine they're not going to try anything risky. Just play it very stable, very safe, and try and clean up as quickly as possible, get that first point, and then just grind their way through the map.
Indeed, so we'll see how things go through here. About 8.5 minutes, a little bit more than that is the time to beat. Lots of time here for NG Blue as they move forward, and we'll see if they can put this one away. One Shot, of course, fighting for their tournament life and fighting for the spot in the main group stages still to come.
Yeah, absolutely. The tournament life is in their hands right now, and Northern Gaming Blue just could be clinching that final spot here any moment now. But right now, it looks like the defensive team has got a fairly solid lineup, so I'm going to go ahead and say that they're probably going to be sticking with that. So Ned, once more on the McCree, Roof on the Symmetra, Ultimate Weapon on the Junkrat, Xy on Lucio, though I imagine that's going to swap off to a Widowmaker once they've sort of deposited the Symmetra on the front line. Psycho Waffle on Mercy, and Chronic once more on the Reinhardt.
Meanwhile, taking a look here at the offense as it sets up for the side of NG Blue. An offense that wants to put this away right here, right now. It's going to be Mint on the Lucio, Ladano on Zarya, Lure on McCree, Zaf on the Mercy, Nutty B on Reinhardt, and Shades. Might he be truly on a Hanzo? I mean, he's been flexing projectile DPS all day. It might not be as crazy as it sounds. In fact, we've seen Hanzo have great effect on offense on Hollywood before. I still think it's more likely he changes, but you never know.
And with Shades especially, this is a guy who I've definitely seen pull Hanzo out very, very regularly in tournament conditions. He is not afraid to play Hanzo, and he certainly loves playing on the ladder, let me tell you, as someone who's caught many of his arrows to the face. So he's definitely a threat on that. He's not to be underestimated. As we saw earlier from Tavik, it's definitely a viable pick, and it's definitely not one to sort of be taken lightly. Though Ultimate Weapon finds an instant pick on Mint. I think he laid a trap at the door, and they just weren't expecting it. Mint blunders into it, and it explodes. Alas, that's actually going to buy them a good couple of seconds as they have to wait for Mint to respawn and rejoin the team.
They have to wait for Mint to respawn. An Ultimate Weapon already at 45% ult charge, so he's well on his way to his first Riptire. And right now, the offense of NG Blue not wasting too much time, and Shades, in fact, is sticking on this Hanzo. So we'll see if he gets good effect on it here in just a moment.
And I imagine with the Hanzo pick, they're going to want to take it slow, get the Sonic Arrow set up for that vision, and try and just burst someone down very quickly using Sonic Arrow. But meanwhile, it looks like a counter-offensive is getting one shot, pushing out and trying to take the engagement back to the Northern Gaming Blue. No, backing up nice and safely. You're at Mint. Oh, you're at the point.
That was a horrible mistake by the defense. They went way too far up. We'll see if they can recover, but losing two people immediately like that is never good. The offense getting the resurrection up. They smell blood in the water. Shades going in, able to take out Ultimate Weapon as Nutty B dives the backline as Reinhardt, swinging the hammer, picking up a double kill. And this is all sorts of bad for the side of One Shot. They got way too greedy moving forward. Ned was punished horribly for it. And as a result, NG Blue getting through point A very quickly indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. They have tons and tons of time now to move on to the second phase. I'm going to be curious to see if Northern Gaming Blue do opt to swap anyone out. It doesn't look like they're going to do so just yet. So given what they have a lot of ultimate swarms ready to go. And one thing we can't underestimate is the wombo combo of Zarya. Oh god, as Shades actually outsnipes Exy as well on the Hanzo. So that's absolutely incredible for him. He now has a Dragon Strike ready. Graviton Surge plus Dragon Strike, there's almost no defense against that. That will just kill absolutely everything thrust into it.
Yeah, no, that is actually one of the most potent, if not the most potent variation of a Zarya Wombo combo. Don't see it all that often because we don't see Hanzo all that often, but you gotta think they're saving the Dragon Strike for that. Getting the Sonic Arrow up the top, they see everyone that is on that rooftop, and here comes the defense running in. Chronic firing at Nutty B, swinging the hammer. Nutty B firing, just backing up a little bit, as Shades getting the double kill now on Hanzo. Hanzo proving his worth, firing arrow after arrow into the defense. And though it's turning into a bit of a brawl right now, you've gotta like the look right now for NG Blue.
Yeah, during all this fight, during all this time, they basically pushed, well, 2/3 of the way through the point, and they're still moving. No one's getting Shades off the point, and now Chronic's finally chasing him off. There's a sand barrier as well. Nutty B instantly coming to reinforce, and this payload is still moving. Nutty B with an excellent Ash Shatter does pick up the rest of the team, and that's just going to be a dead Exy. No, Exy actually managed to zip line away, does sort of run away, but you're with the dead eye.
Psycho able to come in with the res, able to keep the defense in it here, but still the offense putting on the pressure. Ladano and Ur going to kill each. Ned one of the last defenders going to go down to Ur. We do have the Dragon Blade on the way out here from Ultimate Weapon. Ultimate Weapon trying to put the team on his back, slicing and dicing. Will he connect? He's getting kited, he's getting booped. And Ultimate Weapon gonna have to put the blade away, not getting the kills he was looking for, as really Ladano just being a huge pain to kill on top of the payload right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That high charge Zarya is going to be such a massive threat and so difficult to deal with. You've got to get a McCree or something onto it. Genji's just not enough damage to kill it fast enough before it can get another barrier and just tunnel people down with that beam. The defending team are just filtering in right now. 1 versus 1 just picked up again and again with Shades and Nutty B cleaning up there with the kills. And Ladano is ready to go. Shades is not going to be that far off. 63% is honestly not that much for a Hanzo. 1 or 2 headshots and Hanzo is ready to go. Dragon Strike charges surprisingly quickly. So you've got to be so careful about that as the team does set up to basically have an excellent time on this final point. They have several minutes. They have like a good 5 minutes still to push well.
They have about 5 minutes left, actually a little bit over that. So they have all the time in the world supporting them right now. NG Blue in prime position to earn their spot into the main tournament. They just need one more good push. And you're right, they will have Dragon Strike up here in a second. Zarya holding on to the Graviton. We do see a Winston coming in from the back, trying to get on Shade. Shade's getting healed. The Winston's not going to do a lot from there. And there's the Sound Barrier and the Graviton. Both teams laying it down here on the field. Chronic swinging the hammer, not able to get any kills as Shades and Ur explode. Shades making a double kill. 4 kills here for the offense as we move forward. Mercy going to give a second chance to the defense. We'll see what they can do with it. His Ultimate Weapon down the back. Does have Dragon Blade at the ready. Looking for Ur. Moving in. Going to pull out the Dragon Blade. Slicing and dicing. Gets one. Looking for more. As McCree gets thrown way high into the air. Actually saving him from the Genji for a moment. Finally, Ur's going to go down. What a fight back and forth on both sides.
Yeah, holy moly. Ultimate Weapon just put the team on his back there. Kept them alive in this one, because if he didn't pick up that Mercy and then pick up basically everything else, they were done. They were incredibly done. That was so close. And I can't believe that he actually managed to get away with as much as he did. And unfortunately, at one point, Ur did actually flashbang himself as well. It was a little bit silly, but it looks like mid-go for the counter engage here with the Sound Barrier.
They're coming in with the Sound Barrier going in very quickly. Ned and Ultimate Weapon, though, striking back. 3 people down now from the offense. They have to burn the res very early to find the defense now, turning the tables, rushing in. Exy as the Winston is in the back. And this has not gone at all the way NG Blue envisioned, as Ned finishing out the fight with a triple kill.
That's it. We'll be fair to NG Blue. They only have about like 5 meters, a little bit more than 5 meters. They're about 10 meters to go on that payload. They just need to keep inching it forward and just keep grinding it just ahead and ahead and ahead. And they also have a huge amount of AoE damage ready. Zarya's almost ready to go, and if you get Nutty B and Shades in there with Reinhardt and just swing away into the Graviton Surge, it could clear them out incredibly fast and just get that payload inching ever further closer to the point and ever further closer to that spot in the group stages.
All right, here comes the offense. Another take coming in. Ultimate Weapon, though, taking out Zap immediately. There will be no offensive resurrection. This is already a bad tilt here for NG Blue. Potentially going to get worse. Mint and Ur trying to prevent that from happening. But look at Ultimate Weapon. He's going to take out Ur. Has the Dragon Blade at the ready. We'll see if he pulls it out here any moment. Defensive Sound Barrier is out. Here comes the Unchained one-shot defense, struggling to stay alive here in this tournament.
Yeah, one shot really pulling it out right now, just holding on for dear life. Ladano goes down early in that fight, doesn't quite have any position to get the Graviton Surge off. It would have been perfect to sort of throw it out right after that Resurrect came, sweep up the entire enemy team and maybe get some kills off the back of that, but just didn't happen. Ladano got picked off. Didn't quite see what killed him, but it's just so unfortunate that happened. That said, they are still in a really strong position here to move all the way to the end. Ladano going in, there's the fire, just gets run.
The Graviton goes in, does not get anywhere near as much as what Ladonna wants. Perhaps a little bit of nerves coming in the player for NG Blue, but still the push is going well, even with the whiffed Graviton. 3 kills to 1 in favor of NG Blue. Momentum starting to go in their favor. Psycho does not have a resurrection up. In fact, he is going to go down. And now this is grim tidings here for one shot. This will be a beating time if they cap it right now. They have to delay. Ultimate weapon coming in. Dragon Blade at the ready. Gets 1 kill. Needs way more. Slicing in, getting knocked around. Going to die on top of the payload. Chronic on Tracer now, the switch up. This is where Divas come out. This is where Tracers come out. They need to delay on this point. They have to fight like their tournament life depends on it, because it does. Meanwhile, NG Blue, they taste blood. They know they only need one more little push. They need a little bit more. The payload is moving, and there it is. Yes. NG Blue has won the 3rd place match, and as a result, we will be seeing them in the group stages going forward.
Yeah, absolutely well played there. Northern Gaming getting both of their teams in, Northern Gaming Red and Northern Gaming Blue. Northern Gaming Blue, the European counterparts. Just incredibly well done for them, and well-deserved rest to them. This was actually really good positioning by Psycho Waffle, staying nice and safe as Mercy, waiting everything out, and then getting a full res, 5 people, just what you want, and then, oh god, Ultimate Weapon just going off the chain, killing absolutely everyone. Super well done to them. Congratulations for getting into the group stages, which will begin tomorrow, or well, later today for me. No, actually, I think it's still technically tomorrow, as it does go past midnight. But yeah, I can't wait for that to begin. I'm really looking forward to that and seeing how these teams do going forward.
No, absolutely. And NG Blue, well deserved by them. Of course, many have followed them since way back earlier in the beta when they were simply known as the Gringos, recently picked up by Northern Gaming. And Soda Puffin has to be happy as both of his teams, both Northern Gaming Red and Northern Gaming Blue, have moved on and will be participating in the group stages of the ONOG tournament as the tournament goes on later in the month. In fact, as just mentioned, we'll be back tomorrow night after what for me will be an incredibly, incredibly long day of casting. But we are reaching the end of the stream here. Do you have any final words, shout-outs, anything you want to say before we sign off for the night? The floor is yours, Zom.
I've had an absolute blast casting these matches for you guys tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed them, even half as much as I did, because you would have absolutely loved them. It's been an absolute joy casting with you today, ZP. I am one amongst many. You can find me on YouTube, and a massive shout-out as well to One Nation of Gamers for putting all this on, for giving you all this great Overwatch great Overwatch just to watch, just to take part in. I know I'm clearly falling apart here. It's 8:15 in the morning. I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to go to bed, have a nice rest, and be all good to go tomorrow. And we'll join back together, ZP, and see even more of this great Overwatch action.
Well, for me, shouts, personal shouts, you can follow me, Twitter @TempoZP. Following your favorite casters on Twitter is a great way of showing support. I'm terrible at tweeting, so I won't even clog your feed. Definitely follow me there. You can follow me on Twitch, ZP_TV. I haven't been streaming as much recently because of all the casting stuff, but I am getting back into it. And finally, of course, big shout out to our sponsors. Of course, One Nation of Gaming for making this great tournament. Master Overwatch for sponsoring. Video Game Voters Network, Razer. Check them all out, our valued sponsors, and more. And that's about going to do it for us here tonight. We will see you guys tomorrow as the group stages begin. C9, LG, and more showing up tomorrow with Rogue. Don't want to miss it. But until then, we'll see you guys next time.
We are athletes. We've trained our whole lives for this. Early mornings, hours of practice, fine-tuning skills, both mental and physical, sacrifice, exhaustion, persistence, all leading up to this, our moment to compete in the event of our dreams.